The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You can be seated and we will open our meeting. Well, this is a holiday time of year, and I know Commissioner Madden had a chance last night to represent the city at the Hanukkah event, so the menorah lighting. So.
Thank you, Mayor. So every year it is so exciting for me to be able to go and participate in the menorah lighting. It is in Krieger Park. It's a beautiful situate right there. You look out over the lake, and all of the holiday seasons are represented there at the park and over the lake. And this year in particular, there was some reticence among some of the Jewish community. As you can imagine, after the shooting in Australia, some of the folks I talked to said that it was to them telling that it was at the beginning of the time zones. Of course, I had not considered that having the shooting in Australia would kind of kick off the holiday season for them with fear. You know, that's kind of, they're earlier than we are. And so I hadn't really thought about that. And a lot of the people that I talked to last night had not come before, but felt more in solidarity to come, to be able to show support. Others were not there because they felt a little more fear and were still grappling with some of the news that they had seen. And so one of the young women that I spoke to, some of you may know her, she is a student at University of Florida. And when she lived in Lakeland, she didn't have a lot of Jewish friends. And so when she went to University of Florida, she had such a wonderful experience with so many friends in her sorority and in her dorms. And then when October 7th hit while she was in college, it was such a profound moment for her as a young Jewish woman. She had been to Israel, really enjoyed that trip to kind of see her homeland, so to speak. And she said to me, I remember when you and Mayor Mutz acknowledged October 7th at the city. And that meant so much to me. And, you know, coming into my adulthood and being in college and having some Jewish friends and having a lot of protests outside my windows and hearing news from around the world that was fearful and tenuous, she just loved feeling that support from her city. And so today, likewise, the mayor had mentioned to show support from our city is so important to all of our citizens. And I asked them how they felt about the security there at Krieger Park last night. And so the rabbi who, he and his wife Libby, who orchestrate this event every year, she said she emailed our chief in the morning, Sunday morning, and said, we're a little worried. We have some people who are kind of nervous about coming. And he said, he replied on a Sunday to the email and said, we will make sure we have extra security there. And then at the event, I was speaking to one of our officers, and he was talking to the past president of the synagogue. And she had worried about letting their trespass warning expire. That is something that is done annually. And when she was president, she made sure that was there. So if you see suspicious activity, it's just easy to call LPD for the synagogue. And that officer went and got the paperwork and brought it to the event so that she could feel secure and fill out that paperwork for the synagogue. And so I just wanted to brag on our city. And I also was so excited to have Commissioner Lalonde. He is such a trooper. He is at so many events, and yes, he was there, and he got up and he acknowledged the community and expressed our attempt to want unity in our city and to celebrate with them. So it was a small group, but it was a beautiful evening. The weather was perfect. Last year it was raining and stormy. We had to move the menorah over to the Peggy Brown building at the last minute, and so it just was. It was a special evening for me. So I just wanted to thank the mayor for letting me be able to share those remarks this morning and to say Happy Hanukkah to all those in our Jewish community.
Which takes us to a very appropriate transition to the Christmas parade. And so we are excited to hear about the awards that were earned.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Management, and members of the audience. I am John Williams with the Parks and Recreation and Cultural Arts Department, and we are here to celebrate the 44th Annual Lakeland Christmas Parade. This year's parade was on December 4th, and the theme was Rockin Around Lakeland. This year's parade had a total of 123 units. Every year, many people believe the parade just happens, but we all know it wouldn't be possible without months of planning and coordination from city departments to pull off this holiday event. The first evening Lakeland Christmas Parade, as we know it today, started in 1980. The parade was started by former city commissioner and retired executive director of the Lakeland Downtown Development Association, Ms. Ann Furr. Ms. Furr approached the city officials for permission to organize an annual Christmas parade, and the city gladly teamed up to pull off this parade with about 100 units. In 1984, the Junior League of Greater Lakeland adopted the Christmas parade as an annual project. The Junior League selects a parade theme each year. They provide organizational support to secure participants and provide volunteers to assist with parade day lineup. I am so proud to say today that that collaboration still continues. And before we start the awards, we would like to thank all the participants in this year's parade. While everyone can't win an award, we recognize the effort that it takes to decorate, coordinate, and participate in the parade each year. So again, thank you all. And now for the 2025 Parade Awards. I ask Mayor Mutz, Bob Donahue, and this year's co-chairs from the Junior League, Ashley Booth and Paulette Brown, to join us on stage to present the awards. Okay. Paulette's not here, but we appreciate all her efforts in the parade.
She should be walking up any moment.
Okay. All right. This year, the judges decided the Best Themed Float Award goes to South McKeel Academy PTO. Is someone here to receive this award? Great job. The Best Professional Float Award goes to Mid-State Industrial Maintenance. Is someone here on their behalf? Yes. All right.
Oh, gosh, okay. Hey, thanks, guys.
This year's Best Youth Educational Float Award goes to Lake Gibson FFA. Is someone here? All right.
Good morning. Great job on that. I'll get on the other side.
3, 2, 1. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very, very much.
The Best Business Float Award goes to Smith Built Industries. Is someone here?
One from Smithville.
No? All right. We'll get it. Yep. The Best Community Float Award goes to Early Coalition of Polk County. Is someone here? Yes.
Three, two, one. Thank you.
Thank you for your great work.
The Most Original Float Award goes to Santa Fe Catholic High School. Is someone here from Santa Fe? Yes.
Three, two, one. Click. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Great.
And I see Paulette Brown has made it in. If you could join us on stage, please. Sorry. Yes. Yes. All right. The Most Outstanding Band Award goes to Kathleen High School. All right.
Okay, three, two, one. Thank you.
And for the final award, the Judges' Choice Award, the judges have decided this award goes to Family Martial Arts Center. All right.
Three, two, one. Thank y'all.
As previously mentioned, many people believe the parade just happens. However, hundreds of city employees dedicate countless hours to make sure the Christmas parade goes as smoothly as possible. At this time, we want to recognize the following city departments that help us all get into the holiday spirit. From street closures, to staging floats, to maintaining safety along the routes, to airing a live parade broadcast, to street cleanup after the parade. We cannot express how much we appreciate each department and division and how much you mean to us for making this parade continue to success in the city of Lakeland. If anyone in the audience is a part of these departments that are listed above, please stand and be recognized. Any persons a part of these departments? Stand up, don't be shy.
Stand up.
There we go. Last but certainly not least, we would like to recognize two special ladies from the Junior League, Parade Co-Chairs Ashley Booth and Paulette Brown, for all the volunteer hours dedicated to ensure the citizens of Lakeland enjoy a festive holiday parade. Mayor Mutz and Bob Donay have a token of appreciation to the both of you. Thank you again.
We'll take a picture and then we're gonna have to make some comments.
I'll go on the other side.
Three, two, one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you ready to do some comments?
I did not know I was going to speak up here. Thank you all so much. We love doing the parade. I know that is Paulette's and I's last year. We love the community. Junior League is so thankful and proud to be a part of the Christmas parade for the 44th year. And we really appreciate Bob and Pam. Thank you all for attending, and I hope it goes on for a bunch more years.
And it takes a lot of organizational work on your team's part. So we
Thank you.
thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much.
Mayor, if I could, before we go to any questions or comments, I just wanted to also give an update on this weekend's events for the Parks and Recreation Department. We had our 11th annual Holly Jolly Jingle Bell Jog out of the Cleveland Heights Golf Course, and it was a beautiful morning. We had over 500 runners attend, and again, those departments that you see listed above all play a part in everything that we do. So again, just wanted to say thank you to all of those in attendance.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all you've done to make this happen. So it is a great, great celebration in our city for which we're super grateful. That brings us then to the next item on our presentation agenda, which is the Purple Heart City Award. John Hillary, Military Order of the Purple Heart, will be making that presentation. John, come on up to that center mic or to the side mic, whichever one you would prefer. Or maybe, why don't you bring your whole crew up to the middle, and we'll do it from there. Why don't you all come up here? I'm not giving good instructions. You come this way. And if you prefer there, you can do that from there, or I can have you have a mic up here. All right?
He's gonna have to come up for a picture.
He will. We'll have him come up at the end. Yes, that's right.
Come close.
Good morning, John.
The Military Order of the Purple Heart, we want to express to you all the things that you've done for us and for the community in regards to the combat wounded veterans that live in and around Lakeland, Florida. So upon your departure, the first award we're going to give to you is to the city, and the presenter is Chris Fortin. He is United States Marine Corps, a two-time Purple Heart recipient. And it says, the Department of Florida Military Order of the Purple Heart Certificate of Recognition is presented to the City of Lakeland for dedication and unwavering support honoring the Americans' combat wounded veterans by becoming a Purple Heart entity city within the Purple Heart Trail. Signed, John Hillary, Commander. That's your first one. That's to the city. The next one is being presented by our finance officer, Mr. James Hellman, United States Marine Corps, two times Purple Heart recipient, and he's going to issue the rest of them to you. This certificate is for recognition, Department of Florida, Military of the Purple Heart from Chapter 535 is presented to H. William Muntz. I think H stands for Henry.
Harold.
Harold, okay. I gotta get my glasses out to read this one. This is gonna be good. I take great pleasure in expressing my appreciation for the outstanding support of our chapter. Your unwavering and exemplary support for the Military Order of the Purple Heart here in Lakeland, Florida was with compassion, dignity, respect for all of us to see. Thank you for serving this great city. Signed, John Hillary, Commander. And the last one is being presented is something you can put on the wall to remember us by. Give it to James. Give it to James. Yeah, here you go. You ready? You ready? This is a plaque. The Military Order of the Purple Heart Special Recognition Award is bestowed with pride to H. William Bill Muntz, Mayor of 2018 to 2025, City of Lakeland, Florida, for outstanding dedication and unwavering support for the men and women of the Purple Heart. Your support for our chapter was an exemplar for everybody to see. Our chapter will always remember you and the support that you gave us, presented by the Patriot members of Chapter 535. Thank you, Bill. You're welcome.
I got a little box, I'm thinking.
I know you get him to break a finger. That wasn't your comment.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Your next.
That brings us to a very special presentation for the Daughters of the American Revolution. And here to accept the proclamation that I'm going to read today are Natalie Whitcomb, the Lakeland Chapter Regent, J. Lenora Bressler, Honorary Regent, and MC for the 100th birthday celebration, and Sheila McCullen Tyndall of the United Daughters of the Confederacy, NEH Darracot 791 in Lakeland. Come on up.
Those are two different organizations.
Oh, so what do you want me to do now?
We're doing something for you.
Uh-oh, see, this is a trick. Then come all, can you all come on up? Well, I guess I do my daughters. Put that away.
That's next.
Who the boss is?
This is to honor you. This is to honor the mayor. We really appreciate all that you've done for our organization. I know we had some turbulent times in the past. The city made the right decision on what to do with our monument. We really do appreciate it. And we appreciate the city's support in all of our patriotic activities. We've done some really great projects, and the last one was Private Robert Coulter that you were able to be involved in. So wanted to take the time to say that the United Daughters of the Confederacy, Annie H. Darracott, 791, awards this plaque to you, Award of Excellence, presented to H. William Bill Mutz in recognition of your unwavering support, cooperation, and partnership, which has made a significant impact on our collective achievements. It's dated December 15, 2025, and it's number 3. This is a coveted award. So we really appreciate all your efforts, and thank you, and we hope you enjoy your retirement.
Thank you very much. And as you know, I could not have done any of this, and this isn't tripe, this is serious, without a supportive commission that worked through all the difficulties of decision-making and the value needs that needed to be addressed. And so I am so grateful just to be a part of that. And thank you for allowing me to be a bit of an enunciator in it, but certainly it was with the help of them all. And Commissioner Madden, by the way, has been a marvelous support for us through that whole process.
I also have a challenge coin for you.
Awesome. I love these. I just got my challenge coin tray in at home last night on an Amazon shipment because I have to move them from my desk to my home. My wife is a little concerned about my stuff.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
God bless you. Okay, what a surprising day.
Okay, yes.
Now it is time for me to do the Daughters of the American Revolution.
Sorry, I got another challenge coin first that has our chef. You have one already from us. Has our chef down there.
Thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
so much. I love challenge coins. They're great. Thank you. Should have gotten the bigger rack. Okay, so. Come on up. Yeah. This is celebrating the 100th birthday and citing a Daughters of the American Revolution Day. So here we go. Whereas the Lakeland chapters of the Daughters of the American Revolution, DAR, is celebrating its 100th birthday, and whereas the DAR and ancestry-based organizations dedicated to education, preservation, and patriotism was founded in 1890, and whereas the Lakeland chapter was organized and chartered on December 4th, 1925, at a dinner held at the Terrace Hotel. So there's a couple things that are 100 years old here. With 20 founding members and Annie Hannah Darracott serving as its first regent. And whereas the chapter has grown to approximately 140 members and continues to thrive as a recognized leader at both the state and national levels. And whereas for 100 years, the Lakeland chapter has actively served the Polk County community by presenting history essay and citizen scholarships to hundreds of students, donating tens of thousands of dollars in support of veterans initiatives, financially contributing to commemorative monuments and to historic buildings, and delivering thousands of interactive educational programs to child care centers, public and private schools, civic and social clubs, and the general public. And whereas the Lakeland chapter played an instrumental role in bringing the first citizenship naturalization ceremony to Polk County and has consistently earned state and national recognition for its innovative projects and individual achievements, with many members holding leadership positions within the DAR nationally, and whereas the chapter is currently supporting the America 250 Path to Freedom project, which is now the largest multifaceted permanent commemoration of the nation's semi-quincentennial in Central Florida, an initiative originally conceived by a former Lakeland DAR chaplain, and whereas the extensive projects include the commissioning and installation of a bronze statue of Revolutionary Patriot Mary Catherine Goddard in Veterans Park, which is going to be so exciting when we get that done. Okay, I like that. As well as a community forums, a student art competition, and the development of educational curriculum and docent-led tours. Whereas as it celebrates its 100th birthday, the Lakeland chapter, the Daughters of the American Revolution, remains a vital and enduring part of the fabric of this vibrant city of Lakeland. Now, therefore, I, H. William Mutz, Mayor of the City of Lakeland, and the entire historically celebratory City Commission, do hereby proclaim December 4th, 2025 as Daughters of the American Revolution Day in the City of Lakeland, Florida. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any comments? I can count on that.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much, Mayor Muntz and City Commissioners. This is really, it is a great honor, and it has been our privilege to serve this community for the past 100 years.
Amazing.
And now, Jalen Mora.
We would like to show the commissioners and Mayor Mutz, this is the actual bronze model of the America 250 Path to Freedom statue. My husband Josh is going to turn it around so that you can see that. You all have not seen that yet, other than Commissioner Stephanie Madden. That is what it's going to look like. So.
A little bit of
This is for those of you that may not be aware, Mary Catherine Goddard was the printer of the Declaration of Independence, and when she published it and even placed her name on the back of that document, so there is a woman's name on the back of the Declaration of Independence, that would have been an act of treason had things not gone our way. And so just like the famous 56 signatories on that momentous document, she too pledged her life, fortune, and sacred honor for the cause of freedom.
Pretty awesome. Great choice. Thank you.
Three, two, one.
Thank you. Commissioner Madden, any comments?
Well, I was able to be at the 100th birthday party on Saturday and be able to read the proclamation to the members. So grateful for Natalie's leadership as our regent, and I'm a member of the DAR. And I kind of miss it because my children all were children of the American Revolution, and they would come and do Proclamation Day and Constitution Day. So thank you for letting me be with my sisters up here to celebrate our 100th birthday.
Very, very nice. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
God bless you all. Have a great Christmas.
You too. Merry Christmas. You are.
Okay, there are no requests to appear from the general public. That will bring us to the approval of the consent agenda, which includes the minutes as well as 3 other items. There's 4 items on here on consent that are marked by an asterisk. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners? Discussion by any members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. Taking us to reports and related items from our municipal board and committee chairman, Commissioner Lalonde, and he's going to give that report.
Good morning. The municipal board's committee met in the city commission conference room. Commissioner Guy Lalonde, Chair, Mayor Bill Mutz, Commissioner Sarah Roberts McCarty, members were all present, along with Commissioners Bill Reed, Stephanie Madden, and Chad McLeod. Assistant City Manager Ashley Stathos, I'll never pronounce that correctly. Community and Economic Development Director Brian Ruiz, Finance Director Mike Brozart, Creative Services Specialist Patrick Patterson, City Attorney Palmer Davis, and City Clerk Kelly Coos, and staff were present. Commissioner Lalonde called the meeting to order at 8:20 a.m. The purpose of this meeting is to receive and act upon the following recommendations. Number 1, Airport Advisory Board. Recommendation from Airport Director Chris Hallstrand to appoint Steve Strickland as citizen at large to serve a 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2026, and ending December 31st, 2028. Mr. Strickland will be eligible to serve an additional 3-year term. Number 2, on our beautification board, recommendation from horticulturist Stacy Smith to appoint Maria Carver to fulfill the unexpired term of Stephanie Kearns beginning December 15th, 2025 and ending May 20th, 2027. Ms. Carver will be eligible to serve an additional 2 full 3-year terms. Number 3, on our code enforcement board, recommendation from Code Enforcement Manager Sonny Marshall to appoint Stephanie Kearns to fulfill the unexpired term of Lolita Berrien beginning December 15th, 2025 and ending May 30th, 2028. Ms. Kearns will be eligible to serve an additional 3-year term. Now, I'm just going to stop real quickly right there. I just want to give a special recognition to Lolita Berrien, who recently passed away. She had served on many different city commissions and boards. I had the opportunity to run against her for city commission, but you'd be surprised how you can go from opponents to friends to family, and anything is possible with God's grace, and she will deeply be missed. So. Number 4, on the Firefighters Pension Board, recommendation from City Manager Sean Scharouse to appoint Tim Spivey to fulfill an unexpired term of Christopher Hammond as Commission-appointed member beginning December 15th, 2025 and ending December 16th, 2028. Number 5, on the Lakeland History and Cultural Center Advisory Board, recommendation from Librarian Supervisor Luann Mims to appoint Anna Revere Ocasio to serve a 3-year term beginning December 15, 2025 and ending December 14, 2028. Ms. Ocasio will be eligible to serve an additional 3-year term. Number 6, on the Mayor Council on the Arts, recommendation from Mayor Bill Mutz to appoint Strauss Center as a full member organization located outside of the City of Lakeland to serve on the council. And B, appointment is Sylvania Knight to serve the unexpired term of Betsy Bower to beginning December 15, 2025 and ending April 16, 2026. Ms. Knight will be eligible to serve an additional 2 full 3-year terms. Number 7, on the Public Improvement Endowment Fund Board, recommendation from Mayor Bill Mutz to appoint Ya Obeng to fulfill unexpired term of Paul Hatfield beginning December 15, 2025 and ending December 31st, 2026. Mr. Obeng will be eligible to serve an additional 2 full 3-year terms. Number 8, on the Zoning Boards of Adjustments and Appeals, recommendation from Senior Planner Todd Vargo to appoint, Werner Voman to fulfill unexpired term of Gregory Kent beginning December 15, 2025 and ending April 18, 2027. Mr. Foman will be eligible to serve an additional 2 full 3-year terms. For information purposes only, the General Employees Pension Board of Trustee member Ruffin Gray was reelected without opposition to the City of Lakeland employees to serve a second 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2028. On the Civil Service Board, member Barbara Jordan was reelected without opposition by City of Lakeland employees to serve a third 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2028. As a reminder, the city is always accepting applications to all boards and all committees, and anyone who's interested or any interested residents may apply at www.lakelandgov.net/departments/city-clerk/municipal boards and committee. And this time I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Is there a motion to approve the report?
So moved. Second.
This report was approved unanimously by the committee in its committee meeting. Any further discussion by commissioners? Any members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. We're not meeting as an equalization board today. We are going then to public hearings, item 481 for second reading. That would be our city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A number of ordinances for a public hearing and consideration of adoption this morning. The first is proposed ordinance number 25-042, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, providing for I-3 heavy industrial zoning on approximately 23.78 acres located at 2760 North Cumbie Road, providing conditions, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve in a second. Discussion by commissioners. Any members of the audience? Are you coming down?
Is this the time to speak?
For this particular public hearing on 25-042? Is that what you're wanting to do?
This is the solid waste transfer station off of Cumbie.
Transfer station? Yes, this is it. Great.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Martha Tonis of 2670 Gale Rose Drive in Lakeland. Lakeland's been my home for more than 40 years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about something that has caused me quite a bit of distress. This project is approved for an industrial space. You've considered this rural and swampy area as appropriate, but this is my neighborhood. The land is blessed and this project is not your run-of-the-mill industrial operation. It's solid waste, filth in its juices being trafficked past our homes and neighborhoods along Cumbie Road, being processed less than 1,000 feet from us. Number one, you are too close and have apparently made no allowances for alternative locations. You notified only 10 property owners. The notification range was only 500 feet. And I would say that was a disingenuous effort given there is a neighborhood of 24 single-family homes right across the street who rely on Bob Rawls Road, the one outlet onto Cumbie Road, which is within that 500 feet. Also considering the nature of this facility is not your typical industrial operation, there absolutely should have been more inclusion. I've had to work to find out I'm too late and not considered and the project keeps going. Meanwhile, my home and quality of life are in your hands. It has been clear this isn't a matter of whether it will happen, but when. All these meetings are formalities and the orderly business it should be, and I'm uninvited to speak up despite its very real impact on myself and my neighbors. Number two, the proximity of the solid waste transfer station will absolutely adversely impact the quality of our lives. Noise, loose refuse, traffic, including type of vehicles transporting refuse, constant scavenging birds, rodents, and flies. Think of a fast food parking lot and dumpster area magnified. Our property values will tank because 56 feet of the garbage place will not be concealed behind natural vegetation. The eyesore and smell drifting on the breeze from the parked and baking storage containers waiting for transport. How pleasant it would be to be outside. Number three, even if you were all to insist this developer include building and operating concessions to make the plant more palatable, these would be absolutely irrelevant based on the precedent set with the neighboring Matheson plant. When an eagle's nest was found in those same woods, which is adjacent property, the concession to build the plant back off the road was dropped and the plant was constructed right onto Cumbie Road. And the noise complaints from this plant were not dealt with timely, and we still endure times of very loud maintenance there, like this past week. Inside our homes, we could hear the roar continuously for hours. Number four, you would never ever agree to build a project of this sort so close to your own home, and certainly not without being heard like this has gone down. I am fairly confident my neighbors are oblivious. This is all happening on the city/county line, and those you have contacted have had little faith that you would listen to them because they were county, not your constituents of the city, or they were unable to take off work to be here. Lastly, please do not move forward with this project. Despite the hefty investment the city has made so far, you would be absolutely harming many when you move forward. More care should have been taken by those who investigated and invested their time and resources in this project. I can tell you that the feather in your cap for building this amazing facility for Lakeland's future will actually prove to be a blight as you install such a facility in this location, adjacent to the natural land of Tenor Rock and our peaceful rural residential homes. I want the best for Lakeland and implore you to seek an alternative location for solid waste processing for Lakeland and its surrounding municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your very well-organized comments. Any other comments from anyone else in the audience? Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a roll call vote, and we will begin with Commissioner Lalonde.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Aye. Unanimously passes, and not without the concerns expressed, which I want you to know we will be very, very aware of and police well. Thank you. That brings us to item 2.
Item 2 is proposed ordinance number 25-043, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, amending ordinance 6027 to provide for a major modification of an existing conditional use for a solid waste transfer facility to expand the boundaries and to adopt a new site development plan on approximately 23.78 acres located at 2760 North Cumbie Road, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners. Commissioner Madden.
First of all, I want to thank you for coming. So this is the first I've been able to meet you and hear your concerns from the neighborhood. I'm looking at the map, and you mentioned Bob Rawls Road. I would like Chuck to please get up. There's some other concerns that I have also with this property. Going into the future, I do feel, what we've heard so far sounds like a wonderful amenity for, our services. I'm seeing that it's 27-something acres here, and looking at the picture. We're also hopeful to do some water treatment and water storage, make use of the wetlands for the future, so to mitigate for flooding in the area. I've asked our staff, I don't know if they're prepared today because this is a different ordinance specific to the use on this land, but I was hopeful that maybe Chuck would be able to kind of look at it in its entirety so that she feels more comfortable with where her neighborhood is. It was very compelling what you said about the Matheson plant, being right across the street and looking at that, being in such close proximity with noise. I don't know if it was wetlands behind that, and that's why it couldn't be, built farther back, from the road. But I'm just curious to have some staff perspective.
Certainly, and for the record, Chuck Barnby with Community and Economic Development Department. And so the subject, the actions today involve the assignment of I-3 zoning on 23.78 acres on, say, an additional land to the north of the conditional use permit that was previously approved on almost 21 acres, 20.93 acres to the south. And with this change, the scope of the overall development expanded to include administrative offices, additional truck parking for the solid waste operations itself for the City of Lakeland. And so in terms of going back to the previous conditional use permit approval, it's worth noting that the scale house and the transfer station itself is approximately 700 feet west of the Cumbie Road, North Cumbie Road right-of-way line behind Lakeland Electric substation that exists as highlighted here. So in terms of layout and the difference between the currently approved conditional use permit and what is under consideration here today, the additional lands, most of that area will remain as wetlands as you get to the north end of the project site, above the new relocated driveway to the north, and the additional parking for the solid waste operations itself, which I'm highlighting here. The additional truck parking is to the northwest corner. And so this really highlights the primary change with this action today, and is definitely worth noting that the properties to the north end of the parcel would remain wetland.
And Chuck, I'm looking at my map that shows the actual bird's eye view of the property. Could you show us on that map so she can see Bob Rawls Road and where she lives in comparison to the map you were just referencing?
So I'm highlighting Bob Rawls Road as at the northern entrance to the Matheson Tri-Gas facility to the south, Lakeland Electric substation, Saddle Creek substation, the existing conditional use permit area, which is 20.93 acres that has been previously approved by the City Commission, And then the additional 23.78 acres, which is being added or would be added through this action, which includes the relocated driveway to the north, and then the additional, kind of along this line here, right along the parcel boundary, would be the parking area, the new solid waste employee administration building, and then the solid waste vehicle truck parking area, kind of in this area here, to the western side of the site.
So in your opinion, when you were going through the plans, do you feel like we did everything we could with regard to wetlands and also neighbor concerns to put the actual sorting facility as far away as possible from the residents?
We actually, I believe we've done that. And going back to the original conditional use permit, staff actually also visited a similar facility over in Clearwater, which is right next to the, I believe it's the Phillies spring training facility. No noises, odors, other things that would indicate that this is a solid waste operation. I will also ask that the solid waste manager and the project consultant be available to answer any specific questions about how this is going to operate. But in looking at other examples, this is not expected or would be designed to be an outdoor solid waste operation where you do see a lot of additional smells and external impacts that is typically expected from the public.
That would be terrific. If we could just hear the difference between where we typically take our solid waste, which is the landfill, versus a sorting facility like this. Could we have that explained, please?
Can you go, Gene Ginn, Solid Waste and Recycling Manager. Can you go back to the site plan picture? That one, yes. So in the design, as you can see, I'm not sure how to use this thing, but I will try. Oh, there we go. Okay, so here are all the wetlands depicted in the property. We've done everything we can to avoid and minimize impacts to the wetlands, which are identified here, here, and here as well. So we've done that, and we've also made sure that the transfer station is as far away from Cumbie Road as we can make it, and then our refuse trucks will be parked in this area only. So this will be employee parking for personal cars, the admin building. So everything that's non-solid waste related is as close to Cumbie Road, and then the solid waste operations are farther. The transfer station building, to help mitigate a lot of the concerns, is fully enclosed. So there's one door where trucks go, two doors, one where trucks go in, one where trucks come out, and all the operations for solid waste, transferring the material from our route trucks to larger transfer trucks, happens inside a building. There's nothing going on outside of the building to help mitigate wildlife and potential smells.
Functionally, what happens in the building?
Yes.
Let's talk about what happens inside the building.
What happens in the building is it's a 20,000, sorry, back that up, 20,000 square foot transfer building. We're dumping our route trucks on a concrete floor, and then we're using a front load to push that material and potentially separate some of that material inside the building into a 100 cubic yard transfer trailer, where it will be then, which is in a tunnel underneath the building. And then that material will be transferred to its final destination, whatever type of material it might be. So that's the basics on how a transfer station operates. And it's all fully enclosed.
Commissioner Music.
Thank you, Gene. How do we, I've spent more than my fair share of time at the Polk County landfill. And as you go off and head into the landfill, that's where we start seeing debris, trucks unroll, roofing trucks, crap falls off. How are we, as they come down Cumbie Road, going to mitigate that? So from, we're pushing the building back as far as we can, but how are we going to help mitigate, and this could be third party, not even our own city, but as crud falls off of that, how are we going to?
So our part of our operation plan that we have to submit to FDEP is planning for those type of things and having the ability to clean our area, not only in our transfer site, but also the road leading up to our transfer station. We'll have staff that will actually keep it policed, the road swept,
and any debris that might be on the edge of the roads cleaned up on a regular basis. It's part of the requirements of operating a transfer station that we keep the debris inside the transfer station as much as possible.
So there will be, dedicated staff that's part of their job. This isn't, I drove in and saw a piece of trash and picked it up. They'll be dedicated to.
Correct. That's a requirement of the FDEP permit to operate a transfer station.
Other comments, Commissioner Madden?
And so I would want to mention to the citizen who's come today, if this was industrial and it was a private business, certainly we would have code enforcement that we could also apply. But because this is part of the City of Lakeland, I hope that you could look at other City of Lakeland facilities. You could see how our downtown is picked up after even huge events like our Christmas parade in the morning. It's meticulously clean. I would hope that you would have, some hope in that the city does have higher standards for how we keep things and the neighbor for which we are. But that being said, we want to hear from you if you are seeing debris coming off of trucks that are not City of Lakeland trucks. We want to hear from you if this does not go according to plan. We feel like our city staff has worked behind the scenes very hard to try, and I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but we really do hold our staff accountable for wetlands, for the environment, for traffic concerns, for landscape buffers, for placement on the property. I feel they've done the best due diligence possible on this project, but I do want you to know we're grateful you came today because you're the first neighbor to come and to talk to us, and it is on the second reading. But we do want you to know that you can text our cell phones if you start to feel that your quality of life is encroached upon by this project, and we expect to hear from you, and we want you to feel like you have friends and advocates on this commission to make sure that they're doing everything in their power like they're saying that they are going to today.
I think the thing you want to recognize, if that confidence sounds at all like indifference, it isn't. So the confidence is really in the fact that the way that this wonderful gentleman runs the solid waste department is phenomenal. And so it's really that team that does a wonderful job, and they are conscientious on a daily basis throughout the city, wherever things occur. That it's very important to us too, that you don't have a devaluation in terms of a consideration of where you live at any levels, forget property value, which is of course in and of itself importance, but on a daily basis in terms of smells and trash and the things that seem prohibitive about having a transfer station like this. But in fact, this is a very responsible way to do it. And the fact that Clearwater can put it next to their spring training stadium and not have any kickback with respect to those people who go to those games is indicative too about how you can control the odors. And are we overstating anything from your perspective?
No, and honestly, it's the site has been designed to be good neighbors. And I'm going to live out there as well because my office is going to be there. So I'm going to do everything in my power to make it a beautiful place and us, just be a good neighbor to everyone around us.
But we appreciate the comments very much.
Thank you for coming.
Any other comments from anyone in the audience? Okay, yes, please come forward. Just state your name.
My name is Naquasia, and I actually do have questions about this. I see what her concern is. Was there any other alternatives with the actual main road that everybody uses? Would there be another alternative as far as the road goes in regards to the big trucks coming in and out? If at any point these heavy industrial vehicles cause any damage to the roadway, how soon is the city going to get out there and fix this road? If there are any holes, any damage to the actual road? And it's also beside a wetland based off of the issues we've had with our Kathleen area, where they built all these beautiful houses in the wetland area. When we had a hurricane, that entire area flooded. So what is the chances of them actually starting this building and there becomes an issue with the wetland? What is going to happen if they cannot build where the demographic is? What if they're going to have to end up pushing that building closer to where she lives just because that area is not buildable? So I think that there is a lot to question, because there will come a point where you realize at some point that ground is not strong enough to handle the weight and the capacity of this building, the trucks within that, in the demographic, because we know for a fact that is wetland area, so, and then you have other houses in that area. So the weight, I think that there's a lot, and I understand the trash, and I understand what he said, everything's gonna be inside, it's gonna be a warehouse, they're gonna need some more employees, there's gonna be a lot of traffic with employees coming in and out. And I worked in warehouse, so I understand how loud it gets, and it's trucks coming in and out, the noise. She has a lot of concerns for something like this being built close to her home, knowing that there's already one there and it's already loud. So now you're gonna add an additional one. So I understand her concern, but I also understand that when you're building something close to a wetlands, there are a lot of things to be concerned about, especially past situations in our city limits where hurricanes and natural disasters have affected us, and it's affected everybody around us in those areas as well. So I have those questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, for the record, Chuck Barnby, I'll address the transportation comments. One of the major changes with this updated modified conditional use permit are the installation of turn lanes on Cumbie Road, which is also State Road 659. So it's a minor arterial that is part of a major truck route between Saddle Creek's major distribution and truck terminal and I-4. So definitely in terms of the road itself, the structural, it's made to handle heavy truck traffic. The amount of trucks per day associated with this facility is estimated at 160. Number of employee trips per day are estimated at 314, and that involves 78 employees that would be working on site. So you've got the turn lanes, the road classification would support this type of heavy vehicle. It also has to go through the Department of Transportation permitting process, since Cumbie Road is a state of Florida facility. And so those are just a little bit of the kind of particulars related to the traffic analyses that have been conducted to date. I'll turn over to Mr. Ginn to discuss the survey work and what that tells us about the wetland locations and other dynamics related to this particular site.
To date, Gene Ginn, Solid Waste and Recycling Manager. To date, we've done, we had to do environmental surveys, which we flagged the boundaries of the wetlands. That's kind of how we know where everything is. We've also done drilling samples on where the buildings go to make sure we have suitable ground to build those buildings. So they are not going to move in that plan. So we've done all the groundwork and all the survey work. We've also done what they call kestrel surveys, which is identify wildlife that's out there that we might have to manage. But all those surveys have been done, and that plan you see is the building is, all the drilling has been done underneath the transfer station property to make sure it's solid ground, and everywhere we're building buildings, we've done all that drilling and surveying to make sure that's exactly where it's going to go.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Lalonde.
Yes, just real quick, and I'm not sure who this question is for. Thank you very much for coming and sharing your concerns. One thing that she pointed out, and it seems to always keep coming up a lot, at least while I've been on the commission, is the 500-foot notice. It seems like whenever we get close to county or, we do this technical 500-foot boundary, if there's nothing within the 500-foot boundary, why is that not scoped out to actually reach the citizens? Does anyone have an answer on that?
Chuck Barnby, Community Economic Development. That 500-foot buffer is a standard buffer width that goes associated with the courtesy letter notification. It's not a requirement, but it's something that the City of Lakeland mails to property owners within that buffer area. So for a rezone like this, that buffer would be the standard buffer. There are instances where, depending on the actions requested at the commission, where it's actually 250 feet. So this is the maximum buffer area that is part of the notification for those courtesy letters.
I appreciate that. And I understand that you're saying that that's a courtesy. Like, I always tell everyone, if you're driving down a road, if it's on your way to work, to, from, you see a pink sign or a green sign saying there's a public meeting, please stop, check out, see what the meeting is. And I understand that. And I understand that we do that as a courtesy, but it seems to me like maybe we need to revisit that later. I mean, a true courtesy is being able to reach all constituents so they can at least have their say-so before this point in time. I do have full confidence, as like the mayor and Stephanie, Commissioner Madden has stated, and Jean Jin, they run very, very efficiently. I've been out several times and not smelled anything. They will do everything they possibly can to mitigate that. And to echo Commissioner Madden's choice, point, if you see something or anything, please reach out to Jean Jin. Maybe you can get his contact number now, or reach out to us in the commission meeting and share your concerns with us. But I am sure they'll do that, but I would love to maybe someday learn a little bit more about the courtesy buffer, maybe expanding that.
Well, an additional thing to remember too is this went through 2 rounds in planning and zoning.
This had a public hearing and a final action by the Planning and Zoning Board, and of course the first reading on December 1st with the commission, and then today's public hearing.
Correct.
And so there's definitely continued kind of public hearing and public processes associated with these zoning actions. Going forward, there will also be a technical submittal of the site plan, the permitting through SwiftMud, through the Florida Department of Transportation. So even depending on the action that's taken today by the commission, there will be technical work that will have to happen before anything is constructed on this property.
And the reason I think that's important, because I certainly agree with Commissioner Lund, we're not trying to minimize exposure for the purpose of having the least amount of opposition. Sometimes it might be just broader. We know that a neighborhood, even if it's in the county, is on the other side for us to be able to expand some of the zone that could be contacted. But I say that, but add, we do have planning and zoning. There are changes made in this plan that have been a result of some of the objections that have occurred, and that's important. And it's important to know that that's why they have happened. And so the process does work. And so if there's an inevitability, it isn't an insensitivity, and as you hear about that, because we are very concerned about not disrupting the property and the quality of life around you as well. So I appreciate that, Commissioner Lund. Yes, Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. I too have a concern in reference to notification in the future. I hope we can expand that to maybe 1,000 feet, sometimes 500 feet. Doesn't reach all the residents that we need to be contacted. And I hope in the future that we can expand that to 1,000 feet. Maybe it would help individuals and give us a better idea of where it's really going to be in reference to how it's going to impact our citizens.
We can take that feedback and take a look at the implications of going to a larger buffer area. Also, one of the things we've also found is especially with larger neighborhoods, there's really not an ability to get everybody within a particular area, even if they're outside a 1,000-foot buffer. And so we rely on certainly folks keeping up with the agendas before the Planning and Zoning Board, before the commission. Of course, news coverage, signs posted on the property, as well as just following the agendas of the commission and the Planning and Zoning Board. But what we will do is go back and take a look at the options of being able to expand those coverage areas.
Commissioner Sherrouse, City Manager Sherrouse, sorry. For just a minute, I'm honoring Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
Let me finish up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Again,
Sorry.
I would really like to strongly consider moving this to 1,000 feet, in the future. 500 feet doesn't touch a lot of citizens sometimes, but sometimes it does. But when we do industrial or I-1 type zoning and that type of stuff, it does impact a lot more people than you really think. But I would hope that in the future that we can go expand this to 1,000 feet. And I think it'd make it easier for us, as well as give our citizens more surety that nothing's going to happen within their neighborhood, in their general area.
City Manager Strauss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on, related to the notice letters, and Chuck, I'm going to ask you, but at times I get confused with other places that I've worked before. When we call that a courtesy, what we're really referring to is that there's no state requirement that we provide that notice.
That's correct.
But instead, locally, is that part of our land development code?
It is part of our standard operating procedures to be able to send that type of letter out within that buffer area.
So it's not codified in our LDC?
It's in the land development code.
It is in the code. So then we would have an ability, the commission would have an ability to at some point amend that code to provide for a larger area. Now, there are some difficulties in that we should probably talk about at another time. But the point I just want to make is, especially for the public, is that when we call it a courtesy letter, that's because it's not required by state law. But in the City of Lakeland code, we do that as part of our practice, but also in meeting our own land development code requirements.
I'm glad that you mentioned that, Sean, because that goes to show that we try to operate over and above that. I think what some of us are trying to say is we are good at doing that. I think we could even do better. We want to honor all. I think this will still be a wonderful project, and I think you'll be pleasantly pleased how well of a job that they do.
Commission music.
What are our hours of operation going to be?
Hours of operation.
Gene Ginn, Solid Waste and Recycling Manager. Our solid waste hours of operations are 6 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and the transfer station will operate from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? We've kind of mixed a little bit the opportunity to do both from either side. So seeing none, this is a roll call vote, and that would begin with Commissioner Lalonde. Roll call.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimously passes. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 3.
Item 3 is proposed ordinance number 25-044, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida relating to zoning, providing for text amendment LDC 25-002 to the Land Development Code, establishing a minor subdivision review process, removing final plat approval authority from the Planning and Zoning Board, and designating the city manager as the administrative authority responsible for final plat approval, revising the Planning and Zoning Board review and approval requirements for subdivision plats in the Green Swamp area of critical state concern, and establishing procedures for issuance of early start construction permits prior to recording of the final plat, making findings, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve in a second. Discussion by commissioners. Any discussion by any members of the audience? Seeing none, this is a roll call vote. Commissioner McLeod.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Aye. Unanimously passes. Number 4.
Number 4 is proposed ordinance number 25-045, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida relating to zoning, providing for text amendment LDC 25-003 to Article 13, nonconformities, Section 13.4, lot nonconformities of the Land Development Code to allow nonconforming lots of record altered due to a public taking to be built upon when the resulting lot dimensions are within 10% of the original platted lot depth and area, making findings, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
And a second. Discussion by Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. So often we get to this point in our agenda and it's the second reading and we just vote for it. I thought it was important to bring up this one in particular, just for citizen advocates. And so I know I personally was at an NAACP meeting and they were talking about affordable housing at that meeting and asking what the city was doing about it. I had a chance to talk about some of the partnerships we have with the P3s to build affordable units. And there was a representative from Habitat for Humanity there. They had received some lots through gifting of the city and then realized that they were non-conforming and could not be built upon. That was a very, frustrating realization to see that they had lots. They were trying to build affordable homes in these neighborhoods and unable to do so because of our land code. And so oftentimes it's very difficult when you're in a situation where citizens are advocating on behalf of something and you have elected officials who are trying to hear the voice of the people and make a difference. I was able to have Habitat for Humanity, Veronica Roundtree from the neighborhood that would be affected, meet with city staff. Our city manager even took the time to come in and to talk about these non-conforming lots. I see Teresa and Brian and the team that all gathered at several meetings to be able to address the lots that were not buildable for Habitat for Humanity, to improve a neighborhood, to provide affordable housing, whose impetus was at an NAACP meeting. And so sometimes it seems like government is very slow, or that government has to turn away a citizen who feels that her property values are in danger because of a city project that's gone through a very long process of approval. Oftentimes developers are frustrated by this very long, tenuous approval process that has to go under the scrutiny of the public, because we are in the free state of Florida and they think you should be able to buy a piece of property and do whatever you want with it. But when your property is next to my property and next to my neighbor's property, then the neighbors tend to care about their quality of life, as well as the business being able to build what they want to build. So all of these things are citizens vocalizing their opinions, concerns. Philanthropic agencies like Habitat for Humanity, businesses, everyone has a stake in their quality of life in the beautiful city of Lakeland. And this is just a point that we're going to just gloss over and say non-conforming lots of record altered due to public taking to be built upon in certain circumstances, proposed 25-045. And no one may recognize that now, not only does Habitat for Humanity get to build on these lots because of the expert commitment of our staff in the Community Economic Development Department and our city management and our colleagues up here, but also if someone else happens to get one of these lots, they can build upon it as well. And so I just thought I needed to take a moment to say that this is how it happens. There's small tweaks in our code. We can't just break the law, whether it's state law or our city code, but we can work together. We can make projects better. We can listen to the voice of the communities, and we can listen to the voice of the developers, and not everyone's gonna get their way. Not everyone's gonna get a yes, and then the other side has to get a no. But we can work collaboratively and collectively to make sure our city has the best possible quality of life for all. And so I just thought this is my chance on number 4, proposed 25-045, to say that's kind of how your local government works.
Superbly stated. Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? Any members of the audience? Seeing none, Commissioner Lalonde?
Yes. Aye.
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 Aye. Unanimously passes. That brings us to number 5.
Number 5 is proposed ordinance number 25-046, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida relating to zoning, providing for text amendment LDC 25-004 to Article 4, General Site Development Standards, Section 4.4, Fences and Walls of the Land Development Code, to establish standards for security fencing on vacant, undeveloped property, making findings, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
A second. Discussion by commissioners. Yes, Commissioner.
Same, just want you to know that if you need a roll-off container, it's coming up on the next one, you can have one without a permit. If you need to have some security fencing on your vacant lot so people don't dump on it, we've heard those from citizens, and now you can have one. So you're welcome.
This is a little like Moana. Thank you. Okay.
Christmas edition.
Any other comments? Any from any members of the audience? Seeing none, that would be Commissioner McLeod.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Aye. Unanimously passes as well. Number 6.
Number 6 is proposed ordinance number 25-047, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida, relating to zoning, provide for text amendment LDC 25-005 to Article 2, Use Standards, Section 2.5, Temporary Uses of the Land Development Code, to allow for the temporary use of roll-off containers for non-construction related activities, making findings, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners. And discussions or questions by any members of the audience? Commissioner McLeod?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Aye, unanimously passes.
Item 7 is proposed ordinance number 25-048, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, approving a conditional use to allow a two-family dwelling, a duplex, on property located at 420 Plum Street, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Discussion by commissioners. Anybody, members of the audience? Seeing none, Commissioner Lalonde.
Yes. Aye.
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 Aye, unanimously passes as well. Number 7.
That was number 7.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8.
Number 8 is proposed ordinance number 25-049, an ordinance relating to local government comprehensive planning, making findings, providing for small-scale amendment number LUS 25-02 to a certain portion of the future land use map of the Lakeland Comprehensive Plan, our Community 2030, changing the future land use designation from residential low RL to residential medium RM on approximately 8.48 acres located at 752 Carpenters Way, and residential medium RM to residential high RH on approximately 2.48 acres of property located at 503 Carpenters Way, providing an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second?
And discussion by commissioners. Let's listen then to Mr. Barnby on this one, please.
Good morning. For the record again, Chuck Barnby, Community and Economic Development Department. We'll begin this morning's presentation. I'll just provide an outline real quick of how the proceedings will be structured. We'll begin with an introduction by city staff, turn the presentation over to the applicant, who has a PowerPoint presentation as well to explain their project, their request. Then we'll turn it back over to staff and we'll go through the specific changes between the currently adopted PUD and what is proposed today, as well as the conditions of approval. We'll turn it back over to the applicant to provide answers to questions that have been raised by the commissioners since the first reading. And then we would recommend at that point, then the hearing would be opened up to receive public testimony from those affected by the proposed change.
Very good.
So the subject property is approximately 128.93 acres located north of I-4, east of US 98, west of Soaker Loop Road, on the north and south sides of Carpenter's Way. And so what we'll do is we'll be discussing the individual changes to the individual tracks. And just very quickly, tract 1 is the northernmost tract next to the residents of Heather Point. The way the tracks are numbered is they run clockwise. So you've got tract 2, tract 3, which is north of Carpenter's Way. Tract 4 is the multifamily phase at the intersection of Lakeland Park Drive Extension and Carpenter's Way. Tract 5 is south of Carpenter's Way, kind of in the Derby Drive area. Tract 6 is adjacent to I-4 and the Lakeland Park Drive Extension right-of-way dedication area. Tract 7 is generally, I would say, more central to the development. It would be, north of Tract 6, south of Tract 5, and primarily accessed via Derby and Staffordshire. Tracks 9A and 9B are kind of in the northwesternmost part of the development. Ultimately, they would be bisected by the Wedgewood Estates Boulevard extension over to align with Heather Point Drive. And so Douglas Cook Park is immediately to the left or to the west. And then the Tract 8 is not being changed as part of this action, so it's not specifically being shown. And so with that introduction, I will turn it over to the applicant's team, Danny Kovacs with Tract Engineering, as well as Mr. House.
Good morning. Danny Kovacs, Tract Engineering, 5137 South Lakeland Drive. Thank you, Chuck, for introducing the presentation and kind of giving you guys the background. So I'll start off by just saying that this project has been, of course, around since 2022, so we've had to go through some evolutions. We have coordinated several times with city staff and with all of the engineering folks as well to kind of see some of the future things that we're going to be proposing with this project. But I do have a list of questions that you guys have all addressed us at the last hearing. Some we've heard at the community community meetings. So we'll touch on that. I know Chuck wants to hit that second. But as far as the presentation goes, I guess if we can just kind of flip through it. So mine has not been updated since the first hearing, so I will try to address some of the changes that we did as we work through it. So obviously, so this is Wedgewood redevelopment property. It's South North Lakeland by the mall. If we go to the next slide, please. So actually, this one did get updated. So this actually has our latest layout. You'll see some of the changes that we've done since we first started this project. We did address some of the concerns from the citizens at the community meeting and address some of the apartments that was a concern near Fairfield Estates and also near Audubon Oaks. So if you look at our layout, you'll see, if you can highlight kind of around where the townhomes are, the 121. Thank you. So you'll see we did change some of the multifamily in this area to townhomes. And the reason behind that was we had some concerns with high-rise buildings being next to some of the existing residents. So we wanted to put a use in there that was really compatible, that would not, create any issues as far as compatibility to land use from the Land Development Code. Additionally, as a recommendation from the Planning Commission, we did propose a 20-foot buffer, which also includes building setbacks. So we have a 40-foot separation between the townhomes that are there and the existing residents. Some of the other changes that we did, just kind of working through staff, we did end up removing all the proposed units off of track 6, if you can highlight that for me, Chuck. Thank you. That will be the new future Lakeland Park Center Drive extension. We relocated some of those units. Most of that was single family, just to kind of, make the layout and kind of walk and talk with what the city has requested and some of the partnering that we're doing with the city. And then, of course, making an efficient design for our project. Area 9B, we also made some changes as well. That is part of what we're here to talk about today, is assigning zoning to Area 9B. It was already in the PUD from the original ordinance. However, it was labeled as future development. So our intent is to put townhomes on that tract as well. Overall, that's really the bulk of the changes. I know you guys have seen this several times, so I'll echo a lot of Chuck's presentation, but I know there's going to be some questions that come up about maintenance and stormwater flooding, some of the economics possibly, and of course, some of the calls that the city's had on the project. So I would like to reserve my time to go through all those questions with you guys.
All right.
All right. So in terms of what it was approved back by the City Commission back in 2022, the project right now is allowed to develop a total of 954 lots. 60 single-family detached, 60 townhome units, and 834 multifamily or apartment units. Track 9, based on the current PUD that was adopted back in 2022, would be dedicated for future development. So there have been 2 minor modifications that have been approved by the Planning and Zoning Board. Going back to December of 2023, a minor modification was approved in the Track 2 area that would reduce the total number of units, as shown here on the screen, down to 820. 96 townhome units were going to be an option instead of the 230 multifamily dwelling units that were approved with the original PUD. Then moving forward, about 6 months to July of 2024, another option was approved by the Planning and Zoning Board that would have resulted in 652 units. This is kind of generally in the area of tracks 11, 10, primarily, and a little bit of 4, but what that would have done is allowed 162 townhome units as an option instead of the 400 multifamily dwelling units that were approved with the original PUD. So in terms of the request today, nets an additional 19 units from what was approved back in 2022. So the unit count would go from 954 to 973 units. The mix with the proposed PUD as it exists now, or as proposed today, would be 61 single-family detached, 212 townhome, and 700 multifamily or apartment dwelling units. The map here that was produced by Todd Vargo shows generally the location and dwelling unit mix between the single-family detached, the single-family attached, and the multifamily units throughout the development. You can see here that the multifamily units are primarily clustered in tracks 2, 3, and 4, extending back towards 11 and 12 on the north side of Carpenter's Way, west side of Lakeland Park Drive. The areas in tracks 1, 5, and 7 are single-family detached, and it's important to note that for track 7 particularly, the minimum lot width is 60 feet. So I know that was a concern that was raised by the residents in the neighborhood meeting back on November 13th. The blue colors are townhomes, and so that's track 10, that's 116 units. Track 9B, which is 36. And then again, track 8 is not being changed with this action. So again, the PUD ordinance 5962 with minor modifications approved in 23 and 24 remain in effect. The major modification and associated future land use map amendments would add 19 dwelling units to the approved plan at track 12, which is 2.48 acres immediately to the east of Savannah Cottages, to the PUD for an amenity center to serve the multifamily and single-family uses throughout the development. It would assign specific uses to tracks 9A and 9B, which currently are shown under the currently adopted PUD as future development area, but it would define particularly 9B as townhome pod, 36 units. It would revise the layout to reflect the additional lands that have been added into the PUD, as well as to address comments that had been received through the city's Public Works Department during the site plan review for phase 1, which were apartments on the north side of Carpenter's Way, immediately west of Lakeland Park Drive in tracks 4 and 10. There were some roadway alignment issues related to and site visibility issues related to the proximity to the arch. So this revised layout plan cleans that up and creates a better layout and flow. And of course, too, as mentioned previously, the mix of dwelling units are revised as well, as shown on the screen. So the single-family detached go from 60 to 61. The townhome units go from 60 to 212. The multifamily units go from 834 to 700. And again, the new total cumulative dwelling unit total goes from 954 to 973. Again, as part of the revised PUD, there would be a set of exhibits that would also be adopted as part of that document that shows site circulation. The red is a revised alignment for a trail that would run along the southeast side of the townhomes proposed for track 10. That's an alternative cross-section, and so that is shown separately in the PUD document. We have the right-of-way, so the cross-sections that were approved with the 2022 adoption remain. This reflects changes based on the new layout to those cross-sections, but the cross-sections remain in an exhibit and would be adopted as part of the PUD. So they show street widths, buffers, street trees, the general requirements that would be required for each of the streets. Oh, thank you very much. We have the landscape buffers that are also as part of the plan. And so, as Mr. Kovacs noted, this was a change made at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting to require a 20-foot wide buffer along the south side of the Fairfield on the T townhome development. And as part of that, there would be a requirement or an intent to maintain 40 feet between building faces from Fairfield to the back of the new townhomes within track 10. But that was a change was made at the Planning and Zoning Board. Again, the cross sections for each of the landscape buffers continue to be adopted and would be part of the PUD document. The public comments that we've received to date and continue to receive related to traffic on Carpenter's Way at certain times of the day. Drainage issues is a huge concern of the residents in the neighborhood. A concern that 4 stories is not compatible with the neighborhood. No other 4-story structures are around, and that the request to keep the multifamily structures at 3 stories. There was a request that or a concern that a traffic signal at Wedgewood Estates Boulevard and Carpenter's Way may lead to additional traffic congestion, and that a roundabout would be a better fit to manage speed and traffic flow throughout the Carpenter's Way corridor. A comment was provided by the Audubon Oaks developer concerned that the 2 trash dumpsters that are shown on the exhibits would be too close to the Audubon Oaks' buildings. I'll note there that the trash enclosures themselves would be subject to relocation during the site plan review process and would have to comply with Public Works requirements. Comment that it is illogical to expect that the Lakeland Park Center Drive extension would solve the traffic problems when there's no funding to build the road currently programmed in the city's capital improvement plan. A request that Lakeland needs a financial guarantee that the developer will finish the project once it's started. Again, the recommendation for approval would net an increase of 19 dwelling units over the original PUD approval from 2022. It keeps the multifamily near the interstate away from the single-family detached dwellings within the community. It reduces uncertainty by eliminating the single-family attached options granted through the minor modifications in 2023 and 2024. So it cleans the slate, and we would have one master plan going forward. And then it would also increase connectivity to Lakeland Park Drive and the Lakeland Park Center Drive extensions through Track 7 and with the right-of-way dedications that were shown on the master plan. So jumping into the conditions again, Track 12, which was the additional 2.48 acres added to the east of Savannah Cottages. The Phase 2, 70,100 square foot assisted living facility would be replaced. The permitted uses for what we're calling Area W, which would be the PUD area, would allow for single-family detached uses in Tracks 1, 5, and 7. Track 6, again, is becoming part of the right-of-way dedication area for the Lakeland Park Drive extension. Single-family attached dwelling units would be allowed in Tracks 8, 9B, and 10, and multifamily residential uses would be allowed in Tracks 2, 3, 4, and 11. So primarily on the eastern part of the PUD, central and eastern part of the PUD area. So a number of the conditions related to the previously approved options by the Planning and Zoning Board would go away with this action. An amenity center would be identified for the multifamily residential uses in Track 12. Right-of-way donations would be dedicated through Tracks 6 and 9A. And again, 9A is to the north of Wedgewood Estates Boulevard, immediately adjacent to Douglas Cook Park. Now, kind of going in more granular level of the specific number of uses by tract, the single-family detached dwelling units in Tracks 1, 5, and 7 would be modified as follows. For Tracks 1, we would go from 14 to 17 single-family detached. Track 5 would go from 14 to 15 single-family detached dwelling units. Track 7 would be built with 29 single-family detached dwelling units. For Tracks 8, 9B, and 10, this is the townhome component. Tract 8 would have 60 single-family attached dwelling units. Tract 9B would have 36 townhome units. And Tract 10 would have 116 townhome units. And Tract 10 is the area south and east of Fairfield on the T. Multifamily residential uses allowed in Tracks 2, 3, 4, and 11. Track 2 would go from 230 to 240 apartment units. Track 3 would go from 154 to 60 multifamily dwelling units. Track 4 would be constructed with 280 multifamily dwelling units and really kind of broken out as its own separate tract. Tract 11 would be developed with 120 multifamily dwelling units. The PUD would also allow a transfer of units between the development tracts, and I think it's important to read this in just so that the public understands the intent behind this language. A maximum 5% increase in residential units may be permitted above the amount approved in any receiving tract, provided the total cumulative residential density for the development does not exceed 973 units. Any redistribution of units within this limit shall not require formal amendment to the approved PUD or development agreement, subject to staff level review and approval for consistency with the overall master plan and available infrastructure capacity. Residential units transferred between development tracts shall be the same residential use type, i.e. multifamily residential to multifamily residential or single-family detached residential to single-family detached residential. So it allows some movement depending on issues that arise during the permitting process, but the units have to be consistent to the areas that would be receiving that additional density. In terms of development standards, the maximum building height would be generally 3 stories. However, 4 stories would be allowed in tract 4. So that is something that is important to note here. We have updates to the exhibits to reflect the revised layout plan, and those are listed here. And again, that there would be a master amenity center that shall be located in tract 12, which is 2.48 acres on the north side of Carpenter's Way, just east of Savannah Cottage. Under transportation, LB would be modified to introduce the potential for a traffic signal at the Wedgwood Estates Boulevard Carpenter's Way intersection, subject to the submittal and approval of a traffic study by the applicant. We haven't received that traffic study yet, but the intent here is to have a traffic engineer not only review the information with 2025 traffic counts, but also provide us with recommendations on the best traffic control at this new intersection of the realigned Wedgwood Estates Boulevard, Heather Point Drive intersection with Carpenter's Way. In terms of major updates to the traffic study, because there will be a subsequent development agreement going forward that would address issues like concurrency vesting, impact fee credits, and the timing of the transportation mitigation measures in the PUD, we would be extending out the date beyond which the study would need to be updated from September 1st of 2027 to November 1st of 2035. So any of the building permits that would be requested after that date would require an updated traffic study to reflect current conditions at that time. In terms of bicycle pedestrian infrastructure, we also have a continued requirement for a sidewalk to connect along the south side of Carpenter's Way to connect with the new Wedgwood Estates Boulevard intersection to provide connectivity to Douglas Cook Park. And then again, this was at the request of the Planning and Zoning Board as well, is that condition M regarding the maintenance of trails, stormwater infrastructure, and common areas, that each development tract shall have a homeowners association, property owners association, or some other legal entity which shall be responsible for the perpetual maintenance of trails and common areas within the boundaries of the development tract. So that was an important comment that was received and addressed by the Planning and Zoning Board. Related to the buffering that Mr. Kovacs noted on the south side of Fairfield on the T, there was an additional condition that was added after the Planning and Zoning, or at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting in November, that states that for the buffering of single-family attached dwellings south of Fairfield on the T, an enhanced buffer is required between existing townhomes in Fairfield on the T and new single-family attached dwellings located in Tract 10 to provide a minimum separation distance of 40 feet between structures and 20 feet from rear lot line to rear lot line. A type B landscape buffer is shown in Exhibit W4B with a minimum width of 20 feet shall be installed along the southern property line of Fairfield on the T. Following first reading, and this is something that is being worked into the draft development agreement that would receive first hearing on January 5th, also is that instead of a transit shelter and bus bay being installed on Lakeland Park Drive at the entrance to tracks 3A and 3B, that it would just be the transit shelter. The requirement for a bus bay would be deleted from that condition.
Chuck, real quick question. And I was trying to go to find that amendment or that attachment on here. Can you briefly describe what that buffer is, or what qualifies as the landscape buffer for C2, please?
Sure. We'll go back to. So this is the landscape buffer B. It would include 4 canopy trees, 4 understory trees, and 50 shrubs to 2 and 3, and a 2 to 3 foot height berm. The shrubs would be placed in a natural or organic pattern. And so this is kind of the general planting requirement within that 20-foot wide buffer area. I will step back and show that this would apply to the south side of Fairfield on the T. And that was the reason for that specific language that was raised by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Follow up on that. So, and the requirement is canopy trees, so I can envision what that'll look like in 20 years. Do we have a requirement on when it's planted, a particular height or growth rate or anything to?
There's nothing at this point related to the specific timing of the installation of that buffer. It would be when construction begins on Track 10. That's generally how that would.
But I mean, so let's say they're going to plant an oak tree. I mean, do we have a requirement that the oak tree that is planted is a 4-year-old tree with a 6-inch diameter type of thing to start with, or it's just here's the tree and it'll grow?
It's generally worked out through the review process with Parks and Recreation Department. Okay. We rely on Stacy Smith and as the horticulturist to be able to give us the ideas of the exact location of the plantings and to provide guidance to the development team on the size of the plant material.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mann.
Thank you, Commissioner Music. That is exactly what I was thinking about. So, we're looking at an aerial position of the tops of the canopy. But if you're looking at your backyard and you used to see a golf course, long since not been a golf course, but there is going to be a 2 to 3 foot berm. So it's an elevation kind of, then a hedge.
Correct.
And above the hedge is the canopying trees.
That would be the intent.
Thank you.
Okay, continue, please.
I think we should be getting close to the end here.
But you're right.
I know at the first reading, there was also a question about school concurrency, and so on the screen is the finding of adequate capacity that was provided by the school district this year. It's also important to note that of course, the school district is in the middle of a rezoning evaluation, and so, for example, it looks like that most of Wedgewood, if not all of Wedgewood, would be in the Lake Gibson district, depending on what is ultimately approved by the school district. So there are changes afoot, starting with high schools and then kind of working to the other grade levels. But to address the comments that have been made, there is adequate capacity now at either the zoned or the adjacently zoned schools for all levels.
Are you finished then?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had some buffer pictures that were actually on our illustration at the end that were visual, that maybe they aren't on the end of yours. I'm on page 46.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
But, okay, I'm 247 just. Mm-hmm.
And there were cross sections in the existing PUD that aren't being modified, and so those continue forward as.
Very good. Okay.
So those include streets, trails.
Okay. Other questions by commissioners or comments? Yeah, Commissioner Madden.
Okay, so Chuck, thank you. I know we're going to hear from residents as well. I kind of want to bring in sort of a historical perspective we talked about on Friday, for those who were not here on Friday, that in the state of Florida, when someone purchases land, if the city does anything with regard to an ordinance or modification of the land that diminishes their ability to receive the benefit that they initially thought that they could have when they purchased that land, that is a Burt Harris infraction, and we're sued as a city. So number one, we can't just say no to a developer who's purchased a piece of property who has entitlements to build on that property. Is that correct?
I will look over to the city attorney to answer that one.
Yeah, that's generally correct. I mean, there's already entitlements on this property. What was it,
954.
954 units. So if you go below 954 units today, that would be a Burt Harris violation, and you'd have to pay for the decrease in property value. So really the focus of today's hearing is that difference between 954 and, was it
973.
973?
And so the purpose for having planning and zoning hearings and public hearings for the city commission is actually not as much to hear from the developer as it is to hear from the citizens, because throughout that process, we hear things from the people who live there, whose quality of life is changing and may, in their opinion, be disrupted, so that we can use the request for a modification, not just to bolster the developer's opportunity, but to leverage the request with an opportunity to add landscape, to study traffic, to think about things from a city perspective inside the project and even outside of the project that we can do for the benefits of our whole city, our whole community and neighborhoods. So I feel sometimes people think it's developer versus the citizens. Really, it's developer plus the citizens. Someone buys a piece of land, they have an opportunity to build. We live in the state of Florida, that we want them to be able to buy property and build property that's property rights. But property exists and people have a quality of life, and it's sad when you lose a view of a golf course. I think it's very sad. From the beginning, I knew that there would be disappointment, but I cannot prevent someone from buying that property and building on it. But what I can do is I can listen to every email I receive, and we can have public hearings at the planning and zoning and at the city commission meeting, and we can say, how can we work together to make this the best possible project without being unreasonable with regard to the developers? They have to sell the units. They have to recoup the money that's put into building all the roads and building all of the units. So also then add the city, who knows development's coming. They know that there's no one been using the golf course. It's probably going to sell. We know these residents will be sad to lose their green space. And so our Parks and Rec team, behind the scenes, is strategizing, because they look at all of where's residential growth happening. We love green space. We love trees. We love our environment. We love our quality of life. We love our lakes. How can we, as we see something diminishing, incorporate a city-owned park? So I hope that even, the residents would realize, we hate that they would lose a golf course view and the green grass. Could we retain the walking paths? Could we make that a part of this condition, that they have to maintain those walking paths? Oh, and then make sure those walking paths lead to a now city-owned green space that wasn't city-owned before, that will not be developed by more houses, that will not be developed by an assisted living facility or any other use, because the city was able to retain that green space in Cook Park in perpetuity, so that at least we know that we cannot prohibit development or purchase of land and building, but when we see it happening, we can start to scramble to work for a Lakeland Park Drive connection. And we can start to work towards having green space in a park for those neighbors. So I know we want to hear from the residents today about this particular project, but I think it's incumbent upon us to say, don't take any of this as we are not listening. I hope you see that city staff wants to allow development to occur, because that's what we believe in the state of Florida. But use the opportunity at every turn when they have a request for a change. How can we make it better, more beautiful, have more trees, allow for ponds, even stormwater ponds, to become ponds where birds and wildlife live? So I felt like it was important to take this moment to say, we want the quality of life both for the citizens who live there, by having a Cook Park accessible. We want to work on those traffics. It's not going to be tomorrow. I hope that we can get the roundabout. I hope we don't have to shut down Heather Point Drive, which I hope the folks on Heather Point Drive realize that we've worked with them as a city to be able to improve their road, even though it's a private road. The city is your voice. We want to help your neighborhood be the best possible quality that it can be. But we cannot, this is not a one side wins, one side loses. It's development or it's the people who live there. We hope that you see that this city staff, at every single turn, according to what we're always telling them to do, get to yes, but also use the yes as a leverage point to make sure our citizens have their waterways, have their wildlife, have their green space. And if it looks like it's diminishing, how can we augment those possibilities through Parks and Rec and through traffic and roads and other mitigation strategies? So that's just kind of my big picture.
And the townhomes are a great picture of that as well.
In coming down from 4 stories to 3 stories and the 20 buffer to the 40 feet buffer and a lot of things. So I know it's never perfect and I hated from the beginning. If I lived in your, beautiful view of the golf course, that would be very sad to lose that view. But I hope that the trees and the berm provide at least green and birds will still come and to those trees, and that it would be a better project because the city staff has been working on it and that the developers have been amenable and willing to work on it because that will benefit his future residents who live in the units he builds.
Yeah, I think that expresses very well the desire by all of us with respect to these kinds of matters, and so thank you, because that was eloquently done. Okay, other comments from commissioners? All right, then let's open up some citizens' comments, if we could. Oh, I'm sorry, did I?
I have one, yes.
Yes,
Just-
Commissioner
And I
Lamont.
appreciate you, Commissioner Madden, for saying that so eloquently and stuff. It's good to hear from some that there are going to be some concessions made. I think, and before we hear from them, the Wedgewood community has, they've raised legitimate documented concerns and stuff. I don't think any of them out there don't really not necessarily approve it. They know it's coming. I guess their concerns are, are actually some of mine as well as, they've had over 37 code enforcement issues that have gone on over and over and over. I'm sure we're going to hear from some citizens here who've experienced where, since they have not taken care of the drainage and the runoff and the stormwater and have negative back pressure, that they're losing their yard, and one gentleman is almost losing a pool. The stormwater conditions still out there are still unacceptable. The ponds are still overgrown. Water levels are unstable. Seawalls are following. At least one homeowner is at risk of losing his pool. I know for me personally, when I supported that CDD, it was based on the insurances from them that time that the infrastructure and stormwater would be addressed responsibly, and that has still not occurred. Under state concurrency requirements, the infrastructure, I know we're going to get to a point where these things will be done, but before anything can occur, even under the concurrency requirements, infrastructure must be adequate before development impacts do occur. My concerns are, I know it's coming. I'm just hoping that, I don't know what levers we can pull to ensure that they're going to do that. I mean, we went out of our way to listen to the concerns of both. We approved the CDD in order for them to gain the money in order to do these things, but they haven't even maintained the property, and that's very well documented that they have not.
Chuck, you had commented on this a little bit at our agenda study. Can you maybe respond to some of those concerns?
So in terms of maintenance, and Mr. Kovacs has some pictures to show some recent work that's been done by the developer on the property, but also the CDD is really almost a government entity that would be responsible for the funding and the implementation of the infrastructure within the CDD area, which does not include the entire PUD area. But one of the things that was key, and this was something that the Planning and Zoning Board had added to the conditions, was that there has to be a property owners or a homeowners association established for each tract to be able to maintain the common areas, including the drainage infrastructure, because that is obviously a major concern of the residents. The other thing that's important to note too is that through the technical review going forward, kind of a combination of subdivision plat review as well as site plan for the multifamily, is that those tracts would be permitted through Southwest Florida Water Management District. A lot of the neighborhood today was developed prior to Swift Mud being in existence, and that may be contributing some of the issues that we have out there. And so with permitting through Swift Mud, today, as well as the conditions, the revised conditions for the PUD, we believe that we've addressed as much as we can the concerns that the residents have.
And I appreciate that. That's going to definitely help moving forward. However, some of these have been in concurrence or have continued since 2022. I know that I have had the pleasure or not pleasure of walking many of these grounds and stuff and seen it. I mean, when it was under SJ&D or who owns it now, Scott House, whoever, the primary concern is they're not against, having this done. I mean, they understand that growth is coming. They're just not seeing any maintenance. I understand what the CDD was for, but some of those discussions that we had with them, we were assured that they would do a better job. There'd be a little bit more teeth in holding them accountable to make sure they're maintaining what he's got pictures of now are not in concurrence of what's been going on for the last 2 years.
And
it's a deep concern.
And something, if it's helpful, Mr. Kovacs does have some answers to the questions that have been raised by the commission. Prior to having public comment, it may be helpful to go through and take a look at the answers to those questions, because I think it may address some of.
Let's do that. Let's do that now.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chuck.
Good morning, Danny Kovacs again. I did want to reserve my time just to kind of go through some of the questions that have come up by the commission and the workshop. So I've actually got 12 total questions, but I'm going to jump right to the maintenance. And we do have some slides that we'll kind of go through these one at a time. So actually, let's start with the first one. We'll go through them. Excuse me, let me go back. Okay, so one of the questions was, will the developers sell the property in tracts? So we've discussed this internally, and this site is set up to where it could be sold in individual tracts or it could be sold in clusters. So in our perspective, and with what we've seen in today's market, if we have if there's a vertical townhome builder, he'll purchase the vertical. Now, the SJD, myself, Tract Engineering will be involved throughout this project as we go through the construction plans and documents and all that good stuff. So that will happen. We'll get the permits and then, of course, start construction. And the actual vertical developer will actually take it up from there after we get through our site approvals and get CFC on our property. So that's one of the main things. I also wanted to point out that as we've been working through the entire process over the last 3.5 years, there's been a lot of complexities to this project. So one being an offsite force main that has really, just to give you an idea, we're crossing the 4, right? We have two 10-inch lines designed right now and permitted with DOT to cross the 4. That took some time. Obviously, we had a lot of scrutiny from the city, from DOT. There's two firms that have been working on this project, Tract Engineering and Kimley Horn, to kind of flesh out all those issues. So that's been some of the I won't say delays, but some of the lengthy processes that we've gone through with this project. Going back to the tracts, single family will more likely go with one vertical developer, multifamily will go with one, possibly two, as we have 700 total. But again, we're gonna be involved with the construction plans. My firm will be working with the city directly. We also have Kimley Horn that will be helping us with some of the utilities. We also have Way Engineering as well. That's going to be helping us with the traffic. So we've got a lot of players involved that are going to really make this project, come to life and follow, supersede the codes that are in place right now. Has development changed hands? I've heard some rumor about this. I think it was even brought up at the workshop. So to answer your question, no. Scott House is the sole owner of SJD. He has been the owner since this project was purchased and has not changed. There were some other, let's call it, not even members really, some other folks that were involved early on that are no longer involved in this project, but the sole owner and principal is Scott House of SJD. Why were there significant layout changes? It was one of the questions we heard between the workshops and also at Planning Commission. So obviously as projects evolved, we've had some market studies, we've had some different conversations with city staff, working directly with transportation on the Lakeland Park Center Drive, working through all the challenges of the aligned intersection at Heather Point Drive and trying to find the best mechanism to bring those together and free up some of that traffic flow. So we've worked diligently with those folks, and we've got multiple traffic studies that have also taken place over the last 3.5 years with our final draft now with the approved methodology from Mr. Barmby in place right now that we expect to have early next week. So I know it's taken some time, but there's been a lot of This project is very complex. Anytime you have a redevelopment project, as you guys have seen over the years, it's complex. So we don't want to skip anything. We want to make sure everything is detailed and thorough. Okay, is the development ready to break ground? So to answer your question, yes. As soon as we get through this process, as a matter of fact, we have already in our office approved DOT signed force main plans to build the offsite force main. We're working with upper management at Water Utilities. We're working with Robbie and Gina and those folks, and we've discussed making the master lift station and the offsite force main its own phase 1 project. We want to do that. It works out for us because we need that infrastructure in before we can really get any of the on-site moving. That's a high component. And then also it works out for the city as there's some sharing agreements that we're going to be working with them on outside of this commission hearing and just to help improve the area as a whole. So that's our phase 1. As soon as we get through that process, and again, those plans are already approved by FDOT, Water Utilities just needs to take a second look, make sure no codes have changed since it's been about a little year and a half. But we don't expect a lot of changes, especially with the fact that we've already got a design approved across the 4. That's something that takes a lot of lift, and we want to make sure we follow the same proper channels. So to answer your question, yes, if we can get past this portion, and we can also get past the developers agreement, that, as you guys have noticed, taken some time. It hasn't come before you yet. We've continued it. And the reason we've continued it is because of the fact that we're working directly with transportation and Mr. Barmer to make sure that we're partnering with the city, that our developers, putting the boxes in check. We'll get into that at the next hearing, but there's a lot of things that are going to be happening within that DA that's going to help both the city and our development come to fruition. Okay, so I'll just kind of go back again on the complexities. So one of the questions that keeps coming up is why is this taking so long? I'm going to go back to the fact that we've been working with the city. It's come down to trying to find the best way to structure this DA, to structure what plans we already have approved now. And we've had some minor evolutions to our plan. As you can see, it's similar to what was there before, but of course, with market conditions, it's changed somewhat, which is why we're here today asking for this rezoning. But really, we've already started engineering on a good chunk of this project, and we've had to make some changes just because of the demands of the city. I shouldn't say demands, because of some of the partnering with the city, and also some of the updated codes that we've gone through. So again, I'll cite the complexity, the different redevelopment areas that we're doing, the DA that's going to be in place, which you guys will hear in January's hearing, and all that good stuff. But it's taken some time, but we are at a point now where our developer is ready to sign. The city has agreed with, or we have partnered with the city, and we've come to an agreement on those items, everything down to the funding, to how it's going to get built, all that good stuff. So I know it's taken some time, but all that stuff has been vetted, and we're ready to bring it to you guys now. Is the CD still in place? The CD, you mentioned that, Commissioner Leonard, you mentioned that you wanted to know why the CDD basically, why it's taken so long. So, and if the CDD is still a funding mechanism. So to answer your question, yes, the CDD is still on the project. All of tracks within Wedgwood are available to use the CDD. We do have some multifamily and we have single family. The CDD is a great funding tool. We've got a nice attorney that can really speak more about that. I think you heard from last time, his name is Jer. And we have bond market allocations that we can pull from. So really as we look at those processes, the multifamily developer can pull from those funds, the single family developer can pull from those funds, and so can the attached townhomes as well. So that's there and available. But the CDD is kind of on top, but then we'll also have the HOA and the Property Owners Association that will go in place. That's going to really dictate, the future stormwater requirements that we're bringing, the maintenance, the architectural standards, all those things. So they kind of go hand in hand, but that mechanism is there. It has not been removed from the property. What is the major component of this rezoning? I'll just briefly touch on that. I just wanted to home in on that today, outside of the other changes and the things that we're trying to improve, according to Commissioner Madden. We're really focusing on 9B and Track 12. Those are the two main changes in this design. The rest of it has been there with some minor modifications. Okay, so Mr. Barber already discussed this. I'll skip this slide, but essentially it's just talking about the townhomes and the buffers that we've in place. This is a good one. Okay, so maintenance and stormwater. So let's touch on this a little bit. So Wedgwood development, as you guys know, was built in 1970. Obviously, at that time, there was no stormwater requirements, and Mr. Barmy has hammered that home, and there were no real HOAs on the golf course, ironically. So we've got a community that has a golf course, which is open space at the time. It has stormwater ponds, but we also have multiple adjacent communities feeding this project. So, these stormwater ponds on SJD properties property is also taking stormwater from the surrounding communities, even some of the city's roads, et cetera. So in today's world, if we were starting this all over, we would have a master HOA that would incorporate all of these folks. There would be funding in place through assessments that would handle all that maintenance. So I just wanted to point that out there. That's not in place right out now. So really, we've got all of this stormwater coming to us, and we really, we don't have any master HOA that kind of regulates that. So we're trying to get there, obviously, with moving forward with this project. I also wanted to talk about some of the new designs that actually just came into place. As of December of this year, we have Senate Bill 7040. This bill, as you guys have probably seen, and it's been talked about, it's going to really strengthen one of the things that we're talking about today, the maintenance. The maintenance is in the bill. The cost estimates that have to go in before we even pull our permit are in this bill. We have to have all this stuff in place. So if we can get to that point and get our permits pulled, all those items will be in there, including the cost. So there's also improvements on the amount of flooding control we have to have on the project. Milton came through, we've all seen it. I've got multiple flood studies that we're working through right now, just making sure that, we're following those standards. So this Senate bill will really enhance those requirements, and it will apply to this project. So this is one of the ones, that will look at that. We've got a lot of folks that are currently right now trying to beat that deadline just because of some of the prior drainage. So we're going to follow those checks and balances, and that's really going to scrutinize this project. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's really going to add some code, some compliance. Go ahead.
So my question is, you own the property now. So why is it the maintenance not being done now? There was stormwater stuff put in place, and now it's become overgrown, and I physically have watched the water reroute itself because it's not been maintained. I appreciate you telling me about Senate Bill 730 and how that's going to strengthen it, but the simple fact of the matter is SJ&D has been the owner of this project since 2020, and now you're coming before me and asking for a modification. We've already approved one. And it was in my hopes, and when we strengthen that with a CDD, we're going to move forward. I understand things change, business models shift and stuff, but you're trying to get the concurrence or to get the agreement of the entire city commission. And to my thing, I think I'd rather have the support of the community rather than 7 of us up here voting, because there's really, we're limited. We're bound by law to approve and not create lawsuits and things. Our only thing that we can pretty much approve is either whether we increase the level or keep it the way it is. What I'm trying to see is every time you're explaining away, and no disrespect to you, sir, but I'm still not hearing the concerns of the citizen. And I know that they're going to get up here and talk. One thing I've learned, I think we've all learned when we become members of the commission, and probably especially the poor mayor, even this is his last meeting, he's had to do battle with many different things. We become lightning rods for our citizens to come and be the conduit and hear the deep concerns. We're not always going to create those win-wins, but at the CDD and today, I'm still hearing about what we're going to do in the future to ensure that these things are going to be made right. But since 2022, I've personally, physically seen since I came on the commission how maintenance standards and drainage standards have not been maintained at all by SJ&D. Tell me they're going to be strengthened by a Senate bill that hasn't been passed yet isn't really giving me good cause.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Lakeland. And Scott House is here today. I can certainly have him come up and address some of these questions after we hear from the public. I will state that according to SJD Development, they are actively maintaining the property as far as landscaping, mowing the golf course, et cetera. Now, there's been some times during the rainy season where some of us have to cut our properties, twice a week, even sometimes 3 times a week. That's obviously been something that they've had to work through. There's also some complexities to this, and we talked about this at the community meeting we had, where we have, certain structures that are not technically on our property, like inlets that are in some of the other communities that are overgrown, and we technically don't have rights to those. So what we do have rights to is the outlets that are coming into our ponds. And Chuck, if you don't mind, if you could present some of the pictures that were, and this was recently done, and so in full disclosure, but this is some of the things that the developer is working to help free up some of the flow. So once he gets the camera going there, so we can discuss that. But essentially, there's quite a bit of acreage on the property. I know that Mr. House is paying a landscape company to go out there and maintain the ponds. I know that there's been multiple calls, some code violations on landscaping, but none on stormwater, of course. So from what I'm being told, is those have been resolved within a matter of days. There's never been any type of penalty as far as financially or anything of that nature. So as we go through these, so this is just some of the things that were done. I mean, as we can see, the infrastructure is dated, right? So there's another complexity there. It's dated. That's a corrugated metal pipe, which we don't even use in today's world when it comes to development. These kind of things will get replaced, but in the interim, our developer is committed to, moving forward and keeping the community maintained, making sure that the water can flow, that there's no vegetation growing in the pipes, things of that nature. There should be a few more slides that'll kind of show you some of the improvements that have been done. So obviously that's heavily overgrown. Once he gets to the next photo, you'll see this is another inlet that will allow water to pass through the property. We heard some discussion about a swale behind one of the properties that we've also spent some time maintaining. There's another good example of how the pipes has been cleaned out. But again, this is all, goes down to, what we can really do to open this up is, really have our landscaper go in close, clean out the vegetation, make sure the water can flow. And, talking with Mr. House, that is something he's committed to do. So if we keep going through some of the slides, you'll see some of the improvements that we've done. So that's ongoing as, he's working on this and he wants to keep that up. But again, I can't stand here today and tell you we're going to start tomorrow. I wish we could, but we still have some more things we have to get through. Once we get through permitting, which will probably take another 6 to 8 months, by the time we get through all of our checks and balances in the process, we will be able to break ground. But in the interim, Mr. House has committed to, adding additional maintenance around the outlets, some of the inlets that are on our property. But again, I can't go to the adjacent communities and clean out their inlets. They have to do that themselves. So it gets a little dicey with some of the, ownership rights and things of that nature.
And I think to Commissioner Lalonde's point, it's about moving forward. So being aggressive to correct what has happened and not having that be present is very pivotal to the continued support. Okay, go ahead, please.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so this was a question I believe that was brought up by Sarah, our future mayor. There was a question about the Commissioner Madden, I apologize. There was an open space discussion. So this modification did reduce the open space slightly. Full disclosure, but we did check the densities. We still meet the 20% requirement. We're still exceeding it. But because we dropped it from 4 stories to 3 stories, we added some buildings to be able to accommodate that. But we also tried to scale the intensity down by using more townhomes versus multifamily. So yes, it did reduce it, but we still exceed what's required by City of Lakeland's Land Development Code. This is just basically kind of highlighting the code violations a little bit, just going off of SJE and their reporting. Yes, it has. You guys have received multiple calls. Mr. House has gotten all those calls on landscaping. There's been a lot of attention to this matter. I know that, from what Mr. House can attest to this as well, but the landscaping violations, there's never been an enforcement action on any of those. He's dealt with those, when they come in, and he's actually processed those. And I think Mr. Barmby can kind of echo that as well, just what he's heard from code compliance. And then just kind of echoing again the fact that, this development, once we get to that point, will be brought up to current code. We'll have all of the Swift Mud regulations. The new Swift Mud rules, Commissioner Ladden, are in effect as of December. So we will be following those requirements, which do follow some of the guidelines from that Senate bill. So, the additional flooding, the additional maintenance, the cost, all that good stuff that's in there, that will be in place when this project goes to permitting. Housing standards, this was already kind of talked through with you guys during the original presentation, but just single family townhomes, the minimum square footage is 1463 with 19 feet. Multifamilies will be from 3 and 4 stories. We've removed the two-story multifamily, so mainly 3 and 4 stories, but the 4 stories will be centralized around Carpenter's Way, so away from the existing residents as much as possible. Okay, so that's kind of a summary. So if you guys have any direct questions for me before we open it to the public, or if there's anything that I can touch on that might might address that.
Any commissioner questions? And let's listen to the public.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It was very comprehensive. So anyone from the public who wants to speak on this, please just come to the front and state your name, and we'd be happy to entertain your thoughts. If you can come to this lower podium, will that work, sir? Right there. Perfect.
My name's Don Hamilton. I live at 4137 Derby Drive. I'm retired Army with 100% disability, Vietnam vet. And when I left the Army, I went to work for the Department of Interior as an engineer. Now, to get to my point, in 2022, I went to a meeting at the clubhouse, and they had SJD Development had a couple of people there going over the plans. The plans looked very good, and I approved them. You know, I thought that was a great idea. Now they want to add 6 roads going on to Carpenter's Way, and the traffic on Carpenter's Way already is really bad. At certain times of the day, the traffic is backed up all the way past Staffordshire, and you can't even get on Carpenter's Way, and you cannot make from Staffordshire a left-hand turn on the Carpenter's Way because the traffic is so backed up. Now, I have issues with them. At that meeting at the clubhouse in 2022, I had talked to Jonathan Hall. I gave him my name, my number, and my address. And my concern was the seawall, because when they drain the pond, there's no longer back pressure on that seawall. And I was afraid of it collapsing. Now, the last hurricane we had, the seawall did collapse partially, which caused a lot of problems on my property. I have pictures here.
Jamie, can you grab those, please? Thank you.
There you go. This one and this.
Thank you.
The pictures show what's happened over the past year since the hurricane. My pool is right along that edge. And you can see the land is undermined on my lanai wall, and you see the pool beyond it. Now, I can't even swim in the pool because I'm afraid that if the wall continues and collapses while I'm in the pool, the pressure from the pool water will put me into the pond. Now, it's a shame. You know, I understand that the golf course is no longer open, and it's a shame because it is over 100 years old. And to me, that should be a historic piece of land, you know, as a golf course. But as a developer, I understand why he wants to develop it. But as far as the new plans come out, I think that's overdevelopment, especially when you're adding all these roads to Carpenter's Way. I've contacted FEMA about my problem, and they said they can't do anything because the seawall is not on my property. Was 18 inches from my property. Now it's 26 inches from my property. I also contacted the Army Corps of Engineers. I also contacted code enforcement. Now, code enforcement, they told me that they couldn't do anything because it was a civil matter. So now I've had to contact a lawyer, and I've had to hire an engineering company to come out to give a report on the wall. To me, getting anything else approved by this SJD company, and they haven't done anything at all, as far as I'm concerned, to help or show any kind of concern at all. I see Scott House is here today, and I'd like to ask him what he plans on doing about that wall.
All right, which you may, or he may answer publicly, or he might do that privately, and, that's, which is up to him.
Yeah, well, all right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am, come forward, please just state your name.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Beverly Copeland Inman. I live at 733 Carpenter's Way. I've lived there for going on 26 years. I have some serious questions about a lot of what I've heard this morning. They were talking about a master association with CDD and assessments. How can they support maintenance on this property when you only have 61 single-family homes and 212 townhomes? The majority of the inventory is apartments. You can't assess renters' assessments. Our other concern is the traffic study. The last traffic study was done in September of 2022. And since that time, a lot has happened in North Lakeland. And that traffic study is outdated, and it was based on 734 units, apartments, townhomes, and private homes. Now we're at 973. In that study, it was stated that traffic decreased in that area. Traffic has not decreased in that area since I moved there in 1999. Okay, so we're requesting a new traffic study because we need that roundabout. We definitely need the roundabout. When the school buses, we have school buses that stop 2 and 3 times, a couple times a day, morning and at night. And traffic backs up. If on both sides, if you've got an emergency vehicle, which we do have a lot of because we got assisted care facilities all along Carpenter's Way, they can't get through. There's no place for them to go. And last but not least, we're very concerned about the force main. I'm glad to hear that they finally got the permitting from FDOT, but I will call and verify that. Because we don't want to happen to us what has happened at another development that this developer owns. We don't want the city or the residents of Wedgewood community to have to pay to put in a force main. And that was something that should be a requirement because the current one is at capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Linda Sanchez Dowers. I reside at 4013 Chelsea Lane. My husband, Wayne Dowers, and I have been residents of Lakeland and Wedgewood Estates for over 30 years. I ask that the proposed ordinance number 25-050, amending ordinance number 4773, not be passed today. I understand that the passing of this amendment is inevitable, but I am asking for a continuance that will allow I understand that this amendment will allow the City of Lakeland and SJD Development to move forward with the proposed developer agreement, which was discussed at the December 1, 2025 City Commission meeting. This is a very large and complex development that still has many unresolved issues that SJD has not fully addressed to the satisfaction of those of us who live in the neighborhood, and issues which were also questioned by members of the City Commission at the December 21, 2025 meeting. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Okay.
Okay. While I appreciate Commissioner Madden's sentiments and Commissioner Lalonde's support, I do have, and I know that this development will happen. I will say that I have zero confidence that SJD will install the necessary infrastructure to ensure that our quality of life and enjoyment of our property is not greatly diminished more than it already has been since SJD has purchased the Wedgwood Golf Course. SJD has not demonstrated that they are good neighbors by not properly maintaining their lands to the point that their negligence has and continues to create situations where damaged retaining walls, weakened retention ponds, unkept retention ponds, overgrown vegetation, and in the case of my home, which is adjacent to Track 7, a rotting and dying oak tree, are all now public nuisances under the nuisance law of Florida. The Wedgwood Community Development District was created to govern, manage, and oversee SJD's use and operation of the property, but the CDD has been ineffective, and I believe the CDD has not held SJD responsible and accountable because the members of the CDD Supervisory Board includes Scott House and his friends and associates. The only thing that has happened in the past 3 years is a lot of talk and promises conveyed by SJD and its representative, which do not make them a good neighbor. Being a good neighbor is not contingent on PUD and city approvals. SJD and Scott House cannot handle the required basic tasks and have proven to be non-responsive, non-compliant, and ignored written requests only for us as the neighbors to have to take action after we have had to work and make continued efforts to force SJD and Scott House to maintain its property. If SJD cannot even take responsibility for problems that cost a few $100s to resolve, how can we trust that SJD and Scott House will fix problems that will cost thousands and or millions of dollars? While I appreciate all that the City of Lakeland has been doing to make sure that we, the residents, can try and maintain the quality of life and that our property values will continue to appreciate, moving forward at this stage, I think is premature. And I believe that doing so today will not only be a disservice to the residents of the City of Lakeland, but also to the incoming commission that will start in January, because they are the ones who are going to have to deal with any of these other problems and issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Before I start my time, could I ask that the gentleman bring up the graph that shows the zonings for 9B,
the zones themselves?
Yeah, which shows the buffers, the buffer zones? Before I start my time?
We can do that.
I have to say this is the first time I've ever seen this map. That's why I have to ask that. Yeah, that one.
Is that the one you want?
Yes, please. I'm Mike Wagner. I live at 4240 Staffordshire Drive. My wife Tracy and I have lived there for over 20 years. I was really relieved to hear what Commissioner Madden said about, when you consider developments like this, your property is next to mine, and we have to ensure that the quality of life is good for both parties. Rezoning the property that's 9B from residential medium from residential low to residential medium, does not improve my quality of life. It improves the profitability of the developer and them alone. And I'm going to get to that in just a minute. When this project was presented to you in 2022, they presented 9B as a green space. You may not recall that, but you approved it. It was a green space. In fact, they made this whole community sound like it was going to be the celebration of Polk County with all these linear parks and beautiful. And now, if you look at that, I don't see linear parks. I don't see beauty there. I see profitability for one person. And he's in this room right now. And they haven't been a very good neighbor. Scott House has not been a very good neighbor to us. In particular, I'm going to get to you about one area that affected me personally. During Milton, because they have not maintained that property back there, the water came right down, and my wife Tracy and I were up till 3 o'clock in the morning bailing water out of our lanai into our sink. It had never happened in 20 years. I'll tell you why it happened, because right behind our house, behind our lot, there's a drainage ditch. It's not been maintained. The water, it's been covered up. That water came right off the golf course and into our backyard, into our lanai, and we were bailing water till 3 o'clock in the morning to keep it. Now, Mayor Mutt said, well, we should just go forward, we should move forward, and we should just trust this developer. He has not earned our trust. And now the main point I'm going to make is you're probably going to approve this. I would ask two things. Don't approve this. But B, why don't you give us the maximum amount of green space there, of buffer? They're going to put the smallest buffer they can there with a white vinyl fence. That's going to be our buffer. That when we used to look at this beautiful golf course, and now we get the minimum buffer and a white vinyl fence. That doesn't help us. That's not improving our quality of life at all. It helps maybe the city of Lakeland. I don't know. It helps this developer. It definitely helps Mr. House because he makes more money. Secondly, the roundabout shouldn't go away in place of a stoplight. That doesn't help anybody. And the traffic's already a mess. And my final point is, why do you have to decide this today? I mean, you have 15 days left in the month, and then I understand a new board of commissioners are coming in. You don't have your complete board. Why don't you just table this for a minute? Don't approve it today. Think about it. And then why don't you revisit this? Instead of it being residential, helping them by making it, they can put more buildings. They're adding 36 townhomes that can be up to 3 stories. Now, they say they're only going to be 2 stories, but they could be up to 3 stories. Now, right now, I have a view of my swimming pool, and the sun sets. It's this beautiful, unbelievable sunset. It's gone. I'm never going to see that again with a townhouse. If you kept it the way it was, residential medium density or residential low density, it'd be a single family home there. You know, you said in this that the Burt Harris doesn't allow you to diminish the value of a property that's purchased. You know, you can't diminish the value after a developer buys a property. Well, why do you have to make changes that help increase the value to the developer while at the same time decreasing the property value of the current people that live here in this neighborhood? That's being fair to us. That's improving the quality of life for us and for them. With that, I'll pass.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Patty Larinaga, and we live on Derby Drive, 3901 Derby Drive, and we've lived there for 22 years. Most of the concerns that have been spoke today, I 100% have the same thing, so I'm going to try not belittle those. Most of us in the community bought many years ago, and we bought into a beautiful golf course residential area. The entrances off of 98 and Lakeland Hills Boulevard is a very small winding road, Carpenter's Way. It doesn't have space to be made larger. So when we were told that the golf course was going to be sold, we were told that they were going to maintain the integrity of our home and our neighborhood. Every time we come in here, there's more and more buildings, higher buildings, smaller buffers, and we are very concerned. We were hoping that we would be able to expand what the lifestyle that we're living now, and most of us have invested our life savings into our homes. Our community is being changed every year we've come in here, and I live where it buffers up against I-4. We've been told that there were going to be apartments there. We were told later that there were going to be townhouses. We were told later there were going to be ponds. We were told that there were going to be single-family homes. It keeps changing and changing. We have lost confidence with SJD. I know that the statement was made, let's move forward, but you have to have confidence in who's going to be taking care of your community. We have had floods along Derby Drive. There were, I believe, 41 water intrusions the last hurricane season. It's not because they've been taking care of little drain holes. It's far beyond little drain holes being cleaned. The ponds, there are coyotes living in the ponds, in the brush, in the ponds beyond our home. We see them, we videotaped them. That's how big the brush is. The storm drains can't reach the ponds any longer. The culverts are so overgrown that the water is rerouting, and it's rerouting into our homes. I know going forward, that isn't a problem, but my parcel behind my house, they're talking about 4 years. For 4 years, we're not to worry about the rerouting of the water coming into our homes. The other issue I have is Derby Drive. They said that they were going to put a street behind us. I think it's parcel 7. And they said that they were going to be of equal value. The lot lines, they have crammed so many homes into that the lot lines are back to back. I don't even think you could get a little mower through them almost. That is not comparable to the value of our homes. We're concerned about that, and we're concerned about the road coming out onto the Lakeland Park. The traffic that's going to bring to our neighborhood, people cutting through to get over to Best Buy and so forth. Again, I know that moving forward is probably the best way to look, but we have lost full confidence. SJD has not given us the confidence. I did speak to them personally a couple times, why they weren't developing, and I did speak to Scott, and he told me that the market wasn't great. So that just tells me that they're looking for their own improvements and their own value of what they can do. But what about us? We know that the housing is not what it was 4 years ago when they bought the properties. We're afraid they're going to build all these apartments and that they're going to sit vacant because there's not a housing need like there was 4 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor and members of City Commission. My name is David DeMarce, and I'm the owner of Audubon Oaks Apartments at 4350 Audubon Oaks Circle, as well as Gibson Oaks Apartments at 130 Willow Oak Lane. I'm here representing 648 residents who live directly within and adjacent to this project. I have two main points to discuss today. First, the building height. This plan has gone through many iterations, and at the September Planning and Zoning Board meeting, I was encouraged to see that no multifamily buildings were proposed at 4 stories. Since that meeting, however, the plan has changed again, and 7 multifamily buildings have now been increased to 4 stories. Although earlier versions included 4-story buildings, the plan before you today allows the opportunity to refine the project. In this residential context, limiting apartment buildings to 3 stories would better align with the surrounding single-family homes and low-scale apartment communities. 3-story buildings already allow for reasonable density, while maintaining compatible with the surrounding community, including Audubon Oaks. 4 stories do not improve livability. They simply maximize unit count at the expense of neighborhood character. I respectfully ask the council to require a maximum building height of 3 stories. This would remove approximately 70 units, yet the project would still remain well above the alternate density previously approved by council in 2024, making this a reasonable accommodation that still allows the development to move forward. Second, traffic in the roundabout. The original traffic study for this project was approved in September of 2022, analyzing 1,208 units, and included a realigned intersection with a roundabout. An updated trip memorandum was completed in May of this year, analyzing an optional reduced development of 734 units, and assumed a 2-way stop control instead of the previously proposed roundabout. The current plan now proposes approximately 973 units, which is materially higher than what was analyzed earlier this year. Because the development agreement will incorporate a traffic study as an exhibit, it is important that the study actually reflects the unit count and intersection design being approved today, which I think they brought it up that it's going to be updated. Roundabouts perform better at traffic volumes grow, which is especially important given the size and long-term build-out of this project. As the council considers the final design of this development, I respectfully ask that the roundabout be required to ensure safety, efficiency, and compatibility with the surrounding residential community. In closing, I want to be clear that we are not opposed to development. We are developers ourselves, and we understand the importance of thoughtful growth. Our request is simply that this project be designed in a way that fits within the existing residential community, protects nearby residents, and reflects sound planning principles. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Wes Steiger, and I live at the corner of Derby and Staffordshire. Mark's my neighbor, so is Dawn. I just wanted to start out by saying, it was wonderful seeing this meeting start out with a recognition of the Daughters of the American Revolution. 100 years in Florida, 100, in 1960, there were 1 million people in the entire state, 1 million in the entire state. Polk County's getting close to 3/4 of that number right now. But Lakeland had that. Traffic studies in Lakeland were, horses and carts? I think Bartow had a Ford dealership. You know something about Ford dealerships, right? And our neighborhood's 196 feet above sea level. But we're talking about flooding. Mark had flooding. Stan, the guy straight across the street from me, he's owned it 35 years. Over $100,000 worth of uninsured damage because of flooding. The water had no place to go. When the eye passed by us, all that water came straight into his house. 4 feet off the ground, everything in the house had to be gutted. Everything was gone. Furniture, everything. And, for a 92-year-old guy, that's sort of brutal, But, Wedgwood was 100 years old and development has to happen and it's been approved. And, David's a great example of a good neighbor, good development, really top-notch facility, really a compliment to the neighborhood. It was scrubland before he came in. He's really turned it into something nice. And like Commissioner Madden said, it is a good neighborhood. But, it's something about when the answer is longer than the question, I start to doubt the answer and not the question. And when we're talking about maintenance and good, neighbors, the fact that, people keep coming back to the table asking for more and more and more and more. And, a beautiful pool home is now going to have attached townhomes behind him. I mean, it's got to happen. To have somebody build a house behind your house, but when you have a really nice pool home and now you're like staring up at a 2-story attached, that's just not cool, So I support good development and David is a fine example of that. And we welcome more good development in there. It's going to happen. We welcome that. But good development is different than just asking and asking and asking and not meeting the minimum requirement that even got you to the table. So that's, what I have to offer. And I really appreciate, I'm part of that Jewish community here in Lakeland. And, our synagogue is close to 100 years old. In Florida, a synagogue close to 100 years old. That's crazy amazing. And Lester Wisnowski, I guess us long-term people, guy had a heart of pure gold. And, definitely a huge piece. I've lived all over the world, but I've always maintained my house here in Florida, in Lakeland, because that's my home, So I appreciate your time, appreciate what you guys are doing and ladies are doing. It really means a lot to us, and, keep up the good work. Thanks.
You. Thanks very much. It's a race to the front. One of you can go.
Go.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Andrew Bendel, 208 Heather Point Drive. We obviously recognise the original approval planned for 954 dwelling units. Subsequent proposals reduced that to 652, which was going to be a big improvement in terms of housing density and in particular traffic flow. The latest at 973 is totally in the wrong direction. Since the last public hearing, we've received and reviewed the traffic study, but just cannot believe the claimed acceptable and minimal impact on traffic flow. The statistics are there, they just don't seem to bear any relationship to what's happening at the moment. With over 2,000 vehicles added with this development, given commuter journeys, school buses, etc., the proposed road modifications are totally inadequate. We've heard about 6 entries onto Carpenter's Way, questions of stop signs or traffic lights or roundabout. But an example, an existing local resident in Heather Point Drive recently had a journey time of an hour from Heather Point to Dixieland. It's just crazy, the current level. You add another 2,000 vehicles in the area, and it's just going to be unacceptable. We really look to the city to look at bringing on additional road structures around the development alongside what is being proposed by SJD themselves to ease the flow in the whole area. Going back, I really appreciate Commissioner Lakeland's concerns about maintenance. We hear that eventually there will be HRAs in place and so on to maintain the property going forward. But our concerns are right now, looking back over the last few years and looking forward to the next few years while the development is in process. We have no confidence in the developer in maintaining the existing property, making sure that the soakaways are working correctly, preventing flooding, preventing deterioration of culverts, seawall structures, and so on. And lastly, the infrastructure costs. There is a massive upfront investment on infrastructure to support this development. If there is a downturn, there's a downturn at the moment in housing prices. Don't know how long that's going to continue. But if that does continue, if the developer struggles to sell homes to fund that developing, what's going to happen? We've seen with another development in Polk County, Greenleaf, where existing homeowners are being asked to fund infrastructure costs brought about by a development not of their instigation, and that's now imposing significant costs on those existing homeowners. We would like to have the commissions and the cities undertaking that should this development fail, having invested in those infrastructure costs, that those costs are not going to be put on to existing homeowners, and that it's shared by the city as a city improvement. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Gina Ward, 4037 Derby Drive. Again, thank you so much for hearing us. A lot of the comments and concerns that I have already been spoken, so I'll be brief. But SJD does not want to take ownership of the ponds until they're regulated to do so. The former golf course maintained them because he wanted to be a good neighbor. And I believe that if Scott House wanted to make friends with all the people that he's going to impact, he would want to at least maintain them. If it's going to take 2.5 years to build, there's not going to be an HOA to help him be regulated to take care of what we have existing that's already a concern. And again, they don't want to do anything until they're regulated. Again, my heart goes out to Mr. Hamilton, who's losing his pool, not being able to use his pool due to concerns. And there's no more water left in that seawall area. There's nothing to hold the walls up. His yard's going to go. Again, this is something that could have been mitigated a long time ago, but now there's 20-foot trees in that pond, and I just live 2 houses from that. So I've already had damage that we've already repaired probably about 8 years ago. The community wish list is that we don't want to see this new urban development that's going to be 4 feet from my pool enclosure. I just realized probably about 2 months ago that we live in this beautiful suburban neighborhood, and now we're going to get a Hyde Park or some other very close-knit housing, and maybe millennials like that. I like my green space. I like to look out and enjoy the wildlife that we've been afforded for years. So the only way that we can get these single-family homes to live right up behind an urban development, and a berm's not going to do it, nor is some buffering, that's all that's planned for the single-family homes, is they've always been talking about utilizing the existing golf cart paths. That is the farthest away from my home. I would much rather have a buffer, a walking trail, a buffer, a road, and then the houses. I think that's the only way you're going to be able to take an urban development and let it cohesively live in a suburban area that's been developed for years. And that's never been listened to. It just always, the drawings always show that backyard with that 15-foot setback is going to be in my backyard. Those lots are so narrow that I'm only going to have something 2-story behind my property. And then I have no privacy whatsoever. But if you create this beautiful buffer, walking path, buffer, then a road, you've totally separated 2 very different living conditions so that we can live cohesively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from the public?
Good morning. My name's Dennis Grice. I live at 707 Carpenter's Way, number 21, the Fairfield community. I'm also the HOA president there. A few comments we have are the concerns about the buffer. The buffer, I live on the southeast set of townhomes, and my property line is only 10 foot behind my house. I bought it that way 20 years ago, but I had a golf course out there, so it didn't really matter. Now, you know, at the meeting with the planning and zoning, they did request that there's a 20-foot buffer. So my 10 feet plus that 20 foot ends up about close as me to the mayor. So it's still not a lot of room, but better than it was. But we still have concerns about at one time it was an apartment 100 yards away. Then there was a road, then there was a pond, then there was townhouses on some of us. Now there's townhouses completely behind that neighborhood on my side, on the south side of Fairfield. The other comment is traffic. Can we? Now we have some pictures there, and this was done on Friday, 4:30, 5 o'clock. So obviously that's a killer time, but that's an everyday occurrence, 2 or 3 times, sometimes a day on that highway, because there's a bottleneck at the interstate where they installed half of a road. So there's a 3-way stop there. So traffic goes, go, stop, go, stop. So when it gets down to our coming out, there's just enough room not to get out. And then on the other end of the thing, down at Walgreens, if anybody's been in that area, there's a 4-way stop there that's a nightmare and a half. So the roundabout right there where they're gonna put the Wedgewood, great idea. They still need to do something about it. I would say nothing gets built until Lakeland Park Center is complete. Give them a thing to go from, they're trying to go from this side to that side. My final comment is about storm drains. We have 4 storm drains. One is completely clogged now, dirt all the way to the top. It goes down to another one, and their other ones are slow. I called the city said, not our property, we can't do it. Until I'm gonna have to get people to put money in of our association to dig that out, but I don't know where it goes. It goes to a pond somewhere that's not gonna be there anymore. So what's gonna happen to that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other comments? Yes.
My name is Jeff Brown. Live with my wife at 740 Carpenter's Way. We have the only house on Carpenter's Way, the only single family house. We've enjoyed our time there, enjoyed the view out the back. I can relate to my neighbor Mike, who lives 2 doors down from me, enjoying the sunsets and so forth. The nice wide open view, and to have new dwellings behind us. We're just not crazy about that at all. And the traffic, I want to echo the feelings of my fellow neighbors. The traffic is already nuts, especially with when school's in session. I mean, I can't even back out of my own driveway. Sometimes I have to pull out, I have to turn around, pull out front ways. And even then, sometimes it takes me 5 to 10 minutes just to get out of my own driveway onto Carpenter's Way. I do not see how this development is going to improve anything with regard to traffic. Even with the roundabout, I just don't see it. And the other concern I have is our property values. I don't see it. I've heard it at the other meetings at the previous golf club that, it's going to enhance our property values. I don't see it. So I would definitely like to see that area behind our house which is on the green, next to the former seventh hole. So that's just got to stay open, and have a greenery maintained. I'm not exactly sure what else could go in there that would be more desirable, but I would definitely not this. And then plus the construction, just about all of my neighbors along, next to me down in Staffordshire, we all have pools. And I just can't imagine the amount of dirt that's going to wind up in our pool with all that construction going on, especially on a windy day. I mean, we would have mud in the bottom of our pool. And I mean, pools aren't cheap to maintain anyway. So I would ask that at least the part of the program, part of the request for this development behind us not be approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
My name is Naquaisha Coward, and y'all please forgive me what I'm about to say. I've been a resident here for a very long time, and I know I do not live in the Wedgwood area, but I actually agree with a lot of the residents that are here today. That is considered correct me if I'm wrong, a bi-directional road? What kind of road is that? One way coming, one way going? Nobody?
Mr. Barmby.
Two-lane directional road. The road is too small. There is no way, there's no way you can have that extra development over 900 people or families. The road is too small, first and foremost. A roundabout wouldn't even be feasible for that area. And I wear multiple hats, so when I come to you as I'm a substitute teacher, knowing that none of the middle schools in the area have capacity for those children, what are we going to do there? What are we going to do with the additional families and the additional children? Polk County School Boards already have a lot of children substituting, and knowing I'm going into a classroom and there are already almost 25 children per one teacher. I can't even imagine what our middle schools are going to do if none of the middle schools, I took a picture of it, have capacity for the children in that area. Secondly, if I take off that hat, I'm also a CNA, and I've worked with a lot of elderly. And I've had the pleasure of going to Wedgwood, and it's a very nice area without all of the traffic. And I think that if I speak for those who are older than me, I think that being able to come out your home and have that peace is nice, especially when you've lived a long life. I think that you want to come home and you want to relax, knowing that, yes, there'll be a high-rise apartment behind you or multiple families. I can see where she was uncomfortable knowing I don't have any privacy. So maybe if that area is developed, maybe there needs to be a consideration, or maybe those need to be single-family homes at least, but high-rise apartments, I can understand how she'd feel. I would want my comfort and my privacy if I go in my backyard. So I think that knowing we want to build up our city is great, but traffic has become terrible. And I'm in my mid-30s, and to know I've been here all my life, and before it would take 10 minutes to get from one side of town to the other, and now it takes almost 40. I can't even imagine what the traffic is gonna look like once that area is developed. A roundabout is not even good enough. The road has to be expanded. It's gonna turn into Pipkin. the road has to be expanded. That is no other way. And please forgive me, for those who are older than me, I know everybody's probably still driving, but I think that you're building up an area, you have younger people speeding, you have older people driving a little bit slower. There's gonna be some conflicts. There's gonna be some.
That's just work being done on another floor.
Oh, okay. I didn't do it. So I think that, and even with the nursing homes and the older people, what are we gonna do when there's an emergency? 911 needs to be called. The lanes aren't big enough. There are definitely gonna be issues with transportation if there's an emergency. The fire department, the police need to come out. 911 gets called. I think that there's some safety issues with that as well. The road has to be expanded. It can't be, it's too small. If you're gonna develop it and have an extra 900 families, we need to expand the road like it is in Pipkin right now. There's no way. A roundabout, I mean, they're willing to accept a roundabout, but the road is bad. I mean, a roundabout, if we can take that, great, but the roads have to be expanded. There's no way that you can add an extra 900 families and the roads aren't expanded. So, thank you.
Thank you. Come on down, sir.
Good morning.
Actually, now we're afternoon, yeah.
It just goes to show y'all been here since 9 o'clock, and I'm really tired. Now, my name is Don Brown. I live across from this planned unit development that they are proposing to build. My concern is not so much about how high a building is and all of that. I'm concerned about the master HOA. My concern is that if you don't do the maintenance now, when they get this thing built, you know who it's going to be on? If any maintenance is going to be done, it's going to be on the residents of that HOA. They will have to absorb the cost of anything that happens. Now, we can sit here and debate all of this other, I shouldn't say what was coming to my mind. But we can sit here and play around with it, but as people have indicated, they've been out there 20, 30 years, they are becoming older. And if we suddenly have to pay for all of the stuff that they're complaining about, it's coming out of their pockets. If they are not having income increase over the years, and I understand it's going to be about 2.5 more years before it can be constructed, they're going to have a problem. I'm a landlord. And when things affect my hip pocket, you know what I do? I go up on my rent. Simple. What you think is going to happen to all of these people? Let's be careful. And we want to have affordable housing. We want to have more housings being built. But think about what you're going to do to the people who are increasingly getting older. Think about that.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments at all? All right, that brings us back then to the commission. Is there anything else on a presentation basis as a response that you want to make? Anyone, including Mr. Barnby? Yeah. Please just state your name, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Scott House, President SJD, owner of Wedgwood. Just want to quickly respond to some of this because I think it's gone through a lot and people are saying, why aren't you developing the property? Why haven't you done it? Because I haven't been able to get a permit for the property for 3 years. since I was given the entitlement in December 5th. And there's reasons behind that. There's a lot of traffic issues out there with the straightening of Heather Point Drive, getting my approvals with the DOT to come under I-4, an open DA that was put in my PUD at the end of 22 that I had to, we had to come to an agreement with the city, which we still, we just got to an agreement. So it's not a lack of me wanting to do it. Matter of fact, I have, as a developer, you have to pay interest on your money. You have to maintain the property. It is not a lack of wanting to do it. It's a lack of not being able to do it. Just can't get a permit. So as soon as we can get an approval of this and then get into January and I can get my DA approved, I'm ready to go. We have our DOT permit for a 10-inch line under I-4, which was a miracle. I believe we finally reached an agreement with the city on the DA. I also want to say that as far as maintenance goes, I agree with a lot of the residents that are up here. We do have a drainage issue on Wedgwood that I inherited when I purchased this property. It is a very old property. It has never had any regulations from Swift Mud or anyone to maintain these culverts or to redo the water drainage systems and so on. So I bought it. Yes, I'm the latest buyer, but this has been owned by many people, and none of them have solved this problem. This problem has been ongoing, and the only way to solve it is tons of excavation, tons of water management, which you have to develop to do that. I have to get a permit to break ground to fix the issues that are out there. So it's not a lack of, Mr. House doesn't want to do it because, he doesn't have to per code, which is true, but that's not the case. I can't solve this problem that is 70 years old without going in the ground with excavation equipment. I can't get a permit to build the first residential home. How am I going to get an excavator in there to redo the whole water drainage system? So that takes time. So in defense of that, the other thing, as a developer, I do take failed golf courses and I redevelop them. Wedgwood, I'm not taking the golf course, and I've explained this in many city hearings. I'm not taking the golf course. The golf course failed. I bought a failed golf course, and the golf course was not in good shape. It wasn't Pebble Beach out at Wedgwood. It was terrible. And they played, I believe I let Mr. Shin use it till April after 22, and he just got as much as he could, and then we closed the golf course up. And as a developer, I'm not maintaining a golf course. I'm maintaining raw land. It's not a golf course anymore. And that's sometimes a mental thing that neighbors need to understand. I have a standard for raw land that you mow the grass and you get your permits and you start construction. I had no idea it would be 3 years later in maintaining this course to get to that point. But I agree completely, and we've kind of listened to the neighbors, and we want to do these culverts. We want to, mow this land because it is taking so much time. And that really is probably my fault, that I should have hired a professional landscaper earlier. I had my own team who did other golf courses for me. We do raw land for the most part, so we don't really have water issues and so on when we do our other golf courses. But I will say this, we hired a professional group last December that's been out there to maintain the course. I have given them direction after we've had these city meetings and we've heard the neighbors, and now we're cleaning the culverts. We're, trying our best to do the best water management of what's out there, which is still deficient. It's deficient. Mowing grass, cleaning under a bridge, or clearing out a culvert, I'm glad to do that, but it's still going to be a deficient project until I can get an excavator in there and bring it up to Swift Mud standards. That's really where we are. What was the other? I'm just trying to address the issues. I apologize. What was the other thing?
If I can chime in.
Go ahead, chime in.
Perfect. Thank you, Scott. And thank you, members of the commission and also from the public. That was great. We appreciate everybody's feedback. Before I get into the list of questions, and thank you, Scott, for kind of, really identifying the fact that we need to pull a permit, bring heavy equipment in there to solve these issues, because really that's reality, right? This stuff was installed in the 70s. It's decayed, it's deficient. We need to bring new infrastructure in. But I did want to discuss, we did go through the Planning Commission and a community meeting, and I actually pulled up the last set of comments that we had from Planning Commission, and we did continue the hearing then as well, and I heard continuance a couple of times. I know that's being requested by the residents, but we've gone down this road already, and I did go back through all the tapes yesterday, all the way back from the first Planning Commission to today, so we're trying to work with the citizens and help, bring this into something that's a partner versus, we're not trying to just take away green space, but obviously, it was mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, we do have, my client does have developer rights, and we're trying to work with the community to exercise those rights, but still do it in a good way. Okay, so I'm going to go down the list here. There was a question about the size of the trees on the buffer, I think by Commissioner Leyland. It's 2-inch caliper at the time of planning. That's city code. Commissioner Madden, but that's city code. So we'll follow Parks and Rec, as Mr. Barmby said. The force main future growth, we touched on that earlier. That'll be fully funded by the developer. The existing residents will not pay anything to that expense. A lot of these comments that were made about traffic and the traffic studies, I wanted to correct a couple of folks. It was 954 originally. We had a zone option in place, which gave us the 734 units. We never took away that other zoning, and I just wanted to kind of put up on the screen here, if you guys can view that. This is the before and after of where we were in 2022 and where we are today. I'm hearing a lot of comments about changes and things of that nature, but the compatibility is actually improved based on what we've seen, and also the city trying to match some of the existing areas. Even some of the areas around Derby Drive, you can see the red is the 2022, and behind it is our new design in gray. And as you can see, there's really nothing shading through there. It's the same design. So that area hasn't changed. We do have a buffer there that's been there since 2022, and that's going to stay in place. So I just wanted to kind of discuss that a little bit. Audubon Oaks made a comment about the 4 stories. We did have 4 stories right against Audubon Oaks. We have reduced most of the site to 3 stories. It was a decision during the Planning Commission to actually, we wanted to go all 3 stories. It's more marketable. We may not even build the 4 stories, but because of the fact that we retracted some of the density and we worked with Fairfield to really be compatible with those folks, we did ask to have the 4-story near Carpenter's Way, so that's actually still less intensity than it was before. There was a discussion about the buffer. I wanted to remind everyone in the room that, it is 40 feet from building to building. That's what we do public right-of-ways at, right? So we're not talking, an arm's length buffer. We're talking something pretty intense with a 20-foot buffer, and then that's going to be heavily forested. We have the live oaks, canopy trees, and then we also have the 20-foot between the buildings on top of that. So that's 40 feet. That's typically what we use to design public right-of-ways. And then there was one last comment about the master HOA I'll touch on. Sorry, 2 more. The HOA will only affect the residents of Wedgwood. As you guys already know, we're not going to be assigning an HOA to the existing residents. And also the CDD, same premise. All the rules and regs will follow based on everything we have to do to meet state protocols. Lastly, there was a discussion, I was at a resident that discussed construction activities. You guys already know this. We'll have BMP measures in place during construction. There's a state permit that's required that keeps all of our contractors in check. So I think I addressed, I believe, all of the concerns of the public, but if there was anything I missed, I'd be happy to address it.
All right, Scott, any final comment?
I just want to give my commitment, Mr. Commissioners, to the city, to the neighbors, that we will intensify our landscaping, and we will make sure that culverts and all the water management that we can control with the ponds and so on, we will take care of it going forward, for sure.
Okay, I appreciate that as a public commitment.
And with that, we'll close, and we look forward to your favorable vote. Is it appropriate for a resident to repeat what they just said?
We do a 1 round.
They have 2 rounds. Why do we have 2?
Because I decide, okay? And we have 1 round with comments from residents.
They had a chance to reply.
Excuse me. And the reason that we do a reply is so that your addressed concerns can be addressed by them. Otherwise, we would not know, and you would not know what their intentions are. So I'm not trying to make this difficult. I'm just trying to make it roundabout. But otherwise, we could spend all day doing circles and discussions. And so if there is, let me do it this way, I'll answer you differently. If there's a unique, not yet mentioned point that somebody wants to bring up that they'd love to hear a response to, which they would be able to do, please raise your hand and let me know what that point is, and then we could make a decision on whether or not.
Mr. Mayor, along those lines, I just want to point out that we are on proposed ordinance 25049, which is the comp plan amendment.
And a lot of these comments have been on 50.
Yeah, and so we have the PUD ordinance actually, which we have not actually read into the record yet and open for a public hearing. So there would be an opportunity for comments that have not been heard yet.
That's a good flap. So since we have 2 rounds, you do have another round in the next ordinance to be able to make comments, okay? Let's just hold it till then. All right. Chuck, any final comment to us?
Just following up on what Mr. Davis said, the land use amendment request right now is a small scale to change future land use designation from residential low to residential medium, and major modification of PUD zoning on 8.48 acres at 752 Carpenter's Way. That's tracks 9A and 9B. Then also a small scale map amendment, change future land use designation from RM, which is residential medium, to residential high, including a major modification at the PUD on 2.48 acres located at 503 Carpenter's Way. So those are the 2 small scale map amendments that would be decided first.
Okay. We can do some commissioner comments. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and sharing today. These types of development proposals are always challenging. This one has been from the beginning back in 2022. And I see a number of issues that are raised, and some of them I think fall under that good neighbor category. So, Mr. House, I appreciate some of the things you shared. Some others, Chuck, I think will be addressed in the development agreement. I know there are things that are brought up that's your job as the city team to work through some of these concerns and questions and suggestions to see, do they fit into a development agreement? You can comment on that in just a second. And from where I sit, I think this plan is better than the original one in 2022. I know I had a lot of concerns back then about the number of multifamily, the density, and so if we did not pass this, and we talked about this the last time, Chuck, that what has been approved remains in place. So it's not a question of this or nothing. It still holds the original proposal with those modifications, those options, right? Those are options.
Correct.
It doesn't require the developer to exercise those. So just trying to step back and think of all of this. I know it's difficult. I know it's challenging to envision when there's nothing on land, this type of development. But I do appreciate your team and everything that you have gone through, and you're working through these details. And as Commissioner Madden mentioned, I think correctly, you are trying your best to incorporate the concerns, the feedback, just the resident input that you have heard throughout this process and you've heard today. So just my thoughts, Mayor. And
they're wonderful comments and appropriate. And listen, we don't think for a second we don't hear those comments and concerns and respect them. We do. It's just part of the process that we have to go through. That's also why we also have to underscore planning and zoning has done, and the city staff alongside them has done a arduous amount of work to get to where we are now. And so our goal is just to make certain that there's not something else being missed that should be addressed in the process of this. And I think it is a benefit to the developers who have had some patience in getting to where we need to be getting on a permitting process as well, if in fact this is going to move forward. So I appreciate that comment. And our goal is to have you have the green parks and the trails in between, that are surround that area. And I am a huge roundabout proponent personally, and so it makes a big, big difference. And I know there is a large pressure to consider that in the process of this on the staff side as well. All right, any other comments? Commissioner Lalonde.
Yes, Mayor. So we are 25-049, correct?
Yes, sir.
Chuck? This is pretty much reference only to 9A and 9B, correct?
Yes, sir.
9A, 9B, and track 12.
And track 12. Thank you. I was just confused. I think I had heard Commissioner McLeod refer mostly to 2505, which would be the planned unit development change.
Which would also be the majority of our comments as well.
Correct. We would just be, the vote would be 9A, 9B, adding it right now. We had already done an original improvement in 2022, so this is just some modifications. Thank you. I just wanted for my clarity.
Any other comments from commissioners?
No.
All right, this is a roll call vote, and I think you're up on this one first.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye. So that is a 5-1. That brings us to 925-050.
All right, that is proposed ordinance number 25-050, an ordinance relating to zoning, making findings, amending ordinance 4773 as amended to provide for a major modification in plan unit development PUD zoning to allow 36 single-family attached townhome dwelling units on approximately 8.48 acres, allow a clubhouse amenity center on approximately 2.48 acres, increase the maximum number of single-family detached dwelling units from 14 to 17 on approximately 19.02 acres, adopt a new site development plan, and reduce the maximum number of single-family detached dwelling units from 46 to 44 on approximately 33.24 acres, and adopt a new site plan to allow 116 single-family attached townhome dwelling units and 700 multifamily dwelling units on approximately 57.74 acres of property generally located north of Interstate 4, south of Heather Point Drive, east and west of Carpenter's Way, and south of Wedgwood Estates Boulevard, providing conditions, finding conformity with the comprehensive plan, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
And a second.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you.
And get into that mic or I'll get in trouble. Okay.
They moved it around a while ago. There again, I appreciate everybody being here to say the least. Excuse me. And I appreciate our developer being here. I'm hoping that what he says is what he's going to do. You know, we have a lot of commitments to different things, and invariably, when you redevelop a golf course, you're grabbing a lot of problems you don't really know you're going to have until you get them. And I sincerely hope that you're going to uphold what you're saying you're going to do for these residents, that you can back it up. That's all I really have to say at this point.
Other comments from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Madden.
If I could have Chuck stand, just, from your professional opinion, do you feel like this is a better product for the residents here because of the modifications and the things that you've been able to do throughout this process? Certainly, it's been a lengthy process on the developer's side. That does contribute to the explanation of waiting 3 years to get approval processes, to be able to get that force main under I-4 is a Herculean task that will ultimately affect the entire area for the good. And from our perspective, we're hopeful that we're using the process to make it a better project, to consider the residents, to let them be heard throughout this whole process. But we also know that delays, it's another 3 years of things not being fixed and things not being able to go forward. And so we're put into a position here we want to have as many of the citizen requests heard as possible, as many modifications that can be made, without unduly delaying the process so that there's more things left unkept and there's not a way for the developer to realize some funds of some buildings, some houses, to be able to then reinvest in the property to make some of these things happen. So in your professional opinion, going through this for 3 years with this developer, do you feel this project is a better project at the end of the day, that voices were heard, that residents' suggestions did apply into some modifications that were made?
For the record, Chuck Barnby with Community Economic Development. I do believe that the revised plan that's presented here today is a better plan than what was adopted back in 2022. I think a lot of the concerns about particularly the street connections to Carpenter's Way, I think the compatibility with the adjacent units, it's a better layout, a better plan overall. I think the one issue that we still have to address, and the commission, we'll be taking this up on January 5th and 20th, is a development agreement. I think the transportation conditions and implementing what is in the PUD is going to be key. And as part of that is going to be not only funding from the developer, but also city commitments that would be necessary to implement that development agreement. So I think the transportation issues are still very critical. We've heard everybody on that, but they still are very critical and are going to be part of that development agreement discussion, which is 2 hearings before this commission. But I go back to the layout is better. We're talking 19 additional units relative to what was approved back in 2022. We're getting right-of-way dedications built into the plan for Lakeland Park Drive extension, which is an additional 2 lanes between Carpenter's Way and US 98. A big concern would be is to try to 4-lane or do anything to widen Carpenter's Way, because that actually, if you think about the worst thing you can do in terms of connectivity to Douglas Cook Park or some of the other amenities are being built into the development, you don't want folks to have to cross 4 lanes of traffic to be able to do that. And so having those 2 additional lanes, which had been in the planning stages since 2007, is very important to provide that connectivity. And so I think that the buffer changes that were made at the Planning and Zoning Board, the additional language related to the maintenance of the common areas, as also recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board, add a lot of, I would say, certainty compared to where we were with the plan that was approved 3 years ago. So yes, this is a better plan than what was originally adopted by the commission.
And if this was not favorable today, it would revert to the plan that's not as favorable.
The plan that exists today, the adopted PUD is still in effect with the options that were approved by the Planning and Zoning Board in 23 and 24 through the minor modifications through the P&Z.
Okay, and then going forward, if this is approved, what is the best advocacy for the residents with regard to flooding and traffic? Would that be reaching out to SwiftMud because they're going to be a part of the process of figuring out the stormwater for this new project? Would it be FDOT with regard to the road modifications? What's the best steps for the residents who've made progress but don't feel like the progress is still where they want it? Who is the best advocate for them in this regard?
I would say that it's the city and SwiftMud on flooding, city on transportation. Really, DOT doesn't have a stake in the transportation component of this, but it's the city. And so we will continue to be the points of contact when it comes to the implementation of the project and what may or may not be happening on site as the project progresses forward. And that's not unlike other developments that we have, particularly, for folks to remember the engagement we had with the neighbors out at Hawthorne. There were issues with buffering, tree damage, other things. Staff worked directly with those homeowners and we believe addressed those concerns. This is the same type of situation that we would be seeing here with Wedgwood moving forward.
Commissioner Lund.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My concern here is, as much as you say we get to this PUD stuff, I guess there's still plenty more work to do that. And yes, that'll be directly SwiftMud and the City of Lakeland. My concern with this is that you're saying this is the better plan. And I understand the reason why you are, as far as the density and the lowering of some numbers, and we're only increasing 19 numbers. But just as like the same reason why I just voted no on 25.049, we just took away Track A, 9A, 9B, and 12. So now you're removing more green space out of the area, but yet we're adding 19, so.
And so for clarification, if it helps, the tracks 9A and 9B were adopted as part of the PUD's future development area. So it wasn't green space, it was a holding area for future development to be determined at some point down the road, which is.
That's down the road. The original thing that we approved in 2022 did not include 9A, 9B, and or track 12, or 6 additional lanes adding more traffic into the in and out of Wedgwood.
And track 12, just for clarification, was always set aside for an assisted living facility, 70,000 square feet, give or take. And so that's being replaced with the amenity center for the multifamily.
And quite honestly, I was never really opposed to track 12. I thought that could work, especially with the amenities and stuff. But my concern is track 9A, 9B, the wetland area that's just up slightly above that. That has a lot, that should just, well, my opinion is my opinion, right? I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to balance in the middle, where it's going to be honoring to all. There's not one citizen here that doesn't agree that there needs to be development in order to bring life back to that. I don't think anyone is opposed to that part, but they want it to be done where it's going to be honoring to all. You know, I mean, we've had commitments as far as maintenance and stuff. I'm hopeful that Mr. House here is recommitted to that stuff. I see that some work being done, but I don't see how that could, I mean, you've been doing this a lot longer than I have, but what's better for what we appear as a plan, is that necessarily better for the citizen that resides there?
One other thing, and just following up on the maintenance of the infrastructure, when this project moves forward through site plan, of course, there will be the SWIFT MUD review and approval, the city review and approval, but depending on how the tracks are developed, we would likely also end up needing to have a master plat, at which point the property owners association or the homeowners association would be established, because, you know, with a development of this size and this complex, being able to lay out those interconnection points between those tracks, laying out the common drainage system and all of the other infrastructure that will be needed to support the project is going to require that extra step in the process. And so there are some other safeguards in there that will be able to help assure that, you know, the proper permitting and the proper ongoing maintenance would occur as soon as we start getting the plans under development and approved.
Could you please restate again when we will visit these PUDs, the PUD agreements on this?
So the development agreements for transportation would be scheduled, if continued today, would be scheduled for January 5th and January 20th. They require 2 full hearings before the City Commission.
Thank you.
Other comments from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Music.
Thank you. Mr. House and the development team certainly has a lot of work to do. Talk is cheap, so to say that something is going to be done, especially when they've seen for the last couple of years things not being done to the level that they want. So I think continued action on your part is going to just be important to build that trust, because when we look at a developmental site and we look at the culverts that are used, when this development is done, it is going to be, you know, from the stormwater situation, at least I believe and I'm confident that SWIFT MUD and the permits that are going to be required are going to be positive. I'm not a huge fan, and it's not part of this, I'm not a huge fan of the approving something that, well, it's you know, this, we're going to approve this size, but maybe we can approve, you know, that size. I think of things we've done in the past, the Publix parking lot, right? It's like, well, okay, at some time in the future, we're going to do a building or do a development. And I always struggle a little bit with that, because parameters give people confidence. And to know that it's only going to be 3 stories, they can deal with that. And even if it turns out that it's 4 stories, they can deal with that if they know, right? It's the unknown that gives people the discomfort. It's the talk that, yes, we're going to be out there and we're going to mow it, and they look and they see it's not, is tough. And, you know, I know that he has the right to develop certain things, so I'm with Commissioner Madden. Let's fight and make sure that we are giving the best thing that we can do. And there's unknowns. You know, we had a storm come through with Milton that we haven't had that kind of water in my lifetime. So where that water goes, sometimes nobody knows. So to be able to take that time to redevelop it and go through with the development team, I think is just important. But it's just, you've not given the citizens of that community comfort, and that's an uphill battle that you have. So I'm hopeful for you over the next couple of years, because developers, that's just what they do. What the word, right? They are developing. They're taking something that was non-functioning that went into business, and they're going to redevelop it. It doesn't do him any good to build something that doesn't bring a proper balance to everybody, because that's not the goal of a developer. He doesn't live there, so obviously you guys have a different point of view. But I think that I appreciate the tenacity in which we pull this apart and try to, you know, make the best situation that we can for the residents. So just continue to be out there and show the citizens, right? You've got years and time ahead of you. So, hopefully the confidence that they build in you is because they see you out there doing something, so.
And if this passes and the DA's done in January, that gives all the confidence you need to be able to get going. And listen, we understand 3.5, 4 years of pain of not seeing anything happen and the difficulty it is to be able to watch that and feel assured. So to us, it's important to hear him say publicly that that is not something that they would do. So that's important. And of course, as you're saying, doing is the measure. And that's true. Other comments from commissioners? All right, any other comments you want to make, Chuck, before we go forward?
No additional comments from staff.
Okay. And any comments from the public? And trying to think about it this way, on things we haven't talked about yet with respect to this project. We can do that. Let's do one at a time. And we have to do it at the mic. I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Harlem Turner, and so I've been sitting here listening to everyone. And so Kathleen, North Kathleen, maybe about a quarter mile coming back south on the left-hand side. Y'all know where that new development is at, right? Mm-hmm. They just built a new, right down there from the fire station, the new fire station we have, right? Mm-hmm. So when that hurricane hit, right, all them beautiful $300,000 homes were built, right? And everybody just buying them up out there. And guess what? The developer did not protect the ones that bought the home there. It was so flooded out there, they had to bust the back of the fence, brand new fence. They had to tear down. Nobody cared about those folks. They couldn't even get into their houses. So I'm sitting up and listen. And sometimes what we forget is you took your money, invested your money into that because you wanted to make a profit from that. But what about the people's? Look at how those people's lives was uprooted during that hurricane. Look what they lost. They didn't get back. The developers done gone now. So I don't blame these folks in here for speaking their mind about how they feel about developing. You understand me? It's all kinds of ways. I come from the construction world. I built some of the major buildings in Tampa throughout the United States. And I know that it's always better, there's always another way of doing something the way you got it planned. There's another way. You talking about 3-story condos and all this stuff. You don't have to build a 3-story condominium. You go build a single-story condominium to keep the neighborhood. I hear you talking about the golf cart. I hear you talking about trees. But look at the people's life that you all up here playing with. You all ain't one of the ones that's suffering. So I don't care if you get mad at me for the way I use these words. It doesn't matter. I didn't come in for you to like me now. But I'm saying to you all got to stop this, what you're doing, and think about somebody else or put yourself in their shoes. I'm coming back at the end of this meeting, and I got something to say to everybody that ain't not going to be pleasant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Yes, please come up, sir.
Something I've never heard anybody discuss is on Staffordshire Drive, there's a drain, road drain, that drains directly into the pond behind my house. And on Derby Drive, there's a road drain that drains into the same pond. So that's why there's always water in that pond. Last week, we had 2 inches of rain, and I know this because my pool raised 2 inches. And that I checked to see, and there's a lot of water in that pond. Now, they plan on building a house in that same area where the pond used to be. So that means they're gonna have to fill it in with dirt, Leon landfill. What are they gonna do with the drains that are draining into that pond? And if they divert it someplace else, what's going to happen to it then? And they're going to have a ditch 25 feet deep to lay the pipes so they can get drainage. That's it.
Actually, there's a positive value probably for you as a neighborhood in this, because since there wasn't any stormwater planning in 1970 when that was done, this requires that, will require that. But that would be part of this whole process of approval going forward.
Can we get your name, sir, again, for the record?
Don Hamilton?
Don Hamilton. Sorry. Any other comments? Yes, that are unique to what we've talked about this morning.
Excuse me, Mayor. I believe
And
she
that's-
still needs
She what?
Mr. Turner's name.
No,
Harlem Turner, she has. No, she hasn't. Go ahead, ma'am, go ahead.
I apologize, Mayor.
Beverly Copeland Inman again. I have two questions because I've never gotten an answer to. First of all, they're touting the fact of a master association to handle all the maintenance of this project. 61 homes, are the townhomes going to be rentals or are they going to be for sale? We know the apartments can't be assessed, and that's the majority of their inventory. So that's what my question is.
So you want to make a response? I think you may have covered that on the last recap.
Thank you, Beverly. So to answer your question, the townhomes are proposed to be fee simple. So we're going to keep it as fee simple and they'll be platted. And of course, as we talked about before, the apartments, if the vertical developer would like to use those bond proceeds from the CDD, he's able to. Thank you.
So I think the concern is, does any of that responsibility flip back to the homeowners, existing homeowners?
No, the existing homeowners will not be affected. I apologize. Yeah, only the new residents will be affected by the CDD. As a matter of fact, we can't annex any existing home into a CDD. It's by law.
Does that address your concern? Yes or no? Yeah, okay, good. Yes, it is. You're doing a great job.
My name's David Stevens. I live at 707 Carpenter's Way in unit number 48. We've obviously, in our history, it goes back to 1985, we've been through several developers. Buildings have been started and not finished. And so I'm concerned about the $300,000 purportedly townhouses that are going to be built south of one of our buildings. And that is, if this gentleman starts the construction project, scars up the land, has several townhouses that are started and not completed, and sales are not what he expects, if he decides to just fold his tent and walk away and declare bankruptcy, is there some sort of performance bond that's going to be involved here to ensure that those units do get completed and not just left abandoned and detract from everybody else's value? Is there something like a performance bond involved here?
The city requires performance bonds for the construction of infrastructure. So if they're building infrastructure and that's uncompleted, then the city draws on the performance bond to complete that infrastructure. We do not require bonds for the private portion of that construction. So, for example, the actual units, we would not have a performance bond for that.
All right, well then, I think I've got a valid concern, because just in my development alone, which was supposed to be 60 units, ended up being 47, but 2 different buildings were started there 2 different times by 2 different developers who didn't complete them and just turned and walked away. And so it detracted everybody else from everybody else's value. And right now, the market is very uncertain. And this gentleman starts building in 6 or 8 months, and the market continues to worsen. I mean, we've got 2 units in our development, 47 units, that haven't been sold in almost a year. They've been on the market. So these are only $200,000 units. So if he's going to have $300,000 units and they don't sell like he thinks they are, we may end up with another walkaway, and a whole bunch of people's property values in Fairfield on the T are going to be devalued by the lack of completion of construction south of them. That's my only comment.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
So I'm Mike Wagner. I live at 4240 Staffordshire Drive. I was not aware that these would be two separate issues voted upon.
Not a problem.
And I would have saved my comments for this one. Just a couple of things. You know, I realize that the developer said that he bought a failed golf course, and I agree. I mean, I played golf there, and it was deteriorating, wasn't maintained. But then he said he develops raw land, and that's his normal way that he develops. Well, in this case, he bought a golf course that is ingrained in a community and then failed to take care of that. And one of the ways he could have done that to show that he was a good neighbor is the lakes. The lakes are worse. They've degraded horribly since he purchased this golf course. They're overgrown. The banks of them, you can't even really see that there's a lake anymore. And when they came in front of you, they said that they were going to make these lakes beautiful because they all had not been maintained for 20 plus years, and he was going to rebuild them and make them beautiful. There's been 3 years to do it. They haven't been touched, not once. Not one lake has been touched. Commissioner Madden asked this gentleman here, and maybe he can answer it. Is the plan better now than what was approved in 2022? And I'm going to specifically relate to Section 9A and 9B. This gentleman purchased a tract of land, and it was zoned in a particular way. And he said that he hasn't been able to get approval, and that's why it's taken so long. Well, you kind of keep moving the goalposts. You bought it zoned one way. Okay, develop it as it's zoned, but instead, why and who does that benefit? He's tried to change the zoning to make it more profitable. And I understand, I'm a capitalist. We're all capitalists. I mean, not all of us, but the majority of us are. He wants to maximize his profits, but at our expense. That doesn't sound fair to me. So maybe this gentleman could answer me, what is better about changing from residential low density to residential medium density, and specifically about 9A and 9B? And who does it benefit? With that, I'll yield.
Okay. Do you mind, Mr. Barnaby?
Sure. For the record, Chuck Barnaby, the Community Economic Development. I think that in terms of this particular plan, what it does is the single-family attached product is compatible with the surrounding land uses. It does allow for additional density, but it also allows for the realignment of Wedgwood Estates Boulevard with a set development plan with access points that support that realignment of Wedgwood to Carpenter's Way. So that provides a known as opposed to a future development, which could have been an ALF or some other type of facility that may or may not have been as compatible or may have had their own external impacts. And so that's where this is where a difference between green space, a green piece of land with an entitlement versus a known entitlement. I think it's better because then it fills out the rest of the plan and allows PUD to move forward in more of a consolidated fashion.
So there's an inevitability about what would go on that green space for later.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other comments from the audience at all? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Sanchez Dowers. I reside at 4013 Chelsea Lane, Lakeland, with my husband Wayne Dowers, and we've been there for over 30 years. I want to first, for the record, my earlier comment during the proposed 25049, I would like for that to also stand for this proposed 25050.
It does.
And in addition, on a more personal note, my earlier comment really was a general comment overall. But now this comment is more on a personal note. As I stated earlier, there is a dying and rotting tree that is adjacent, and the root system has encroached onto our property. We have not been able to use that section. We have a fence, and because of that root system and that dying tree, we've had to divert the fence away from the tree. So we are not able to use 100% of the property that we own. I understand that this is not a code enforcement hearing, but I did file a complaint with code enforcement, and it has been, unfortunately, there have been some errors made, and so then it has been reinstated, and because of whatever administrative action, clerical things that had to happen, I was not able to speak or have a hearing about this tree. Mr. House, as he has stated that a lot of the actions he was not able to take because he did not have a permit. Unless I am mistaken, I do not think that he would need to have a permit to remove a dead and rotting oak tree from his personal property, which has the very strong possibility of creating damage and is a liability against my property and the people who live in and around my home. There are 2 on-record written arborist reports from professional licensed arborists that state that this tree needs to be removed, and he still has not done so. So I'm using this platform for the record that that tree is a public nuisance, and I would like to have it removed. And at the very least, he would have to remove it anyway should he start building the 2 lots that are adjacent to my 120 square foot lot that are
Adjoining.
that back up against track 7 where he intends to build, or a builder who he would probably sell to would build 2 homes that would overlook my land. So I don't understand why he can't just go ahead and take care of this simple problem. He doesn't need a permit to do that. Thank you.
Understood, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Laquisha Coward. I was coming because the property that, I know this is, I'm trying to stay in line with what the conversation is, but so the development that's trying to be built, I think that, and tying with the housing authority, knowing that they want to build that senior community there, I think that this would be an opportunity to build a senior development instead of the mix of the different communities. I think that that would be an opportunity to build up for seniors, and, you know, the development where they're pushing all these single families and mixed families from that property on Kettles, that would be a great opportunity for them to rebuild that back up for those that are in the community. So I think that if there was a switch swap in the way the development would be going versus with housing and this developer, I think that that honestly would be a great opportunity, or a great, so that nobody kind of loses out. Secondly, I was kind of informed, but I'm not 100% sure, but I think that it is a great opportunity to know that this property is, or the owners here have the opportunity to choose whether they want to be a part of the HOA, or they get the opportunity to choose, right? You get the opportunity to choose to be a part of.
No,
No?
no. They won't be part of it.
No?
No.
Okay. Because I know that if the HOA is who pays in, the people in the community pay into the HOA, and anything that they need on their property, they're responsible for building that up. So, no?
No.
No issues?
No issues.
No? So, okay, well, I'm here to ask questions and say what I gotta say. So what is that money, as a homeowner, all the money that they're pouring into the HOA, where do those fees go?
There is not an HOA for it today.
It's not?
No, that'll be formed later.
Okay, so there isn't?
Right, it's not. Okay. Any other comments at all from the public? Okay, any other closing questions by the commission on this? None? Mr. Lalonde is...
He'll be back in just a second.
Just a second, okay. Any response? Yes, no.
I think a lot of the questions I think we've addressed. I want to invite Mr. House up. He wanted to address one of the residents.
Okay.
Tell you how granular I get here. My name's Scott House again. How are you?
All right.
This, I think she talked about a tree. My landscaper did call me about this tree. We did get a code enforcement complaint. We did see an arborist write a short paragraph that the tree needed to be removed. My landscaper hired another arborist to come out, and that arborist did about a 2-page report saying the tree was fine, and there was no reason to remove it. It was healthy, and so we didn't remove it. And code enforcement took the complaint and closed the case. But I'll go back with my landscaper and revisit this and see. I like to preserve our trees. Sure. Because in our new development, if we don't want to bulldoze everything. We want to keep as much these mature trees out there as possible. Laurel oaks are considered trash trees, but not to me. I mean, I try to keep as much as possible. So we fight sometimes when people want trees removed and so on, but I'll revisit this case.
Okay.
Okay,
thank you. And code enforcement's the right place to handle that. All right, so any other comments at all? And none from the commission? So we were taking a look at proposal 25050, amending ordinance 4773. And we are voting on that in roll call order, and we will start with Commissioner Music.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to vote yes, and I want you to understand that we're counting on this developer to live up to his words, and Chuck's got to be his responsibility to totally overlook this as well, so you'll get a better development than you had.
Commissioner Lalonde?
Sorry, I was
yes
sneaking
or
a
no?
sandwich.
The motion's to approve the ordinance.
Yes, I do have one quick question. On this
No,
PUD.
no, we're voting right now.
Okay, great. No.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye. So it is a 5-1. Thank you very, very much for your time today. Appreciate it very much. That brings us to item number 10. Go ahead for the reading, sir.
Yes, item number 10 is proposed ordinance number 25-051. Excuse me. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida relating to the city's stormwater utility, making findings, providing for an amended fee schedule, amending the unit of measurement used to determine an equivalent residential unit or ERU, amending the credit provided for qualifying on-site stormwater facilities, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
All right, is there a motion to approve? There may not be, this is for stormwater.
This is
Number 10.
number 10,
Yes.
motion to approve.
Motion to approve, okay, and is there a second? There's no second? All right, then we don't have a motion.
Well, I mean, there could be a motion to deny as well.
Okay, is there a motion to deny?
I'll make a motion to deny this proposed amendment 25-051.
Second.
And discussion by the commission. Yes,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Mayor. We've had a lot of discussion on this one. We had more on Friday, and I go back to what I said when this came up the first time. I would like to see LADC, I know Steve Scruggs is not here today, but mentioned having ideas and wanting and being willing to work with staff on possible other scenarios and what the fee schedule, what that structure could look like. After hearing from businesses such as Publix and Saddle Creek and even Bonnet Springs Park on Friday, how that could impact them, I'd really like to send it back to staff with a sense of urgency priority that we want this to come back as quickly as possible. We know that there is a tremendous need that needs to be solved, almost $70 million in projects, and so we recognize that. But I would like to take that extra time and just make sure that we have fully exhausted all of those different options and potential solutions, particularly as it relates to the commercial customers.
And City Manager Shrells just kind of wrap what that might entail.
Well, and that's, the question that I have, Mr. Mayor, with that direction. I mean, we have consulted, with the LEDC. We even created a different option to recommend, and none of that, gained their support. So if we're unable to reach consensus with them, then at what point and how do we bring that back if we don't reach agreement?
Yes,
And
Commissioner
I think
McLeod.
just my thoughts on that, Sean, is if you came back and said, we've spent several weeks, we have looked through different solutions, and here we are, that may be something that we have to consider, that we're back in the same spot. But if it's another month or a couple of weeks, in the grand scheme of this entire discussion and approach, I would be okay with that. And then we could evaluate, okay, how do we move forward?
Commissioner Madden.
Thank you, Mayor. So I similarly, from the beginning, you know my thoughts. Since this was shown to me in a one-on-one, I felt like that our biggest, job creators and commercial partners were carrying a heavy burden, with regard to up to 300% increases. And, it seems like the residential, $2.50 extra a month is absolutely palatable. And certainly we had a lot of residents who flooded. We want to see our stormwater system improved, echoing my colleague Commissioner McLeod's comments about the $70 million. I know we have to utilize this particular study. I know it seems fast to us, but for Lori and her team, they've been working since 2023. Trying to figure out the figures and working with the consultant on the fair way, according to state statute, how we come up with an ERU, have a monthly fee, and then if we offer any tax incentives. But because the formula that we used adversely affect a certain number of customers, if we could take the time to look at those specific customers and see, is there any mitigation strategy to lower that threshold of 300% increase? I mean, I don't think anyone thinks that that's fair to go up to a 300%, 200%, 130% increase. So to me, it's just like when we do a wage study or anything else, you have a fair study applied to go throughout your 2,600 person organization. And then you have to say there's going to be some human collateral at the end of that fair study. And then you focus in and you go towards those who were adversely affected by the fair study. To me, that's my goal, is to look at, yes, we've had a fair study. Yes, it sounds like it's definitely needed. Our consultant in Friday's agenda study explained how we come up with ERU and impervious build out and development is contributing to the stormwater and flooding problems. But those people also, our businesses, are doing just what we're asking now, this new development. This new development is going to be forced by SWIFMUD, and it sounds like a Senate bill is going to make it even more stringent to invest at millions of dollars stormwater mitigation. Is that person also then required to pay a 300% increase on our restructuring and fortifying ditches and culverts and pipes in areas that did not have the same strategies? I see this a lot with downtown development. You have buildings. The current landowner can do nothing, completely derelict, and then the next owner has to get every single code that's been updated, and make sure that that building's not gonna fall over. And it is phenomenally expensive to retrofit and do that. That's where we are in our stormwater system. That's what we're trying to mitigate. It just shouldn't fall on the shoulders more heavily of some of our biggest, job producers. I will say Publix out loud that they have contributed. I don't think any of us think that Lakeland would look like the city it is without the investments, the contributions, the jobs, the philanthropic work of some of these bigger companies who will pay more of that 200 to 300% increase for their stormwater than the residents who want these mitigation strategies in place at $2.50 a month. So I don't know how we get to a more fair and equitable spread of the $70 million. But I think it's incumbent upon us to take a little time, one more time, and go through with the consultant to see if there's any way possible. I will also add that I was surprised to learn about Bonnet Springs Park because we have, almost a $50 million grant from the state. They built a net zero stormwater system into their park at the cost of, I think, $8 million to be able to absorb their stormwater on site on their property at 100%. I've reached out to our city attorney who he was fairly certain that we have an ordinance that says if you contain at 100% your stormwater, that you should not have to pay stormwater fees because you've already paid, an enormous amount to remediate your property, remediate the water, and then even with this state grant, do even further mitigation to be punitive towards the park with $60,000 a year in stormwater fee under this particular arrangement. Those are the things that we need to look at.
Would you like me to address that one issue?
Yes, please.
The, excuse me, the stormwater ordinance states that a stormwater utility customer is exempted from the imposition of utility fees if the stormwater utility customer demonstrates to the satisfaction of the director, and that's Public Works Director, which would go through Lakes and Stormwater, that the developed property subject to the utility fee does not discharge stormwater to the stormwater management system during the 100-year, 24-hour design storm event as defined by SwiftMud. So the standard is, do you discharge during a 100-year, 24-hour design storm event? If you do not, you're exempted completely from the fee.
Automatically.
And you would have to, how would you be able to justify that? Does someone come to your property?
Yes, that would require, inspection and analysis by Lakes Stormwater to verify that.
Okay, and to my understanding, that is not determined, that I did tell, Josh Henderson at Bonnet Springs Park, that's what we thought was the case. But my goal in delaying is to make sure that those things are codified and, further looked into before we move forward. Even though I understand the mayor, and it is difficult to think that postponing means that those $60–70 million funds are not collected until we decide. I have an imperative to be as quick as possible and not kick the can. But I do think that now that we've done the fair assessment and the study, if we could work with a consultant to say who is the most adversely affected, and then look at those scenarios to see if there's any relief.
Okay, other comments? Commissioner Lalonde.
Yes, I appreciate that. So I understand where she's coming. I was also speaking to Lori, and I also spoke with Josh as well. Great stuff that they do out there and stuff, but they could also file for an amendment to that. And I believe Lori could probably give more to that. So whether we had approved it today or not, they would always have the ability to file that amendment. I don't think anyone loves Publix more in this room than I do. I get the benefits of those beautiful dividend checks 4 times a year. But at the end of the day, you talk about paying fair share. Us as homeowners, we don't get an ERU credit. We don't get those credits. These businesses can apply for those credits. What we were talking about was reducing the credit from 75% to 50%. What Steve Scruggs said was 4% of these businesses remaining still have some type of credits. Those credits can be reapplied for as long as they're maintaining them. So they've enjoyed over the last 10 years, or at least the last 4 years, reduced credits up to 75% of their ERUs. So to that point, they've enjoyed it. They also do get other credits, TIF agreements every time they build something. We want to respect our business developers, and I appreciate what you're saying. I want to respect Publix no more, just as much as you do if we're going to call Publix or any other business. But at the same point in time, if a business covers more pervious ground, then they have the onus to pay more of it. I think some of the dealing and some of the floodings that we've dealt with down in downtown that affected these CRA properties are due to failed infrastructure. Whether we're going to do this now or we're going to do this down the road, it's coming. When's the next storm coming? When are we going to have the next draining? I just want it set on record, just someone's going to pay something. I don't mind having that argument or that discussion further down the road, but I just felt like if we could have got something on the record now, I think it was shared pretty clearly by city staff that that could have been visited at any time.
Commissioner Music.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things that I want to be cautious of personally is ever feeling like I'm rushing into something, right? We know that our staff is working, hard behind the scenes, 40 hours a week, they're processing all this stuff. And then it comes to us and we have questions and it gets kicked back and forth and we do all that kind of thing. I'm certainly in favor of pushing pause and saying, let's dig into some of these questions, right? And giving the certainty to places like Bonnet Springs, hey, because this is how you develop this and spent the money, we know ahead of time, not we pass and then we have to come back and try to give them those exemptions, which can be uncertain. The flip of that coin is that we are way below where we need to be on our stormwater. And we've got to get these monies generated ASAP. So if we're going to vote, which I would be okay with, of saying, let's give ourselves a little bit more buffer on time, what does that really look like? How quickly does the team think that they can come back? When do we have another workshop? When do we have something? I would like to at least go down that road a little bit more before we do this, to have some certainty on when we can button that up.
Any other comments? I have one. So it would appear to me that that's what this vote will do, is delay it. And so I would concur with you that if it passes and it is delayed, since I won't have an opportunity to voice this earlier, that you try and work with the existing ordinance that is proposed. And if there are ways then to work through some identifiable, perhaps amendments to, or something subject thereafter, that those things get identified. And I don't know if that's possible from a legal standpoint.
Sure, I mean, there's plenty of things that could be adjusted in the existing ordinance.
Here's my caution. My caution is, when you haven't raised fees for way too long, it is going to be an onerous change for every one of our corporate partners. And so whatever you find, you need to find that is universally acceptable, or that's universally applicable to everybody in those veins. You can't, I am green, my folder's green, okay? So I love Publix. And my point in that is that it's going to be a big change. When people tell you what they don't want, but won't tell you what they will accept, we've got a problem. Yeah. And so I think what we are pushing against is, I don't like that, I don't like that, I don't like that. And we should start with, what would we say is acceptable? And the LEDC is the primary principle pushing back on this. And the LEDC should become the primary advocate for what they will approve and what they wouldn't object to. And that's a voice in our community. It's not all the voices. So it's going to be a big change, needs to be done. Listen, all the flooding issues that we're talking about, if we aren't being responsible on the baseline of doing the projects that we know we need to have that are identifiable today and are going to cost much more later, we are not doing our job. So find out what people, if this passes, this denial passes, then find out what people want, and then let's move towards that end. I wouldn't start with, frankly, having a whole lot of meetings until that gets identified. And so, because otherwise you end up pushing back. So, and we probably are not going to be 100% copacetic and all that as you go forward. I appreciate the pause for the purpose of trying to be discerning, and that doesn't bother me.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, to that end, and again, Mr. Scruggs and I have worked very well together through this process, and I think that was evident from the comments that he made as well. And we've talked about, if we need to continue to revisit this until we have something to bring back, then we certainly can. The challenge for me, and I guess what I'm trying to seek today is, what are we willing to kind of negotiate here? And I guess what I'm looking for is we have the $70 million worth of expenses for the 62 identified projects. And so is the commission willing to, rather than trying to solve for the full $70 million, are we willing to try to solve for a lower number? Are we willing to try to solve for 75% of that? Because if we know what that ultimate goal is going to be, then we can work toward that. Otherwise, it's hard to figure out what number we're trying to solve for. And so is there any thoughts from the commission at this point in time about maybe should we not try to solve for 100% of those needs right now, and instead something lower? Because that will certainly then, based on also the number of years that will be spread out over, that will have the effect of lowering, what would be those increased rates. Is there any thought on that? Should we be trying to solve for something other than 100% of the $70 million cost?
Commissioner Lalonde.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a very good point. My concern is this: which citizens do we tell that we're going to solve their part? There's $69 million worth of infrastructure needs right now. And I appreciate you wanting to meet in the middle. I have the utmost respect for Steve Scruggs. He has done so much good for this city. I truly do. But when he sat here, and like I said, no disrespect to him, well, what about the 8-year? Well, we're still paying 133%. My problem is if one citizen with that amount of power, and I love him and respect him to that point, can't give me a solution, then that's becoming part of the problem. There's still $69 million worth of water infrastructure, and nobody floods more like Publix. Publix floods. If you go down North Tampa Highway, even though that's not city, they flood probably worse than anyone does. So, well, they do a great job of mitigating some of their stores, different things like this, and other businesses mitigate different way. I don't think we should sit here and as a commission, I don't think I want to tell any single citizen, you tell me which part of the flooding you want me to fix, and we'll come back to you later on and discuss the rest of it. I think we have a duty to solve as much as that $69 million as we do right out the gate, because that is what the need is, and that need gets more expensive each and every single day. Many of us are business owners in there, and yes, we've had to make decisions like, I can only afford this much right now, I can only afford this much right now. But if we're not going to diligently seek the whole solution, then we're still looking at a problem. I don't know which citizen you want to tell, well, we're going to focus on yours today, but not someone else's tomorrow. I don't want to have anything to do with that.
And so I would recommend that you not think about that as also a parting comment. We want to solve the whole problem.
We want to solve it all.
And it's what's identifiable today. It is going to be more expensive later. And so it's about how do we get there? We've hired a consultant who's done an excellent job of giving us a basis to be able to do this and put it into an ordinance, and we have a process in place. Let's finish the work at some point in time soon, and if you guys can work on that and get that done, if this fails or this passes, then in January, February, I think that's responsible to our citizens. Okay, yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, and just to that end, I believe that those that are feeling the highest pinch from this are listening and paying attention. From the seat that I sit in, if I'm willing to say, I don't want more than a month or two break to really dig into this. But at that time, if we're sitting back up here again with no alternative from those that feel the highest pinch, then that makes the decision awful easy, right? I think that, I shouldn't say awful easy, but it makes it easier because we're trying. The reason that we're taking a pause is for no other reason than just to dig into this a little bit deeper and make sure that the largest users of this have the greatest amount of understanding from me and from the rest of us to say, my bill's going up X, I need some understanding of that, and then we'll go and say, okay, well, can we do longer? Can we keep the 75%? What can we do? Go back and forth. Not necessarily negotiation, right, but an understanding.
Any cautioning comments, consultant, on that, in that regard, that you'd want to make at the mic? You're here, and I just appreciate the presence of that.
Sandy Newbarth with Anzer. I am here to answer any questions you have, but if you don't have any, then I will work with whoever you guys want me to work with to try and figure this out. But like I explained, the impervious area methodology and the rationale behind it, we would have to come up with some legally defensible methodology to spread those costs.
Okay, Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. And, we were not able to have a conversation with you. Friday, you were so helpful. And so that's part of it, right, is to be able to, often when we make a big decision, we have a chance to have a workshop where we can hear from experts on where other places, how they do these things. And so you've been able to work with staff behind the scenes. The reason it seems fast for us is because the first our constituents hear about it, we don't have all the answers. We don't have all the explanations. It is, seemingly that, Commissioner Long can say that, you can get a credit if you pay several ERUs. Well, a house is a house is a house. Doesn't matter how much impervious you have. It's been averaged at a certain rate and you only pay one. If you're a giant house with all kinds of cement and, impervious area, you're only going to be one. So that's where it seems unfair that in the residential communities that are not under an HOA, who have not done mitigation strategies or paid for any stormwater, and I will use, so that we don't think we're trying to, punish at-risk neighborhoods who have had flooding. One of our best neighborhoods, the Hollingsworth area, has a ton of flooding on the private road, Collins Lane. I took the city manager myself to go in a backyard that became a stormwater pond for everyone in the neighborhood, and it's private. I feel like there is room to say, just like we did with Heather Point Drive, we talked about that earlier, we were able to help them with some construction, get those initial upfront capital investments, and then it's now, they voluntarily wanted it to go onto their tax bill to pay us back that internal loan to be able to make the improvement. There are probably some areas that would say, I would rather be under a particular, I think City Attorney Davis said, you can do some kind of an assessment if there's a neighborhood that's going to have a particular ditch, or pipe or mitigation strategy placed there that's going to dramatically improve that area. They might, I don't know how that works, if they would have to all sign a petition that they're willing to be assessed at a particular price to make those, those improvements. We just never were offered any of that. So we're not saying that we don't think we need 70 million and that it won't increase with inflation to 150 million. We're saying that even, I can look at math and say my $11.50 a month I'm going to pay is not buying me a pipe or improving my ditch or doing a huge strategy that's going to solve my flooding in my neighborhood. And I may be wrong. People might say, I don't want to pay $11.50 and certainly not $1 more on my house bill. There's, prices are too high. And then they need to let us know. I haven't heard from any residents really that, are affected by this, because I think they understand we have to have a direct method. In order for us to bond, we have to have a revenue stream. We have to be able to say, this is our stormwater fee and it's this much and we'll get this much over this many years so I can make these capital improvements with the bonding. Oh, and then it won't cover it. But then because of my investments, I can go get a grant from the state or the federal level to match my funds that I'm already doing on my shovel-ready project. We know we're going to need grants. We know we're going to need additional funds. We know that this is the bare minimum cost that we need to improve our stormwater and make sure we don't have flooding. And also our lake quality, which we are required to do by unfunded mandate from the state. And of course, we want our states to be beautiful and we love them. But it just seems like taking this and saying all the houses in the whole city are just averaged and they get one ERU. Doesn't matter their size, doesn't matter, whatever. And then businesses are actually calculated on their exact number of square foot of impervious material, irrelevant of whether or not they have invested stormwater infrastructure. I just think there's a way to look at all the puzzle, as complex as it is, to see if there are some nuances or some things that we could do to still get the $69 million, but not make certain particular customers do the heavy lifting and paying for it all.
So let me turn your comment into a question. How typical is that methodology that we're proposing?
Okay, so you could do residential tiers if you would like. It's harder, an administrative burden when it goes on the utility bill. That's why we said, you have it right now, all houses pay one. It doesn't really help your commercial properties because what it does is it says, we're going to take the bulk, you use your bell curve, we're going to take the bulk, they're going to pay one. So what's in the middle? Then you got like 15 to 20% in the small, 15 to 20% in the large. The small would pay, and it would depend on what the tiers showed, would pay 0.5, the middle would pay 1, the large would pay 1.5. So it basically reallocates what the residential parcels are paying. So it wouldn't help you solve that problem. It would help you solve the large houses paying the same as the small house, but it would be a lot more work to administer using the utility bill. We usually see that, and we develop a lot of our projects that way when you use the tax bill collection method, because you relook at the parcels every year. You look at the building footprint and what the property appraiser has assigned to each house, and then you would put it in a tier. When you're using the utility bill, I don't believe that they reconcile with the property appraiser's records on an annual basis. They do it when somebody comes in to open a utility account or there's a permit or something like that. So it's a little bit more complicated and more administrative staff and time to maintain that on the utility bill.
And then what about the special assessment in areas that are receiving a stormwater project?
Those are neighborhood assessments. So if you're going to do like a localized assessment, they don't have to volunteer. You have your home rule authority and you can impose them. It's a lot more pleasant to impose them if they volunteer, because they can be very expensive and sometimes cost prohibitive because usually it's smaller neighborhoods. So, but you can definitely do localized assessment programs for anything, stormwater or anything. So yes, you have that authority through your home rule authority.
Okay, Commissioner Music.
Thank you. What do we need to do, Sean and Palmer, we have a stormwater study, we're all there, we're talking, and then we get here and all these questions build up, right? We talk to people who reach out to us. What do we need to do to be able to get together with parties in the room and ask the questions we need to ask, get the feedback, and then have the team, Lori and Heath and their team go back, get it, and come back? What do we need to do so that we can get that set up, whether we have a tentative date, hey, we can do this sometime in January, to be able to do that?
That would just simply be a scheduled workshop or multiple workshops to be able to bring people in the room, work with the consultant, present what updates and information we have. And if the commission chooses to hear from others that are in attendance, they certainly have the ability to do so. But a workshop would be, I think, it would certainly be my suggestion.
Okay. Thanks, McLeod. Do you have okay. Any other comments from commissioners? Any comments from any members of the audience? We're going to vote. Seeing none, this is a roll call vote. Commissioner McLeod.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Unanimously passes. We deny. Okay. So with that, we'll be revisited post-work being done. Thank you. That brings us to item B1.
And that is proposed resolution number 25-075, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida, electing to utilize the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments as authorized under section 197.36324 Florida statutes for collecting all unpaid demolition and lot clearing non-ad valorem assessments levied by the City Commission during calendar year 2025 and preceding years, adopting findings of fact, stating the need for the levy of said assessments, providing for the mailing of this resolution, providing an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners and discussion by any members of the audience.
Just got one quick question.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Lalonde.
So this is This is going to allow us to put the non-ad valorem and get those special assessments levied and get us our money that's due us.
That we've done all year long in assessments.
This is the first step of that process. And
It's a good step.
next August, you'll adopt the final roll. Some of these people will fortunately pay over the course of the year, but by August, we'll know who hasn't paid, and those are the ones we'll forward to the tax collector.
I appreciate it. I guess some of my concerns are is we don't really have escalators in place and some, well, I guess this is unpaid demolition and lot clearing. That wouldn't really affect code enforcement, but I guess we can visit that later. Thanks.
It does once there's a hearing assigned.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Nope.
Anybody, any members of the audience? Okay. Commissioner Lalonde?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So unanimously passes. That brings us to C1. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, C1.
We're at B2, actually. That is proposed resolution number 25-076, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lakeland, Florida, expressing support for the Tradeport Boulevard feasibility study, recommending that adjusted corridor 2 be advanced to a project development environment study with multimodal typical section, providing an effective date.
Move for approval?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion by commissioners? Discussion by any members of the audience? Seeing none, starting with Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, so unanimously passes. That brings us to C1.
And C1 is the development agreement with SJD Development, Wedgewood, that you've been hearing about a lot this morning and early this afternoon. And we are requesting that development agreement public hearing be continued until January 5th. That would be the first hearing on that, and then the second hearing would be January 20th. So just need a vote to continue that until those dates.
So is there a motion to continue?
Motion to continue?
And a second.
Second.
All right, discussion by commissioners? Discussion by any members of the audience? Seeing none, let it be Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Aye. So it unanimously passes as well. We cease to meet as a commission, and
What number are we on now?
we are now on Roman numeral 5. We convene as a community redevelopment agency in a different role, and we have item A, a task authorization.
All right, that is a proposed task authorization with Dick's Height, if I'm pronouncing that right, plus partners for the Lake Wire Master Plan. This is a proposed task authorization with that corporation, that firm, to prepare the Lake Wire and Freedom Park Master Plan. This work will produce a coordinated planning and design framework for the area, including conceptual and schematic design documents for Lake Wire and Freedom Park, and a preliminary cost estimate to guide future capital planning. This planning effort is anticipated to be completed within approximately 7 months. This was reviewed by the Sierra Advisory Board at its November 13th, 2025 meeting and received a recommendation of approval. The total not to exceed cost for this task authorization is $342,000. And all of these services will be performed in accordance with the city's continuing contract for park planning consultant services with Dick's Height. So that is recommended for your approval.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
Move for approval?
Second.
And a second. A discussion by commissioners? Any discussion or questions by members of the audience? Seeing none, this is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. That brings us to the next 3 items that I'm going to change the order of. We'll do them in this order. We'll do item D, C, and B, exactly backwards to what you see. So D will be first, C will be second, and B will be third.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'll just introduce it, and I know Brian has some numbers to show to you. 310 Plum Street, that is neighbors of Lakeland, and they have submitted a proposal to purchase their property at appraised value with I believe it's a 20% redevelopment credit. And Brian Ruiz, our Community and Economic Development Director, will be providing the numbers so you can see what that looks like for this particular property.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Good afternoon. For the record, even though Palmer said it, Brian Ruiz, Director of Community and Economic Development. So we are starting with the agenda item for Neighbors of Lakeland, which is referred to as Market Lofts. Palmer shared with each of the commissioners late Friday some updated table options, scenarios for each of the three mass market tenant buyers or prospective buyers that I'm going to walk through this morning. This was staff's best attempt over the past 6-8 weeks, 2 years, and from Friday's agenda study discussion to try to refine the conditions and the options that the commission has collectively considered in a scenario that candidly is all but limitless in the terms of the things that you can consider. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump in. So these are lettered in order, but that is not an order of preference. It does not represent a staff recommendation. It simply is just a way to show the commission different scenario options that you can consider, or even then from there, other hybrids that you might consider further. And so with option A, this is the proposal or the offer that Brian Seeley, on behalf of Neighbors of Lakeland LLC, submitted and handed out to you at Agenda Study on Friday. No, it's not.
No, it's not. This is 20.
So apologies. So A is essentially what was proposed in terms initially with just the base rent credit. In the case of Market Lofts, there has not been any additional prior capital investment. So this particular one is kind of the one that began the discussion. It had some additional, which will be in B, the options where additional future build-out capital investment credit is considered. So you see here the purchase price, and for all tenants, including Market Lofts, the purchase price does reflect the appraised value. In this case, is $1.32 million. And in option A, it's simply a base rent credit additionally of $114,000 and change that comes off of that purchase price, netting the CRA sale proceeds in that scenario of $1.206 million. In option B, like I said, that folds in additional to the base rent credit, the $300,000 that was contemplated for crediting Market Lofts, Neighbors of Lakeland, to renovate the 12 existing units and to build out 4 additional units. And so credit in that scenario is that $300,000 plus the base rent totals $414,000 in credit that takes the net sale proceed to the CRA of $905,900. And so then that brings up C, where I got started and shouldn't have. I was a little ahead of myself. C represents the option or the proposal that Mr. Seeley handed out to the commission on Friday. And in that scenario, represented it as simply a reduced purchase price, reduced by 20% of the appraised value, again, of $1.32 million. Staff, taking the commission's discussion and points during that evaluation, and hopefully the encouragement that I gave you to not sell any of these properties for less than their appraised value, came back and coined this or showed it to you as a redevelopment incentive. If it represents consideration for base and future, base rent and future investment, fine. If it is simply just an incentive to help make the deal work, then there's the 20%. The dollars that are in the rightmost column of this table are identical to that which Mr. Seeley presented to you and handed out in hard copy form on Friday. So there's option C, and then option D, each of these tenant options will end with a do-nothing scenario, as we described, and I believe Palmer did as well on Friday, which was you do not have to sell any of these properties. And if you do not, it simply puts us as a staff on behalf of the CRA in a renegotiate leases scenario. And it's, in this case, that's a new lease term because the current lease term with Neighbors of Lakeland expired last month in November. They're operating month to month now, so no fear, there's no effort to evict Neighbors of Lakeland from their current occupancy. But if we were not to see this result in a contract to sell that actually made it to a sale transaction, then we would need to renegotiate that and address the lease term and then address the improvements that are needed and or sought for that additional 4 units on the second floor.
Then it's just worth mentioning again, as we talked about on Friday, this particular property does not have the same complications as the other two in that Neighbors has sufficient on-site parking, so there's no need for off-site parking to service the use on this property.
We go back one slide and we go to the C. Is that offer still the one that, Mr. Seeley, you'd be most interested in pursuing? Yes.
Yes, this C. And I put together,
Get your name for the record.
I'm sorry, my name is Brian Seeley with Neighbors of Lakeland. And I've prepared something that matches what Mr. Roos has put forth. Can I pass this out?
Sure.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brian.
I appreciate the opportunity to present this item as its own action. I wanted to hand this out to you for those of you that weren't there on Friday, just to kind of hear the heart behind my proposal. So this is what I'm asking for you all to consider. It takes into consideration some of the concerns I heard from some of you and the tension that was there. And my hope is that the number I propose here is that it meets you where, it's appropriate. So I'm ready for, motion when you are, but this is what I've got for you today. Thank you.
Okay. And nothing else to add other than what you have written, right?
Yeah, I feel like I've shared kind of my position on the property and my desire to maintain the environment that we've been able to have there for the past decade.
Very good.
And this allows for me to pursue that.
So this would allow us to have a motion on item D, and it would be to this proposal. So is there a motion for?
Motion for approval on
C?
On item, or on
C of D.
On C, yes, yes.
I second the motion on item C.
All right.
And just with that, I mean, we would obviously have to develop the real estate contract with a lot of the standard terms you get in those real estate contracts. There's a need for an easement over an adjacent property for a dumpster. Things like that will work out in the final document.
Would you anticipate any of those things as being unresolvable?
No.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Madden first.
I'm just curious, with this new proposal, Brian, does this include any renovation for the additional units, or will you just pause for a while and just kind of absorb the price of this new acquisition?
I would, do as much of the improvements as I can, and I believe that I would be able to work with the bank to, do all that I desire to do there. But I can be flexible and work with this deal. But for sure, that's my intent.
Is to add more units on longer term.
To add more, for sure, to add more units. How that looks with, this particular, the amount proposed, it could change a little bit, but certainly to add more units and to improve the current units over there.
So, and the true art behind it is to be able to maintain, not shoot rents up too high for current tenants.
Excellent. Mr. Ruiz, you had a comment, sir?
Well, a similar question to that which Mr. Seeley just responded to, and it was whether the commission intends this redevelopment incentive to simply be a credit as a grant against the sale price and no performance and no security on the part of the CRA, meaning it does not contemplate any delivery of any improvements. So once we close, Mr. Seeley's obligations to the CRA and to this community end. I'm not saying that to disparage Mr. Seeley, but without something to secure that additional credited investment, he is free to operate the building and the property as he sees fit. Maybe with a right of first refusal, Palmer, that was a term intended in all of these transactions, if I'm not mistaken.
And again, that's going to be part of what we ultimately negotiate.
And it would seem to me if we were wanting to have criterion applied, we would go to item B, where we're giving previous capital, it's previous capital investments. We would go to the one where.
Oh, that should not be previous.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
It should be future. My apologies.
It should be future. Okay, that's what threw me off. So the future capital investments would be the criterion we'd want to extend for an additional discount of money in order for him to do the 4 units. So if we were really tying to the 4 units, then we'd take B. If we want to let him be able to do with it what he deems in the time frame he wants to, then C. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor. And that was, thank you, Palmer, for mentioning bringing back a real estate contract. I figured we had to go from this to that step. And Brian and the other business owners, thank you for continuing to come back and say, we're hearing your feedback. We're trying to find an offer, a number that works. I think one of the challenges, as we've said about negotiating or trying to negotiate from the dais, is that it can be easy to lose the big picture in that. And so as we're looking at what do we hope for this area, its redevelopment, its long-term success of businesses in this space, and I think we're setting up for that in this area if we can get through this. But I did have the question about the right of first refusal, and Brian, I think it was Brian Ruiz was there sort of a tiered structure to that? So if, depending on how many years that scenario could, does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, but there are 2 different issues. So the right of first refusal that we had contemplated in all of these transactions, I believe was structured for 10 years. And it's only if the buyer elects to sell the property that puts the CRA in the position of being able to match any bona fide third-party offer and buy the property back. That would not speak to any performance tied to the incentive that went along with this transaction that you have in front of you today. And so my question really is only in seeking clarity from the commission as we move to that contract development that Palmer's talking about, because any ambiguity that comes out of this discussion, as we've well seen over the past several weeks, is just going to potentially challenge development of those contract terms.
All right, Commissioner Madden.
Okay, so I just want to clarify for myself, we have to keep the purchase price the same as the appraisal price, so which we don't do in regular real estate. We could discount our property by 20% and just call it, we want to sell it and the market's down and I want to sell fast. It wouldn't have to say it's a CRA redevelopment credit. But we are saying it that way because we want this value to have increased since we purchased the property, to show predictability to other people who invest in the area that our property values are higher.
And to not negatively impact values in the area. If you sell for less than the appraised value, it will become a comparable that's used by appraisers that look at values in the area for a period of time. So it isn't that you can't sell it for less than it's appraised for, it's that it would be better for the surrounding neighborhood and community to sell it at appraised value and then find a way to get to the bottom line you're trying to get to with credit for certain things or redevelopment incentive or, and terming it that is pretty well up to you. our hope has been to just have some kind of basis behind it, whether it's base rent or something, because it creates expectations, as we talked a couple of meetings ago, where other potential CRA buyers might seize upon it.
Well, and that is the spirit of the CRA, is to improve property values. It might not necessarily be the spirit of someone selling their house who has to relocate for a new job, who doesn't really care what it does to the property values. They just want to, make the price less. I think what was difficult for us to grapple with at first is it looked like we were giving away particular specific finite grants or amounts for things called base rent, and that we would have to then duplicate in another scenario, that if we give base rent back, then we have to give base rent always. In my opinion, it was just a well-crafted way of keeping the property value at the appraised rate, because we've improved that area, and call it something that makes sense to also give them, because they have invested in a blighted area, they have invested in the facilities, but if this is the true appraised value of this facility, them getting 20% off their initial purchase price is not as big of a deal as we initially thought when it looked like capital improvements of whatever sort it may be. It's just, like all of us in real estate know, it's a little softer market. And if I was selling my house, I might have to sell it for 20% less right now than I did 2 years ago when the market was hot. So I'm wanting to say that out loud for people following this process, that we have had to grapple with all of these nuances of what the words mean on the paperwork and what's happening here. And to Commissioner Reed, we are not giving these properties away. That is still $1 million that he's willing to pay, for this building that he's been renting, and it's appraised at $1.3 million. It's not like we're giving away. That's a far cry from giving away a property, in my opinion. But I do appreciate this whole process of having to talk about it to make sure we can, we don't want to give away city properties. We do want to operate as a CRA that invests back into this area and cause it to go from crime-ridden and blight to where other private sector folks will come in and invest as well.
Agree. Commissioner Lalonde.
Yes, Mayor. Do we need to amend that motion then to allow, are we asking for the CRA
I don't think
I
think we may get there, but just.
Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Music.
I was just going to say, I can appreciate, I was not at the agenda study, but was able to watch it twice. Just to make sure I was getting it. And this is the least complicated of the three. And I appreciate the cleanliness of the offer. It's much easier to digest, because when we start looking about past improvements, future improvements, and things of that nature. And I think it's a little bit similar to the conversation we had on the other development, is if we were to give him a credit of X and he takes it and blows it somewhere else, we can't necessarily control that unless we write it in, but we also have a history of him taking and redeveloping what he has. So I feel confident in his ability to do so with the credits and the money that he would receive off of this. So I think it's a solid.
Other comments? The question I would ask, Mr. Seeley, if you could come up, is you don't have to make a commitment on C. Would you prefer B if we extended more credit for the purpose of being able to do the future capital improvements?
And you'll make a decision on that today? Then B is certainly better, yeah.
But it obligates you to do those four.
Yeah, I understand.
So you may not want to be as pressed on timeline for that. That's the only reason I'm asking the question.
Mm-hmm.
So, is it I'm trying to understand. Is it constraining to you to think about being obligated to the 4 units right out of the gate?
If I had to choose between B or C, I would choose B.
You would choose B?
Should it be voted on today? Yes.
Okay. All right. So, yes, Commissioner McLeod.
I think just
that's not the motion.
Scenario C is the one that I know that's what's on the table.
Yes.
I also would, I think, prefer removing condition stipulations to the business owners, and you have to do this,
Yes.
right? Like that just, if we're selling the properties and we are moving out of it from a CRA ownership standpoint, then let's move out of it.
Got it.
And I think that's where the right of first refusal comes in to some extent, that if you see a development potentially coming forward for that property that you don't want, you can step in and exercise your right of first refusal.
Well, that's the existing motion, which is C. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Any comments, other comments from commissioners? Any comments from any members of the audience on this? Yes.
Sorry. Howard, I do remember this gentleman coming at one of the past meetings.
You get by the mic if you can.
I'm sorry. I do remember meeting this gentleman at one of the past meetings, and what he is doing for our community is actually great, knowing that the Homeless Coalition has almost 15,000 families that are homeless and need somewhere to live, and knowing that this gentleman has been doing his best to support those in the community and help people who do need help means a lot. So I think y'all should take that into consideration as well. You got somebody actually trying to help other people. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments from anyone else? All right, this is a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, which is item C, as outlined in red, can signify by saying aye. Oh, hold on. Whoops.
Just want to make sure that's clarifying that we still have the first right of refusal.
That's going to be true for everything.
Contract. I'm just asking.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. Congratulations, you are an owner, subject to contract. All right. Go get an iced tea or something, you know? That brings us then to item C, disposition of 830 North Mass Ave.
And thank you to Commissioner Busick for pointing out that that was the least complicated of the three that you will be considering today. So disposition of 830 North Massachusetts Avenue is Bakehouse LLC, doing business as Doe Bakehouse, consistent with the methodology behind the prior item. I'm going to walk you through, I think, 6 in this case scenarios. The first one is the one that is reflected in the memo behind the agenda item. So it contemplates selling the building, leasing the parking with only partial future capital improvement, actually the remediation cost of the collective space at what the city's insurance adjuster calculated it would cost to put it back exactly as it was before Hurricane Milton. In this case, the purchase price, again, is the appraised value of $1.41 million, base rent credit of $246,000, previous capital investments of $172,000. Again, that $60,000 remediation cost, that's a total credit of $478,388. In the leased parking scenario, so the off-site surface parking, this is the retain the surface parking and lease it to the business. You'll recall that that had a significant impact on the appraised value of the property to be sold. And so that reduction in this case is $610,000, leaving a net of $321,612 sale proceeds to the CRA. In scenario B, again, $1.41 million sale price, base rent's the same, previous capital investments the same, future capital improvement remediation is left the same at $60,000, but in this scenario, the parking, the off-site surface parking is sold with the building, so you do not have that $610,000 reduction in appraised value, so that leaves a net sale proceeds to the CRA of $931,000. Oh, in scenario C, the only thing that changes is the removal of $60,000 in remediation, replaced with $500,000 that the tenant buyer had previously submitted as the cost to build out the former collective space and the building to meet their needs. That's $500,000 credit. And in this case, The parking, the off-site surface parking is sold as well, so there is no reduction in the appraised value there. Total credits, $918,000. Net sale proceeds to the CRA in that scenario of $491,612. Option D was created to show the comparable with the offer that Mr. Seeley made for the Market Lofts property. So it is simply appraised value purchase price, a 20% redevelopment incentive off of that purchase price, and a net to the CRA in that case of $1.128 million. Option E is, again, to renegotiate lease terms and not sell the property or the surface parking associated with it, which would require that we renegotiate a lease to contemplate and cover that collective space that House 820 or House Management currently has the lease to. And then it would also need to contemplate the improvements that would be needed to build that space out to meet the needs of Doe Bakehouse moving forward. And now today, I have added an option F. Late Friday afternoon, we received from the prospective buyer an edited or amended quote from a contractor, Avon Modular, to restore, or restore is probably not the right word, to actually build out that collective space at far less cost than the $500,000 that was previously represented. You'll see it there is $147,000. So this scenario represents selling it all, so building and surface parking with the same base rent credit, same previous capital investment credit, a revised interior build out, now with that informed contractor estimate of $147,000 for a total value of credits of $566,000, roughly, for a net sale proceeds to the CRA in this scenario of $844,187. And it's my understanding, though Diana and David can confirm, that is the preferred option from their perspective.
That's correct. Is that correct? Yes.
So my name is Diana Cortez from Doe Bakehouse. First of all, I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to the CRA staff, Valerie, everyone that has worked with us, and thank you also for taking the time to go and see our space and understand our operation. Before I talk about the numbers, I'd like to zoom out for just a moment. In our view, the CRA's goal in mass market has never been simply to help 3 tenants. The goal is to transform an entire district so that over time, every resident and taxpayer benefits from a neighborhood that is safer, more attractive, and economically productive. To do that, the CRA stepped in early and used different tools at different times to bring in early adopters. House 820, Market Lofts, and Doe Bakehouse have become proof that this corridor can support real long-term businesses. Helping those anchors move from leases into ownership is a way to strengthen that foundation so that in the future, larger developers and investors see mass market as a place worth coming to. Laura at House has made a remarkable contribution as a pioneer, opening and sustaining a wedding venue directly across from social services, and that's not easy. And she chose to build that trust here in the mass market. On the housing side, Brian at Market Lofts has kept rents more affordable because he cares about being a stable residential anchor for this neighborhood. And we're very fortunate to have and to continue sharing this block with him. For our part, we brought Doe into this corridor instead of moving to another county closer to our largest client, and chose to bring that economic activity and those job opportunities here because we believe in this project and because Lakeland is our home. With the support and partnership of the CRA and the City of Lakeland, we've grown from a business of a 2-man show to 30 team members, and we look forward to bringing more jobs to the area. Seen through that lens, we hope we can support the CRA's original goal to eventually stepping out of the landlord role so we can step into long-term stewardship as owners. And this area can keep growing into the kind of district everyone in Lakeland can be proud of. I have the same proposal that is up there. I have it here. And there's also the quote from the contractor. And it shows option F, so it's the base rent that we've already paid, the documented capital improvements that they were agreed upon a couple of weeks ago, and there's the remediation credit for 147. That's what the contractor sent us on Friday afternoon. Do you have any questions about our proposal?
No, ma'am. Anybody have any questions at all? Thank you so much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Diana.
Commissioner McLeod.
Can you just elaborate on that remediation quote, the 147, in terms of what, that's bringing the space back to what it would need to be for anybody to be in there, correct?
Yeah, that's not adding any equipment or freezers, nothing like that. They just went in, they saw the place, they said, and I think it's pretty clear. It says like itemized what they would do to be able to put the walls back again, some electrical things, so.
Does it give you some freedom to make those walls different than the way they are today?
This is just for remediating. So we just said, like, don't overcomplicate things. Just show me what it would take to get it back to where it's habitable.
And if there were any additional changes than that, you'd be eating those yourselves?
Exactly.
Right, got it. Okay, very good. Other questions or from the commission? Any questions from any members of, wait, before we get started, we need a motion.
Move to approve option F.
Second.
Second. Discussion by commissioners on that.
Just the same thing that we mentioned about neighbors, it would be subject to a right of first refusal on negotiation of a formal, real estate contract.
Yes. And no anticipated difficulties in any of that?
In this one, you have the issue of the parking, off-site parking. So one question I would have is, do we want to reserve an option to purchase at some point in the future? Yes. As distinguished from a right of first refusal, an actual option to purchase, a right of first refusal requires that a third party presents an offer to the owner. An option to purchase gives that option to the city to purchase in the event that there's a need for a garage on that location.
Without us requiring that, isn't that something you could try to negotiate with the buyer in the contract that you're doing?
Yes, I could work on that and then bring that back to you, yes.
But is an option for purchase like a taking?
It would not be a taking. I mean, that's another option is just to not address it at all. And then in which case, if we wanted to get that property back, we'd have to file an eminent domain action. My preference would be for an option to purchase, because with an eminent domain action, you're responsible for attorney's fees, engineering fees, appraiser fees. With an option to purchase, you just simply get an appraiser or several appraisers to determine the fair market value of the property, then you pay for that with all the extra costs
at that
associated
time
with the eminent domain, correct?
Thoughts?
But there's no negotiation. You just have the right to purchase it whenever you want without them consenting?
Right, it'd be an option to purchase that we would have the right to exercise.
Commissioner McLeod.
Well, I would imagine there is negotiation if I'm in their shoes and you're negotiating an option to purchase, right? They have that opportunity in that to present a counter or say, this is what it would have to look like for the city to purchase it.
So we would keep it easy from the standpoint of the sale with the opportunity for you to discuss that and bring back something for agreement.
We could include that in whatever real estate contract we bring back for final approval.
So that you have time to look at that.
We're not opposed to redevelopment, so I don't think we'll get to eminent domain back. The idea is just like to support all of the efforts of the whole mass market area and be good team players.
Good. Commissioner Lalonde.
Yes, I guess I'm still more in favor of option B and stuff. I'm all for remediation, but I'm just still opposed to future capital investments.
But isn't that primarily remediation?
It's remediation, it's not capital.
It's not future capital. If you look at his quote, it's all remediation.
Well, I actually did read the quote. I read it last night and stuff, and it wasn't really, it explained pretty much what was a build out for capital improvement, not necessarily remediation.
specs, the architectural engineering are remediation.
8,800.
Yeah.
I've probably been adding EMT piping, that's for a
Right.
fire alarm if required, empty conduit box, prior comp. A lot of that stuff is already over there, still pre-existing, as well as the wall.
So it would only be in the places where it isn't. Is this beyond remediation at any level in terms of getting the property up?
Not that I'm aware of. They just said that they didn't.
It's to build it out though, isn't it?
This is David Hernandez from Doe Bakehouse. So the contractor, when I talked to the contractor, he gave me a quote just not to modify the floor plan that was on the collective, but just to restore it. And then he asked me, okay, what do you want the place to? So I said, it's going to be a food operation. So that's why I guess he included RFID panels there. But that's the reason why. But he didn't include like any kind of like hand sinks or anything related to a Florida Department of Agriculture regulation or anything like that. That will be on us. Mm-hmm.
So it's $447,000 to put the drywall back on?
That's the quote that he gave us, basically.
I think it's itemized.
It's itemized there. I mean,
actually, it's really not, to be honest.
If you look at construction services, it has the various different items.
Construction's
prior to.
And I would say there's more than drywall. For example, one bullet point says add new grindstone ceiling tiles, all baking areas per Department of Health requirements. This is an example.
Commissioner Music.
Yes, thank you. Two things that I've struggled with from the very beginning is the future capital improvements. I've always struggled with that. I'm trying to get over that and struggled. And two is the fact that both of these have to be really done in concert. I mean, we're doing them separately, but one is still, an occupant, and the other's looking to take it over. So that's a little bit of an interesting conundrum there. Having looked at the construction services and happened to be in this world, I know that it's just verbiage, but I would prefer for that not to say future capital improvement / remediation, because as I look at this, there is no addition, right? There are no new walls that are being built. There are the ceiling tiles, that would not be uncommon. That would not be uncommon in a construction. And then there will be things whenever you do a construction that you've got to add. So there will be updating some basic electric and things like that. So I appreciate, again, the cleanliness of this option F, still concerned with House 820 coming behind this one. Having not seen what we're seeing here, to vote on this and then have that. But I do appreciate, again, the cleanliness of this and think that their construction services description there, to me, does lend itself to be remediation or repair of damage.
Brian, do you have any problem removing that future capital improvements and just making it future remediation?
Just talking about what we call it?
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, we don't have an objection.
I mean, it seems little, right? But to me, the fact that I don't want to get behind, and as I look at this construction services, I can agree that this appears as remediation. I've been in the space, I've seen it, so I just don't want to look and approve anything that could be misconstrued as future improvements.
And I don't want to get bogged down on ceiling tile replacement, but if it meets the Department of Health's requirements, then it wasn't required to put the space back the way it was, because the collective did not need to meet the Department of Health's requirements.
Okay, got it. Okay. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, in your different scenarios, can you remind us the original one, go back to our one-on-one meetings with, and I believe that was the full credit, right, that we were initially looking at. I wanted to show the difference between option F and where we started.
Yeah, so option C really is the result of the general conceptual approval that the CRA Advisory Board made without any of these figures in front of them except for an appraised value, but that reflects what the intent, I guess, was at that time.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
think that's helpful, because as I've tried to look at this from all possible angles, like my colleagues, probably many hours of thinking through these scenarios. When I see where we started and the offer today from Diana and David, it really is significant, the difference. And I think it speaks to your commitment to this area, to renovation, to your vision of the CRA. And so I just wanted to point that out. For me, as I looked at that, the difference between those two proposals or those two options, it is significant.
Excellent. Any other comments? Are there any comments or questions from any members of the audience? So let's flip back to, you have it up there, good. So that would, our motion is on item F, which is cash to CRA of $844,187. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Mayor.
Oops.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Palmer's question about our negotiating in the contract a buyback option is the commission's preference?
Our goal is that that's your work to get done.
And so in both of these scenarios where we have surface parking that we have considered selling away, my biggest fear is that at some point, and I realize it is as uncertain as anything we do, but that at some point we're going to need that land or we're going to regret that we don't have it. And Palmer knows better than I do the labor and the cost involved in getting it back, and we own it now. That's where it's the safer route to me has been try to hang on to it. But if we can somehow negotiate a way to get it back and compensate the owners for that, then that would be preference. My second question, similar to neighbors, but more specific in this case because there is actual dollars being committed to the remediation of the space, is do we secure that investment credit and do we confirm that that work gets done or that money gets spent in furtherance of that intent?
Well, however you feel most comfortable, I have no concern about them doing it, so.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, and I would defer back to Commissioner McLeod's comment on that I think once we sell this and let it go. But if we need to amend this for future parking and make sure that, or if we're just going to let him know verbally, hey, make sure that's part of it one way or the other, I just want to make sure that's included as well.
It's understood.
Okay. It's understood. Okay. So, no other changes, correct? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. 2 down, 1 to go. Congratulations, and thank you for your patience in the process.
Thank you, guys.
You're not going to tee this one up for me, Palmer? Okay. So last, but certainly not least is the disposition of the property 820 North Massachusetts Avenue House Management LLC. Doing business at that location is House 820. So same sort of structure as the last two. The scenario A shows the transaction as contemplated in the memo that is behind the agenda item for this commission meeting. That is a purchase sale price of $1.88 million, which is the appraised value, base rent credit of $151,000, previous capital investments of $294,000, that $60,000 insurance adjuster calculated value to restore the collective for a total credit value of $505,000. In this case, the surface parking would be leased to the tenant, and so that comes with a sizable reduction in the appraised value of the improvements in the property to be sold of $1.19 million, leaving a net sale proceeds to the CRA, in this case, or scenario of $184,567. Option scenario B is to sell the building and the parking with only that $60,000 remediation credit for the damage to the collective. So you remove the reduction in the appraised value and are left with a net to the CRA of $1.374 million. Option C, which I am given to understand is the tenant buyer's preference, is to sell the building and the parking with all of the requested credits by the prospective buyer. Again, 1.88 million purchase price, base rent credit of $151,000, previous capital investments of $294,000, future capital improvements and build out of $544,751 for a total credit value of $990,000. And that nets cash to the CRA at the closing of $890,000. D, like David, is the 20% redevelopment incentive scenario. So sale price remains the same. 20% of 1.88 million is 376,000, leaving a sale proceeds cash to the CRA in that scenario of $1.5 million. And then option E, were you not to elect to sell the property, would be to renegotiate the leases, where we would need to renegotiate to consider, create the leasehold occupancy for the former Artifact Studio space that House Management occupies now, and then for the improvements to that space that would be necessary for their business.
Back up one slide, please. Yes, good.
I think he did.
He did.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Yes, Commissioner Madden.
Thank you, Brian. When you mention insurance adjuster, I have failed to ask, how is insurance arranged on these CRA properties? Do we do a self-insured kind of, why wasn't insurance paying for the hurricane damage right away?
So our CRA properties are insured pretty well identically to other city-owned properties. So our risk management department arranges for the coverages and the quotes and binds that coverage. After Milton, they did have the city's adjuster review the damage to those spaces, and that's where that $60,000 number came from. At that time, our CRA manager was in what I would call active negotiations to get these transactions completed and see House Management move from the collective space into the formerly occupied Artifact Studio space in the west end of the House 820 building. And so spending that insurance $60,000 to put the collective space exactly how it was before, knowing, or at least hoping, I think at that point, that we would see the movement by House Management and by Doe Bakehouse to take that space over and retrofit it to meet their needs, felt like, or at least I'm speaking for Valerie and maybe she should come speak, but I'm confident that felt like a waste of $60,000 in insurance proceeds, where we knew that these, or were confident that these tenants would not be in those spaces or in the space they were in pre-Milton.
So we're not required to use insurance money on the facility that it was designated to remediate?
Not if we don't take the insurance money, and we did not.
Okay, so.
In this case, your scenario shows that as a credit from you, we would not go seek that reimbursement from the insurance adjuster. It's just simply the money, had we sought at that time after Milton to restore the collective space, we had the insurance adjuster's estimate of $60,000 with which to do that. And we could have done it, but it at the time did not feel like the smartest move. And I don't think the tenants disagreed, particularly in this case, House Management, because they too were working towards occupying that Artifact space and moving out of the collective so that we weren't continuing to operate in this shared space inside of single building scenario.
But we did leave money on the table to improve the spaces by not using insurance money, so it was just lost.
I can confirm with Valerie and our risk management director, but I'm pretty sure we did not take the claim and the $60,000 for that space.
And that wouldn't have been out of our self-insured portion?
I don't believe so. Mike may be able to speak to it.
No, it was insured, and there was no claim issued because of the decisions on their behalf. Okay. It was looked at as wasted money at the time because it was assumed that this scenario here would have occurred.
Other comments or questions? Yes. We
Thank you,
don't have a
Mayor.
motion yet.
Right. Is there another scenario
Yes.
that you all are presenting, or is it, there is? Okay, I was thinking maybe there was another one.
Oh,
that-
good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. You might be able to,
Well,
but I won't.
one back here.
He's going to speak.
Yes.
You want me to explain
Yes,
it?
ma'am, go ahead.
Laura Shannon, House Management. Good to see you all. If you'll actually flip, so page 1, or I guess second page says original request. Our numbers are a little bit different, but that was the same as, what was, I don't remember what letter that was. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway, the one that we'd like to present you today is this revised purchase offer, which is technically page 3 of the packet you just received. The first, I'm just going to walk through the graph or the spreadsheet real quick. First is the 1.1 or 1.88 purchase price. We would be honoring the rent paid of 151. I'm going to round numbers. Prior capital improvements were the 176. The remediation refund, that's for all the money that House Management has spent out of pocket so far on remediation, as far as the different business losses we had, and then also the money that we then had to put into Artifact to renovate that temporarily to get us basically sort of back up and running. And then instead of asking for the full 544 replacement of collective into Artifact, today, just out of the sake of trying to be able to move forward with owning, we'd be willing to modify that and basically just request the commission honor $335,843.11. From our numbers, basically going back with Kevin, my husband, who's the contractor, we revised our numbers to reflect what would happen, what the cost would be to us if we had to create basically a vanilla shell white box in Artifact. We are willing to take the burden of updating the space past that for all the finishings that we're looking for our clients, et cetera. So even though we did have those things in Artifact, for the sake of today's discussion, I would like to offer that to the commission as an option.
So your proposal would be the revised purchase offer as the desirable
Yes.
item to promote, okay. So we could start with a motion.
Move to approve the revised.
Okay,
Second.
Motion to approve and a second from Stephanie. Discussion by commissioners and questions. Commissioner Music.
Yeah, just a comment. It's reflective of comments that I've made so far. Is I was on the tarmac yesterday for about 4 hours while they were doing some maintenance, so I was able to watch the video twice. And I was concerned, to be honest with you, because I thought that there was a lot more given away and by the CRA, by the city, and and that reflects on not only how I feel about development and business, but also the future, right? I mean, there's a lot of properties there that we're looking to develop in the future. So I appreciate everyone that has come with an additional option, because I was gonna be a no, because I just couldn't get behind it. I could understand some rent credit, I could understand some of this, but I struggled with this future improvement, mainly just because I'm a business owner and I pay for my future improvements. So I wanted to see that. So I really appreciated them hearing me, whether they heard everyone else, but I just, and to say, and I don't need to get all the way. To me, the finish line was not paying full price for everything. We talk about this repeatedly as what the CRA is for and what they've been willing to do for the last decade there in this property. So I'm excited and thankful for what you guys have presented. It definitely makes it easier for me, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Music. Laura, thank you for this updated purchase offer. Can you, for people who haven't walked through that artifact space recently, I know a number of us have, and you have talked about it, but can you just describe from now to putting it into that white box condition? And before you say that, to add to Commissioner Music's comments, I think as we have had reservations from the beginning about the credits, maybe thinking it was too much of a giveaway, we wanted to find, for me, I wanted to find deals for all of these properties and business owners that, yes, are good for the area, they're good for the mass market spaces, but also that we can stand behind, not only as a CRA, we've sat on the CRA board, a number of us, and the advisory board, but that we can stand behind as a commission, that when we're asked about the terms and the deals, that we can fully support it and say, this is good for both parties, and it is good for the city, it is good for the CRA. So just adding to that context of what we've been looking for, and then just the question about the white box condition.
Sure, happy to. So for us, you know, obviously we were trying to be as wise as we could. As soon as the hurricane happened and we talked to architects, it was very much, okay, so what we've had in the collective was 5 offices. It was 5 private offices we could rent. It was a bridal suite that had a private bathroom, a groom's room that had a private bathroom, an office for our staff, et cetera. So in looking at trying to capitalize on the space in Artifact, we wanted to make sure that we understood how to get all of those items over. The Artifact state, when we moved in, there were once you walked in the door, there was not another door in the entire half of that building. And so the white box for us also includes us bringing up Artifact to code. So that included, once we started talking, I shouldn't say we, that would be Kevin, talking to permitting and figuring out what was necessary. That was the AC being changed and improvised, fire suppression, the need for more bathrooms because of capacity. So those items are all what work, and the plumbing for that, because it's a concrete building, it all has to be saw cut, I believe is the term, in the concrete. So all of those things are what we would consider white box, and then the additional things are the things like the wallpaper walls that we lost and the murals that we lost and all of that. We just wouldn't recoup that at this point, and we would pay for it.
That's helpful, thank you. I think especially if you haven't walked through the space, when you do, you see some of those things, but it's helpful to paint that picture. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Madden.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think it's also important for the public to know that these were old inherited buildings, all 3 of them. And so this is not like it's easy because we just built it at a per square footage price and all new infrastructure and all new to code. You know, I know for even like Doe Bakehouse, it was the Salvation Army building, and there was an office, and they had to go into an office and have someone come in and build the freezer inside the office, and then build the next refrigerator inside the office. And then in the bathroom, there's a bathroom and a drain, and they removed the bathroom, and then they put in their chocolate making stuff up to code and sanitized it to where they can get, you know, permitted to sell food out of a bathroom. I mean, we're acting like we're giving away these properties. They have taken old properties that were left neglected in a blighted area. Yes. I think it's very important to remember that. Old buildings left in a blighted, crime-infested area that really didn't fit a bakery or a fancy, wedding venue or even affordable housing. And they got in there and they put their own blood, sweat, and tears and their own creativity, and they cleaned it up. Doe Bakehouse, yeah, they had the hurricane, but guess what? They had all their employees come through the night to do what small business owners do, and to get in there and to get the water out, because they had to still sell their cookies and have it be, certified with all the health standards to do so. And they knew it was up to them. They couldn't wait on insurance. They couldn't wait on even their landlord, who was the city, to take care of that, or they would be out of business today. Out of business, waiting on this agreement with the city. So it is simple to say, oh, the city's just giving money away. This is not giving money away. This is working with business owners and, community advocates to invest in a place no one wanted to invest, and to now sell to Disney out of that little location right there that was the Salvation Army building that was not that great. It is so exciting. It is so exciting what these business owners have endured. Yes, we have all endured COVID. We all endure struggles in our businesses. We can relate to those, and nobody's coming to our rescue to pay for them. Commissioner Lund, I get that. I totally get that. And I get that that's a sentiment from citizens. But if you want to sign up to invest in our CRA districts, then see our CRA staff, and you can see what else there is to do in these highly complicated areas of town that we actually formed a CRA, and everyone puts their tax increment into a pot so that they can collectively, over time, improve that area for everyone who lives there, for everyone who has a business there. And it's super easy a decade from now to come and say, I wish I would have got that building, or I want a building. Like, well, where were you? And did you go through all of the things that these business owners endured? And so when you look at these numbers, I mean, they are still getting a loan. They are still getting $1 million more, to invest in this area. And it's still a risk for them to do that. So I appreciate so much my colleagues asking the tough questions. I know for staff, this is not what they love, and probably why it didn't go from a one-on-one to a public meeting, because it's messy and we don't want to have these negotiations. But I'm hopeful that if the citizens would go and rewatch where we started and hear all the questions, thoughtful questions and considerations that were made, and the debates and from staff and the commission, they'll see that this was not a simple, easy decision, but we've gotten to this point, and I'm hopeful that we're taking it over the finish line today.
Any other comments? Commissioner Lalonde?
Yes, just want to say congratulations to all the new buyers. I'm glad that everyone was able to come and meet in the middle and stuff. I know that's a lot of hard work. I'm glad that we're through this. It's my hope now that we can get Brian all focused on the yard on Mass and 103 and some other projects we have moving forward. So.
One of the things we do need to do, though, Commissioner Lalonde, is vote.
Let's do it.
Yeah, Commissioner McLeod.
I know you're trying to.
Listen, we can eat dinner here.
That's fine.
I'll be brief. As I've thought about all of these, and I know we're taking them individually, but if you look at all three transactions, and I know it's not officially across the finish line, but the gain to the CRA is, if my math is correct, it's just under $3 million. And that's an opportunity for us that we can take. The opportunity is here and now, and we can reinvest that money. We have other properties and other projects that we're working on. So just as we look at that, again, going back to trying to keep the big picture in mind as we move through this.
Just the same comments on, as for the others, option to purchase, right of first refusal, negotiating a final real estate contract are part of the motion.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Commissioner Reed.
What days are you open?
I'm sorry?
What day are you open?
Anytime someone pays me to open the building.
She's very flexible.
We've been by to see your building several times, and we're always going on weekends because that's when we can go, but I never got a chance to really see inside of it since it's been completed and brought to the status you're at. But I was just wondering.
I'll have you anytime. You just let me know.
You have to call her and make an appointment.
We always put on a Saturday or something, you're always closed.
All right, other comments at all? Any from any members of the audience? Yes, do you have a comment? Yes, sir.
The option to repurchase, would that be, Will Harrell, 632 East Main. The option to repurchase, would that be for the entire property?
My intention would be just as to the parking areas.
That's the way I understood it.
Okay. Which is just the parking.
Correct. And our question would be then, is there any consideration taken then for the number that the city's appraiser showed, how much that affects the existing value of the building that's left?
That's something that we need to negotiate, but my idea would just be that it's, you probably have competing MAI appraisers that appraise what the value is of the parking area.
Okay. We'll take it for today then.
Yeah. Any other questions or concerns on that regard? Any other comments by any members of the audience? Yes, sir. Young man, come on down.
Told you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mario Stone with The Well, and I am so excited to hear this robust conversation concerning the movement of the properties in the mass market area. I'm grateful for the approval for both House, Brian Seeley and your property, and Doe Bakery. And I am grateful that we could move forward with these, just get to a yes. Thank you for asking all the hard questions, and all the tenants was able to come up with good ideas and good ways to kind of see how government works. And I appreciate Ms. Madden for moving this conversation along. So thank you for working as a good, wonderful government entity to make things happen for our citizens in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other members of the audience that would like to make a comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. All three have unanimously passed today.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I think it's a Christmas miracle.
We have one more CRA item, which is the termination of a redevelopment agreement, of acquisition and redevelopment agreement.
Okay, I'll introduce this one. Back in May of 2022, the City Commission and the CRA entered into an acquisition and redevelopment agreement with Onyx Investments 2 LLC for the development of a multifamily and retail office mixed-use development with an associated parking garage on an approximately 1.5 acre CRA-owned property north of Oak Street, east of Tennessee Avenue, south of Peachtree, and west of Kentucky Avenue. And Patrick, I think there may be a map on the next page that shows where this property is. I'm sure you're all well aware of where this is. I think just to the west, across Tennessee Avenue is McKeel Academy, which is my understanding they use this current parking lot for parking. Under the agreement entered into in May of 2022, the property, a closing was to have occurred on the sale of this property within 30 days of the satisfaction of all closing conditions, but no later than 12 months following the effective date of the agreement, which again was in May of 2022. The agreement did allow the developer to extend that closing date twice for free, and then provided that the closing date could be extended beyond that for 30 days each upon the developer paying a $10,000 extension fee. And that has occurred a number of times, by my count, at least 18 times. There's been a payment of $10,000 to extend the closing date. The last extension payment was made December 9th of 2024. I think there was a meeting with Onyx and city staff in May of 2025, but there has not been a extension payment as a result of that meeting. Because of the lack of progress, the lack of the payment of extension payments, it is staff's recommendation that we terminate the agreement with Onyx, and then at the appropriate time, reissue an RFP for a new development project on that property.
Motion for approval.
And a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, discussion. Before we go into discussion, let me let you go ahead and make a presentation. That would be great.
Thank you. I'm Arjun Chaudhary. I'm with the Onyx Group, and I'd like to kind of take at least 3-4 minutes and just kind of, paint a little bit of a picture with respect to, what's happened since we signed the agreement in May of 2022. So just to kind of, summarize, Onyx has invested about $2 million in this project, and it was proposed to be a 7-story premium multifamily development project in downtown Lakeland. There are 6 members of our team here, including our CEO and our Chief Operating Officer, who are right behind me. From our perspective, the history as we see it, Oak Street site that was already taken out to RFP, this was the 3rd time it was taken out. Onyx won it, and I cite the number of the dollars spent, which was the $2 million number I cited. I'm just basically trying to elucidate that it's not been an easy project, and it's been challenging, and I'll kind of paint a little bit of a picture deeper in this moment now. The original conceptualization of this project as it is right now was done by Elise Drumgo, who was with the CRA at that point of time. And he left for Tampa, which is where Onyx is headquartered out of. And then since then, Valerie took it over and did really well with, working with us. We spent the money that we basically raised for this project on developing and designing the project and getting it almost through permitting completely. During this time, we also grew the scope with the blessing of the city from 150 units to 200 units. And that also increased the number of affordable housing units that were at the table at that point of discussion. So everyone's kind of aware of the idea that, we had a massive macroeconomic adjustment. Interest rates went from, basically 3% to like 7-8%, and it kind of has trickled back down, but not to a point where banks have reduced spreads. And we'll chat a little bit about it in a second right here. But basically what that did over the last 3 years was render this project unviable. And there's something we said about that. The Oak Street projects just needs more support from the CRA to kind of execute the project on. And one point that I'd like to kind of, make based on even the presentation that happened right before I got on here, you basically awarded 3 businesses back to back a 20% concession in the form of credits just to not affect pricing in the overall market and not let neighborhood properties get affected. I have to kind of tell you that, this is a $70 million project. The project's off budget by that same number for us too. It's off by about $10 to $14 million is what we estimate for it to be viable. That's part of the reason that we, at this point of time, even despite all the progress we've made with respect to the design, the development, we have a HUD, Housing and Urban Development Loan, conceptual approval for this project. It's moved basically as far as it can go, but it won't go any further because it's not got the right structures and elements in place for it to be financially investable for equity partners to come into the city, which is, I think, the intent of the goal of the CRA. So I would strongly recommend that this requires a deeper discussion. I wouldn't say a renegotiation, but a definite amendment. And taking it back to RFP is very counterintuitive, at least to me personally, because we've already made all this progress. There's nobody who's going to come to the table and get this project this far, this quickly. And to kind of add a little bit more context to this conversation, this is not the only location that Onyx is actually solving a problem of a similar nature, which is basically developing a premier multifamily project in a downtown setting. We're doing the exact same thing in a town called Murfreesboro in Tennessee. So we have some context and experience in being able to help a CRA through this process. I think I've made most of the points that I wanted to cover in this short window that you have given us to kind of present at this point of time. But I'd open up the conversation for any of the commissioners, Mayor, for you to kind of shoot back at us and say, why didn't this happen? And my teammates are here. They'd be happy to step in to answer any of the questions that I can't.
Arjun, let me start with the fact that we met in May and discussed, why don't you come back with a proposal with fewer parking spaces, that we provided leniency in that discussion, and nothing has ever come back, and payments have not been made. And we also talked at that point in time in May that this would presuppose we keep the payments, which are not material to the risk that we're talking about here. I understand that, but it's a non-performance. And so if you're me sitting in that, having sat in that meeting going, what's coming back, and nothing's coming back, and we've kept this open very, very long, what would the action item of commitment be from you for getting this project underway if we were going to go forward?
So just let me answer the question that you asked. You asked us for figuring out what is it that's needed to get the project off the ground. It was that $10 million number that we'd said even back then. Things haven't changed. In fact, they've gotten slightly better. Interest rates have fallen down by about 75 basis points since you and I last spoke in that meeting. So you're absolutely correct. But I mean, maybe it was a certain amount of earnestness that, we were running back to our designers and our contractors saying, can you hack prices more and more and more? And we did get some elements down. It was around the $12 to $13 million number, and we got it down to 10. So that's where we kind of stuck. And in our attempt to kind of get it down to a point where it made a little bit easier for you, because it would have been hard for us to come to this table, and we're kind of happy that this is happening because this gives us the stage to level set again. We didn't want to come to this point where we're basically saying, hey, CRA, we need another $10 to $11 million. How do we solve for this? On a project which is, where I understand that you're already contributing a significant amount, which is very well appreciated. But the situation has changed. The market's changed. Mm-hmm. It's just not viable. So that's really where we are at this point of time. But to your point about the non-payment and the non-performance, it's something that we'd be willing to explore, but you also incur immediately. But there has to be some kind of a conversation. There has been a lack of communication with the CRA, despite our best efforts. But you've been open.
We're open from the beginning.
Yes,
yes. And we ate dinner over this,
Yeah.
And so it's just that I've got to tell you, from my standpoint, I see nothing that is a commitment, and everything that is holding a space on the board is reserved without any benefit, and we forego the opportunity to develop with other developers that may wish to do so. And it's in a prime space for us. And so my question's specific. What would it take to commit to what date to break ground on this project?
If you want a flatline answer, the answer is kind of what I already said. If the project scope does not change, which is 200 units with 230 parking spots back to the city in a structured parking, the delta is $10 million. Now, how we come up with it, we'll have to sit down and discuss. But if you change the scope of the project, now, the scope of the project being, if it's something else, not multifamily, the answer is different. But if the scope doesn't change, it's $10 million.
So what's different from today than in May, when we asked to change the scope of the project and tell us what would be viable? Because we have burned up 3/4 of a year.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We just were looking to engineer a better answer, and kind of, to some extent, working with the HUD, basically trying to see how much can we lower our cost of capital. Things didn't change. And also, there were rules. There are rules even now that a lot of you may be aware of. Basically, this is an opportunity zone. The rules around opportunity zones are changing. So we've been talking to groups that are investors in opportunity zones. Even when the project is in a negative yield or doesn't make money, they would be interested in investing in a project like this, despite everything that's not like, an upside. So those were problems that we were looking to solve. It's not that it wasn't for a lack of trying. It was almost for a lack of trying to a point where we couldn't come to you with the answer that you wanted to hear. But Mayor Mutz, you're not wrong, but I'll also tell you this, that fundamentally the ask is $10 million if you're going to kind of pull the trigger on this project.
And so is that something you can resolve within 60 days?
If you open the door for us to sit down with Valerie and have a discussion about it, absolutely, if we can get to that answer. But you'd have to kind of, the team here that we're talking to right now is going to change in a few days, right? So how do we take the conversation forward? Is staff empowered to be like, we're saying this in a public setting. Is staff empowered that we kind of work with them, figure out what we tap into to solve for that delta of $10 million? Because if we solve for it, the project's an immediate go. Like everything else is just procedural at that point of time.
So just to clarify what you're asking, you're wanting $10 million of additional CRA incentives to make it happen?
In one form or the other, if we don't change the scope. My suggestion would be to do a hybrid solution of some sort. We cut down the scope a little bit, change the needs of the project a little bit, and then we solve for it. Because the $10 million might be a big swing, unless you tell us that's exactly what the city needs. And just one more point, like we spoke about comps, right? We spoke about comparable properties and how it affects everything else. This is an acutely different and difficult project relative to even the Carter project that's happening, right at the edge of downtown. There are no comparables. When you go to a bank and tell them, give me $50 million for this project, they'll be like, okay, tell me which is the closest project that resembles this, where rents are $2.20 a square foot in downtown Lakeland. And there are none. We were going to be the first. So this is going to require an acute amount of effort from the CRA to get it over the hump if we are serious about getting this done.
Mr. Ruiz, comments?
Just a couple. Again, for the record, Brian Ruiz, Community and Economic Development. So where the 10 million additional CRA investment is concerned, the commitment that is already reflected in the agreement that the CRA approved in May of 2022, and I worked very closely with Elise Drumgo and Arjun to get that agreement across the finish line between the reinvestment of the sale proceeds in the project of $1.8 million, the TIF, which is 5 years at 80% and another 5 years at 60%, so rebating the increment tax revenue that comes off of the project once it was completed, and 20 years of leasing back the public parking spaces that were to be replaced in the structured parking garage, equates to about $9 million. So now you're saying we need to go from $9 to $19 million of CRA incentive to make the project viable. I don't see us doing that without re-advertising the project and seeing that competitor developers are telling us this is the only way to make it work under those development terms. Same thing with revising the scope. If we're going to pull out significant numbers of units or replaced structured parking spaces, that, to me, is a substantial change to the development program that was contemplated when we solicited proposals, when we accepted proposals, and when we negotiated the agreement that this commission, acting as the CRA, approved in April of 2022. So to go back and try to change it materially now without advertising and giving other developers a chance to compete for that project probably gets us in legal trouble, but I'll let Palmer speak to that.
Sure. I mean, I would echo what you said. I think it's not just a business issue, but it is a legal issue to change the terms of that RFP to that extent. That is significant.
Commissioner Music.
Yeah, we've talked about this in a broad sense on the LDDA as it's come up in the project, because, I mean, having seen the renditions, I mean, and absolutely just beautiful, beautiful property. What frustrates me has been, and I have very little experience with this, but what has frustrated me has been the length of time that we've had no communication, we've had no real feedback. Now when we have a termination, now we want to renegotiate or retalk, and I don't have an appetite for that.
Commissioner Lalonde.
I just want to echo the same thing. My biggest thing is when I heard you speak on Friday, that sort of resonated with me, that you went and took it upon yourself to try to mediate it, find that common ground. And I thought that's not usually what most mayors do. I thought that was pretty nice. But then the whole point in time, I've always lived by one onus. If you don't pay your rent or you don't make your payments, it's pretty much a done deal with me.
It wasn't a lack of trying, but we did try to reach out.
It's been more than a year without payment, correct?
About a year.
Yes.
I would evict someone if they owed me 3 months worth of rent.
I just wanted to, is it okay? Allie Wald with Onyx Group, the COO, but also I worked pretty intimately on this project for the last 2.5 to 3 years. So I understand you guys thinking, hey, let's go out for another developer. They may have better ideas. But I just wanted to let you know a little bit about what this process has been like. As you all probably know, we initially worked with Steve Boyington, who's a longtime Lakeland resident, very invested in downtown. And we worked with his team, his young architects who live and work in the city. We spent basically a year coming up with this design, working closely with Valerie, to have a design that, we were working with a contractor, and the cost it didn't work with this podium design, with everything that we were trying to do, going 7 floors. People were concerned about that structure, and we spent, this is where the extensions began. As we mentioned, we have taken investment money that we've put into this, put everything that we had towards it, and when it didn't work with that cost, and as some of you know, Steve had since retired, we started exploring the HUD option, and in doing so, obviously you need HUD kind of certified architects, contractors. So we actually started all over again with a HUD certified architect with another contractor, came up with a new scope, 2 different options. One to do a 6-story parking garage and wrap, and then another one to do like a podium parking. We went down
two different roads and working with, at that point, with the CRA, with Valerie, with HUD, to get to the fact that it still was not viable, even with a different architect, tweaking the design, tweaking the cost, tweaking the efficiency, trying two separate parking situations to do some type of structured parking in there. So the effort, and I understand, the lack of communication since we got to that point, and again, couldn't save the cost. Just so you know, we've been operating entirely on our own with all of these extensions. We were out of any investment money. This is just us as a company, which is essentially a small business. I mean, that's what we are, just like anyone else. We've put our own money into this to do all these extensions. And we got to the point where, it was challenging, and we were still working on it behind the scenes. As far as the communication and the channels and avenues, the reaching out, maybe we didn't have the right answer or didn't say the right thing to get that dialogue with the CRA, and we apologize for any part we had in that. But we were, as Arjun said, the lack of communication on your side was more our side, trying to figure out what can we present, how can we make this work, since the conversation about the parking. We tried to take out a floor of the parking. Maybe that would work, and it still doesn't work. That structured parking is the most expensive part of any of this. Like, if there was a separate garage, we could make the housing work and lease back. There's things that are kind of out of the box we could try, and I think that was what that meeting was about. But to kind of act like it's an advantage to go to another developer. I mean, we have actually worked on this very hard for 3 years. And like I said, 2 different contractors, 2 different architects, and 2 different concepts of a parking as well. So I'm saying we are way ahead of what anybody else is going to think they can do. I mean, everybody thinks they can do something until they really dig into it, which is what we've done. So again, our biggest issue was not following through on the payments that were literally coming out of our pocket, as we were just trying to scramble to say, hey, can we renegotiate these extensions in some way? We've put in $205,000 at this point, and just separate from any investor money, plus some other things. I mean, we were paying architects, we're paying all of that out of our pocket to try to get this project going. So from a commitment standpoint, I just wanted to let you guys know that we have been working on it a long time. And like I said, I don't think anybody's going to be as invested. We were designing it with local artists with murals to try to tie into the market, with just looking at what your town really wanted as far as a concept. So that's all I wanted to say is, I know it looks bad on us not to have done the extensions, but we really are committed to the project, and we have been trying to find answers to make it work. So that's all I wanted to say.
I appreciate your comments. And listen, I want you to know that we are big advocates of you guys. We wanted this to work well, and I think the difficulty for us is that on a restructure, just to our city attorney's comments, we've got to do another RFP. And so that's really what you have to address here, because from our standpoint, without some kind of a specific that we can go to bat and do this.
Yeah, Mayor, I just request you not to take that decision right now, because 2 reasons. One, something that happened in Lakeland, we increased the scope without changing the RFP parameters. That's one thing that's happened. We are going through the exact same exercise in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Their attorneys are working creatively to look for answers also. And it was the same process. It was an RFP. So there are solutions out there. We'll have to just sit down with Palma and figure out. Maybe we put them in touch with the attorneys at Murfreesboro and figure that out. I'll give you an example from, technology sourcing in governments. There's something called a cooperative agreement, which a vendor like Carasoft uses. You can fly under. You don't need to, you don't violate any rules. I 100% am sure that there's a solution out there that can be solved. If we have your blessing and support, the commission's blessing and support, we still have a path forward. And Mike, what you said, in terms of communication, I have documented proof that, have multiple unresponded emails sent to the CRA requesting a conversation. That didn't happen. Not throwing anybody under the bus, but because it's come to a point where this is being discussed publicly, I have to say it.
Okay. Commissioner McLeod first, then music.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't get excited about reissuing the RFP. I don't think any of us would. But at the same time, it can't be stuck in what feels like a perpetual limbo where we don't know what's happening. So I would say I could go for 30 days for y'all to come back and show us what that path forward looks like. So I think the frustrating part is we haven't known. It seems like it's gone quiet on your end. And when you're trying to figure out what's happening on that lot, but also answer questions when constituents say, hey, you approved this back on this date, what is happening? And we start to think, I don't know. I haven't heard anything in a while. So I'm hopeful, but I think cautiously hopeful that we can find a path forward on this one. That would be my
Let Mike answer.
Yeah, and I would concur with that. I mean, I don't want to have to start over. I mean, I think that's, and if legally there's a way that we can do it again, it's all about timelines, and communication may not have been responded, but the check still should have been in the mail. So I think that one doesn't necessarily have to do with the other, even if you're trying to work a different deal. So I would 100% get behind that and could probably even stretch the time a little bit. But that's where we have to lean on the team and say, we really have to push this.
What would a little bit be?
I think 60 days is the amount that I would be willing to go. Just because we have the holidays, we have some things coming up, and I know communication could be tough, so.
Commissioner Lalonde.
I like hearing both of this, but the biggest thing I'm stuck on is that they're not current. I think if you want 60 days, you get current. You make it current, we give you the 60 days.
Well, hi, my name is Dwana Patel. I'm the CEO. I have a question in regards to the payment. So we did make an attempt to, after we talked to Mayor Muntz and Sean, we went back, I sent an email to the CRA. Now the payments are the payments, but if we're going to make the payments, if we just need to be simply told that we can't keep putting capital at risk if it's going to have to go back out to an RFP because of what we believe is a modification that's going to be needed in terms of the structured parking. So we're going to put out whatever amount of dollars there are to be told, hey, it's going to go back out to an RFP. We simply just wanted a sit-down conversation to say, okay, look, we're going to have to go back out to an RFP. That's just what legally has to happen here, because what makes the project feasible is to reduce the structured parking count.
With all due respect, though, what makes it feasible is honoring both sides of that contract. You're asking for us for an extension, but you're telling me that you don't want to come current?
No, I'm simply asking for a clarification in a one-to-one meeting. That's what we were asking for. So if we were going to be told, guys, it's going to be, make the payments current, and then we can discuss if there's modifications, then that was something we could have taken away and made a decision on.
Commissioner Madden.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for coming today. I was in the meeting when we voted for Onyx I was on the CRA board at that time, and we got a lot of criticism for going with Onyx because some of our local builders thought it was ridiculous to ask for the affordable housing and the parking, and they said that the dollars would never work out. And so I think what our city attorney is pointing to is to then take out the structured parking now, when we had other people participate in the RFP at the beginning who said, that's a deal breaker. We can't offer affordable housing and parking on that block. I mean, that's just impossible. They were saying what you're saying back when we had the RFP, but you said you thought it was possible. So I think what you're saying is I can't continue paying and sinking more money into something that is legally prohibitive. If it's legally prohibitive to, at this juncture, modify your deal to take out the structured parking, you don't want to put any more money and lose any more money, which I totally understand. So if that was what you were kind of waiting for, you said the deal difference is $10 million. In my mind, I'm thinking, is that 30,000 a space for 330 parking spaces?
Essentially, that's right, yeah. 30,000 a spot for about 230, 240 spots.
Okay, and how many do you need for your actual units?
238 for 204 units.
Okay, so how would you, on other deals, do parking if you didn't do structured parking, and seeing that your property is limited to that space? If you had a magic wand, how would you restructure this to be able to be affordable for your investors?
So, I mean, outside of the city not requiring us to have parking for them, we could probably make it work with just the required parking on a podium of one level and surface with the 204 units that we plan to do.
So you could cover your 240 unit parking within the structure, but you could not offer community parking back for what you lost in the purchase of the property.
That's definitely a big factor towards us not being able to get the project off the ground, is the structured parking requirement for the city.
So basically, and we don't know if other people, other contractors have magic math or can do this, you know, more affordably with the incentives that are on the table, you know, but it sounds like it's about $10 million with TIF and with the property being reinvested into the structure. So I do think that we need a community conversation, and we are the CRA right now, but we also have a CRA as advisory board. I think a couple of things need to be established. We have to know legally, it sounds like we can't just say, oh, well, it's too expensive, let's take the structured parking off, because then we'll have the backlash of saying, well, anybody, we all would have participated in this project, you know, and won it if we didn't have to do the parking. We knew that was impossible from the beginning. Is that kind of what you're saying, City Attorney?
That's correct. And in addition to that, and Brian or Valerie can speak to this, I think it was an essential part of this deal that we not displace parking from McKill, that we somehow provide parking for them. I mean, I don't think they have anywhere to go with their parking. So, I mean, that's a very significant change to the deal.
It absolutely is. There are 150 surface parking spaces. Half or more of them are leased. So we were going to displace them for construction, and we were working feverishly with McKeel to see that through. And so in terms of the requirements, when we solicited proposals for development of the Oak Street surface parking lot, it may not have been requirement number one, but it was in the top three, and that is replacement of the 150 surface parking spaces on that lot. So we were not willing, as a CRA staff, advisory board, or CRA board, to give that up to incentivize development of this project. And we actually solicited proposals for it once prior, before COVID hit. And so we're as reticent as any of you to go for round three. But based on the discussion here today, I was going to say this morning, but we've seen the morning pass us by. I don't see a path to get this done legally if our only options are double the CRA investment and/or remove the critical terms of the development program that were part of the agreement. And this agreement, with all respect to Onyx, was not coerced. They signed on the dotted line, the same as your approval as the CRA was in 2022, said, these are the terms of the agreement. And so I understand the practical application of not paying $10,000 closing extension payments monthly, but making those payments was not so that you could talk to us. It was because that's what you agreed to do, to extend those closing deadlines every single month after the initial ones ran out.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just appreciate the sentiment of additional time to discuss it, but I don't want to hold out false hope. I just don't see how that works.
Okay.
And so how would, in good faith, the CRA deal with developers like this who have gone through the due diligence and then seeing the market change? If it's an impossibility to do it, we're going to modify the RFP, and then people will apply. But it's certainly a value to know the research that's gone into this and how much it would actually cost to build a project like this. How are we going to take that into consideration if we go out for another RFP on what we are trying to solicit other than what we have with Onyx?
Well, I think probably at a minimum, our expectation of the necessary level of CRA investment to see the minimum terms of a development happen maybe gets higher. But thinking back to 2022, even that $9 million cumulative CRA commitment did not come without criticism, not just from competitor developers, but from members of this body, that was too much, that was too high a price to pay. And now we learn that it's not even half as much as is needed to deliver that program.
That project. So, but what I'm saying is it seems like unless we have fairy dust, that the project's not viable. So what are we going to do? We have a parking lot. The McKeel needs parking. We need public parking on that side of downtown. I mean, we need structured parking sooner rather than later, not just to replace McKeel's, but for other businesses down there that don't have parking. So I'm just curious where that leaves us as with regard to CRA master planning. Is there another lot? Could an Onyx person build on another lot that doesn't have all the requirements of affordable housing and parking? You know, where do we go from here?
Yeah, so where this site is concerned, if and when there's no longer an agreement with Onyx and we're ready to advertise for new proposals, we will structure the requirements for the scope for that development based on what, our expectation is of the minimum requirements. The advisory board and the commission, obviously acting as the CRA, will have input on that. But then we go out for competitive proposals, and maybe we find out that, yes, in order to get what we feel like is absolutely a deal breaker for that lot, it's going to cost a lot more to get it. But to take this developer, and again, no disrespect towards Onyx at all, but to say, okay, now 4 years later, everything has changed, and so we should just double the CRA's investment and consider changing the requirements of the development, is going to see other developers protest at best, litigate at worst.
And frankly, if we do a new RFP and you have the work done that you have invested in it, you can apply for that RFP and you'll be far ahead of other people in terms of being able to do so. So that's another scenario. I just don't see this as a way to be able to preserve the option that exists today when it hasn't been activated or clearly communicated, and we haven't even been faithful to the contract. And so with great respect for the organization and the team, it's non-performance and a problem that has to be resolved, and the only way to do that fairly is with a new RFP, which requires a termination of this contract.
We did have a citizen to speak.
Okay, yes. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank McCauley, I'm with Trinity Presbyterian Church, so one block adjacent, also on the board of McKeel Academy, the block next door, but mainly speaking as a donut eater. We desperately, if you've been to the market lately, it's beautiful, it's amazing. There is nowhere to park. So I just want to say, it felt like we compromised with No Bay long ago. We let parking out of that deal, and we're paying the price today for that decision. It's okay, it's fine. We have residents downtown, which is amazing, it's fantastic. But somehow we need structured parking down there. And I don't know, if we have 9 million, I think Winter Haven's going to get one for 10. So yeah. Let's do something,
Frank, you might be onto something. I think maybe we should just use the 10 million to build the parking garage on that lot.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, sir.
So it's interesting that a citizen is saying that we actually propose that as an option, that, either we come up with the $10 million and that solves for this project. Alternatively, we go to one of the neighboring sites where there's need for parking. There's again, we are working off of the feedback that we're getting from the city. That is also a little conflicted. When we proposed this, I heard the answer that there is no need for parking, flat out, and that never went anywhere, which is where we felt like what are we doing here? There's no answer to this problem. So I would still request you that, give us another 60 days. This is what needs to be figured out. The last 30 seconds, 40 seconds of this conversation, where does the parking need to sit, is really the problem. Our CEO said it in one sentence because he summarized it and to some extent oversimplified it. Parking is the issue. We need it. And as the owners of that building also, one of the biggest issues, if we don't give the residents parking right under their building or at least next to the building, they're not going to pay top dollar, which defeats the purpose of the CRA, where, you don't have premier housing in downtown Lakeland then. So I'd leave it at that.
And that can be part of the RFP consideration. Reconsideration is multiple uses, and that's part of what they can do. All right, any other community or audience comments? Yes, and Commissioner Reed.
Bill, I think we need to listen to our attorney. He's going to lead us in the right direction. And I think that's the only way we can do is do a new RFP and be done with it.
All right, so in that case, we can vote on this, and if you're voting yay, it is to terminate, which would then solicit an RFP, okay? A new RFP, or ultimately opens the window to solicit it. Isn't an action required by. Okay, Commissioner McLeod?
No.
Oh.
Wait, just to make sure. So voting for yes is to terminate the contract. Voting no is not to terminate the contract.
This is not a roll call vote, it's a voice vote.
Oh.
Voting yes is to terminate the contract.
A yes vote is to terminate the contract.
Okay.
So no if you're in favor of a 60 days.
What was the motion? I thought he made the motion to.
I thought the motion was to approve the recommendation.
Which is a termination.
Motion,
Okay.
right? Yeah, I second it.
The conversation that we had back and forth was, do we want to extend?
Right.
But that is not the motion.
That's not the motion unless
Terminate the RFP.
Yes, this is to terminate the motion, to terminate the annex agreement.
Terminate the deal, yeah. Sorry, we're running long here.
All those, this is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same?
No.
Okay, so one nay. So you were right out of the gate.
Thank you. I thought so, but.
Yes, you were. Okay, and without disrespect to your organization, but with respect to propriety and advancing forward, and perhaps even redesign. Arjun, I need to have you give the speakers' names, first and last names to Kelly, if you wouldn't mind.
Alicia Wald, CO. ALICIA WALD, and the CEO, Dwanat Patel, DHVANITPATEL. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That brings us to the city manager portion of our meeting, and we have had 2 consent items in that, those 5 points, of which were A and C, so we'll go to item B.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon. 3 items for presentation. The first item is regarding a purchase order with the Redesign Group for hardware upgrades and extended support for the city's virtual server infrastructure. The vendor here, Redesign Group, is a Dell recommended reseller for upgrade and support renewal of the city's virtual server infrastructure known as VX Block. This is the hardware platform that hosts most of the city's virtual servers and is a critical part of the city's information technology infrastructure. The proposal will replace key hardware components and extend support for the system for an additional 2 years. This additional investment to extend the life of the system will provide a cost-effective alternative to the replacement of the entire system while reducing the overall annual cost of the system from over $1 million annually to just over $500,000 annually. The total estimated cost of the 2-year contract is $1,064,054, which is included in the FY26 hardware replacement budget. The purchasing division has approved this for a cooperative purchasing program through the state of Florida. And the recommendation is that the city commission authorize the issuance of the purchase order as presented.
And before you do, I wanted to give you the excitement to know that we are back as a city commission, and I terminated our CRA meeting, which I failed to do, as we open up this new commission meeting portion again. So now what?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion by commissioners? Any members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, unanimously passes. You're fast compared to the rest of us.
The next item is a task authorization with Atkins Realis. This is for design, permitting, and construction services for Phase 1 construction for the Southeast Quadrant water main extension at the airport, and then required corresponding appropriations. The Southeast Quadrant water main extension project is broken down into 4 distinct phases. Phases 2A through 2C will extend the water main further into the southeast quadrant of the airport, while Phase 3 will replace the existing aging 6-inch water main alongside Airside Center Drive, and it will upsize it to a 12-inch water main. Combined, these improvements will complete the looped system and enhance domestic and fire flow capacity. This task authorization with Atkins Realis would be in the amount of $231,900 and includes an appropriate scope of work. The task authorization with Atkins Realis would be procured under the city's continuing contract provisions. Additionally, staff seeks to appropriate funds from the water utilities for the construction of Phase 1 of the Southeast Quadrant Water Main Extension Project in the amount of $230,000. This scope of work will be completed under the existing task authorization with Register Construction and Engineering, and that was for the construction of an aircraft maintenance facility and would be procured then under a provision for a city's continuing contract. The total cost for the design, permitting, and construction phase services of phases 2A, 2B, 2C, and 3, along with the construction of Phase 1, is $461,900. Staff request approval of appropriate funds from the water utility in the amount of $461,900. The airport will reimburse water utilities for its share of the project cost in the amount of $369,140. This will be accomplished through an internal loan fund at 4% interest. Repayment of the internal loan will occur through annual repayments of $45,511, and that will be for a term of 10 years, which will commence in May 2026. Water utilities will fund the Phase 3 portion of the design directly in the amount of $92,760. And all necessary appropriations have been included in the agenda item. So staff recommends that the commission authorize the appropriate city officials to execute the task authorization with Atkins Realis for the purposes presented. And the airport, this is for the water main extension at the airport, again, in the amount of $231,900, and then authorize all the required appropriations.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve in a second from Commissioner McLeod. The discussion by commissioners. Any members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes.
All right, the last item that I have is regarding an amendment, which is known as Amendment Number 1 to a contract with Atkins Realis. This is for professional engineering services. This is for the Taxiway A Shoulders project at the airport. This amendment in the amount of $458,653 is for professional engineering services for the addition of 30-foot wide paved shoulders along the existing taxiway A between runway 5 through 23, or 523, and taxiway A1. Designed by Atkins Realis under their existing contract, this amendment includes bidding support and construction phase services consisting of providing professional services and technical support to include resident project representative services. A time allotted for this phase of the project is 165 days. Atkins Realis was awarded this contract through an RFP in December of 2024 at a not to exceed cost of $1,009,140. This amendment number 1 will increase the total project cost by $458,653 or 45%. Having now received additional grant funding from the FAA for the construction phase of the project, staff is requesting approval to execute this amendment number 1 in order to pay for the remaining services that were awarded to Atkins Realis pursuant to the RFQ. The total cost for the professional services will be $1,467,793, for which funding is through FAA grants, an FDOT grant, and also from airport surplus funds, and that will be allocated with an FAA grant being $1,321,013. The FDOT Aviation Work Program grant is in the amount of $73,389, and then the airport surplus portion will also be in the amount of $73,389. So the recommendation is to approve amendment number 1 to the contract as presented.
Move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second. Discussion by commissioners. Any members of the audience? This is.
I agreed. I just seconded it. All. I'm sorry.
Any comments by anyone in the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. Thank you. That brings us then back to City Attorney for our first reading, item 7A1.
One ordinance for first reading this afternoon. This will be read by title only and will come back for a public hearing and consideration of adoption on January 5th. That is proposed ordinance number 25-052. An ordinance relating to the Lakeland Area Mass Transit District, making findings, approving the inclusion of certain lands located within the City of Lakeland within the boundaries of the Lakeland Area Mass Transit District, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Again, that will come back for a public hearing and consideration of adoption on January 5th.
Thank you. That takes us to item B1.
Good afternoon. Ramona Suriani from the City Attorney's Office. Have an agreement with Wolpert, Inc. This is for development of an airport business plan for Lakeland Linder International Airport. This plan would be an updated plan that would be consistent with General Aviation Airport business plans and the Florida General Aviation Airport Business Plan Guidebook. The airport's existing business plan was completed back in 2014, and all recommendations contained in that previous plan have now been fully executed and incorporated. So the airport is now seeking to develop an updated business plan to address the airport's continuing growth. The intent of the business plan is to provide a detailed analysis of the airport's business opportunities, its financial health, operating structure to assist airport staff in identifying key target areas for future growth and continued improvement of the airport property. To address that need, the city's purchasing department issued a request for proposal back in August of this year. We received 3 proposals. Upon receipt of those proposals, the city's selection committee selected Wolpert, Inc. as best capable of meeting the needs of the airport and consistent with the RFP. And part of this proposed scope of work that Wolpert will include, the key components include a mission, vision, and values, addressing those things, a SWOT analysis that includes strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, current and future business opportunities for the airport, as well as a financial analysis of budgeting, which includes budgeting and accounting and controls, a comprehensive review of the airport's debt structure and future funding opportunities for capital improvement projects, a review of the airport operating structure and government, as well as the economic impact to the overall community. The term of the agreement will be effective upon City Commission approval, and that will continue for a 12-month period. The total cost of Wolpert's services is $345,000. However, that funding is in part, 50% of that funding is provided by a Florida Department of Transportation Public Transportation Grant Agreement in the amount of $172,500. That was previously approved by the City Commission back in May of this year. The remaining 50% of the project cost would be provided from unappropriated surplus of the airport's operating fund. and that is in the amount of $172,500. That amount was also previously approved by the City Commission on May 19th, 2025. So we are recommending City Commission approve this agreement with Wolpert Inc. for the development of an updated airport business plan and authorize the appropriate city officials to execute all corresponding documents as well.
Move for approval?
Second.
A motion and a second, discussion by commissioners. Any members of the audience? This is an important next step in our airports, just honing, getting better at everything that they do, and so we're very, very grateful for that opportunity. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. Thank you. Item 2.
That is on consent.
I'm sorry. It was taken off. Item 2.
All right, item 2 is the termination of the agreement with the FDOT and CSX for the New York Avenue pedestrian overpass project. Back in June of this year, those parties entered into an agreement. CSX agreed to allow FDOT to construct an overpass over New York Avenue, over their railroad tracks at New York Avenue. So the DOT was going to pay for that, and then once they finished the construction, the city was going to take over that project and maintain and accept all liability for that overpass. Shortly after entering into this agreement, the Florida legislature and the governor removed the funding for this project. And there's a non-appropriation clause in the contract in favor of the DOTs, which says they can cancel the contract if there's no money. So because of that de-appropriation, the DOT is exercising their right to cancel this agreement. And it's just recommended that the city commission approve that, and you really don't have a whole lot of discretion.
Right. Yeah. Well, and listen, we took this off consent because because this is a disappointment, and our Mr. Barnby has worked so hard on this along with others to make this happen, and it's not that we're quitting, it's that it's a pause for now. But we wanted people to be aware because of the long-term desire to build a bike path through the city for both bikes and pedestrians. This is an interruption of anticipation, and hopefully it can work together for good for some other modification that may occur in the future. But as of the present time, our need is to pass a motion to accept FDOT's decision.
Do we have a motion?
No.
Oh,
Move to approve.
Second.
And second. Discussion by commissioners. Discussion by any members of the audience. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes, or unanimously is accepted. I'm going to rephrase that. Okay, then that brings us to item 3.
Ramona Sirianni from the City Attorney's Office. This is an agreement with Genuine Parts Company doing business as Napa Auto Parts to serve as the integrated on-site supplier of automotive parts for the city. We are seeking services from Napa to serve as the in-house parts store to manage the purchase of inventory and issuance of any fleet-related parts, materials, and other items, which include fluids and tires. The city would be purchasing these services from Napa pursuant to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office request for proposal 2024-17. The Napa has been serving currently as our on-site supplier of automotive parts since 2010. This in-house store eliminates the need for parts, material procurement, inventory management, parts management staff, and inefficiencies with tasking technicians with parts research and procurement instead of repairing vehicles. So instead, Napa is using its own staff staffing for the on-site store with its own personnel. By utilizing this, the city benefits from a variety of improved efficiencies. The technology that Napa has will interface with the city's fleet software systems to help reduce pricing and markups. Since Napa has national buying power, in addition, the city is able to take advantage of cost reductions through agreements between Napa and other companies for non-Napa parts as well. The term of this agreement shall be effective January 1st, 2026, and that's subject to City Commission approval. It will continue through September 16th, 2029, and that includes also 5 additional one-year renewal periods, and that would be upon mutual written agreement of the parties. All the terms and conditions will be consistent with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Integrated Business Solutions Master Agreement dated September 17th, 2024, as well as the attached corresponding addendum with NAPA. Consistent with the city's existing agreement with NAPA, billing will occur at the same initial 10% gross profit rate for monthly material purchases and inventory issuance. Operational costs for delivery vehicles, computers, and other materials will continue to be billed at cost. Currently, the city's purchases with NAPA total approximately $2.8 million per year. That's contained in Fleet's FY26 budget, which will be obviously subject to approval by the City Commission, and any additional renewals, if the parties choose to exercise those, will be subject to budget approval by the City Commission in subsequent budget years as well. So we are recommending that the City Commission approve the agreement with NAPA to provide as the on-site supplier for the automotive parts for city vehicles, and also authorize the appropriate city officials to execute all corresponding documents consistent with the agreement.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners. Anybody, any members of the audience? All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, unanimously passes. Next.
Good afternoon, Alex Landbeck for the City Attorney's Office. This is an agreement with Bentley Systems Incorporated for the purchase of software subscription under the Enterprise 365 Public Sector Program. This proposed agreement is for a 3-year software subscription. The multi-year purchase order will be governed by the EPS 365 Program Agreement as amended and most recently approved by the City Commission on December 16th, 2024. The city utilizes this software across multiple departments, including water utilities, electric, and public works, primarily for the support, design, modeling, and asset management activities related to roads, wastewater, water systems, and other infrastructure. The proposed purchase order provides 88 software licenses covering 7 applications. Purchasing department has approved Bentley as a sole source provider for these software products. The 3-year software agreement subscription will be effective January 1, 2026 and run through December 31st, 2028 upon City Commission approval. Total cost for the subscription is $455,945, and the first year cost of $144,630 is included in the Department of Information Technology's FY26 budget. Funding for the years 2 and 3 will be subject to future budget approval. By entering into a multi-year subscription, it is estimated to save the city about $224,000 over current market pricing for annual renewals. It is recommended the City Commission approve this agreement with Bentley Systems and authorize the appropriate city officials to execute all necessary agreements.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion approved in a second. Discussion by commissioners. Discussion by any members of the audience. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, unanimously passes. Item number 5.
Ramona Siriani from the City Attorney's Office. The next item we have is a lease agreement with Appraisal Central, Inc. This is for the lease of 3,000 square feet of hangar space that's located on the south side of the airport and also on the eastern side of what is the Airside Center. Appraisal Central has been attended at the airport since 2012 and has occupied that same space. That its existing lease agreement expired at the end of November of this year, so Appraisal Central is now requesting to enter into a new lease agreement to continue leasing that same space. This new lease agreement would be for an initial term of 5 years with a retroactive effective date of December 1st, 2025, subject to City Commission approval. It also contains 2 additional 1-year renewal options upon mutual written agreement of the parties. The base rent for the first year of the lease is $1,317.50 per month, or $15,810 annually. And then beginning on December 1st, 2026, base rent will be subject to a 2.5% increase, and that 2.5% increase will also carry through to each subsequent renewal period as well. These are consistent, the annual rent as well as the 2.5% increases are consistent with other lease agreements for similar spaces located in this area of the airport. In accordance with the lease, the airport will also be responsible for paying for all utilities, including electric, water, wastewater, stormwater, refuse collection, and heating and air. So we are recommending that the City Commission approve the lease agreement with Appraisal Central and authorize the appropriate city officials to execute all corresponding documents consistent with the lease terms.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners? Discussion by any members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. Number 7.
The next agreement we have is with Hubbard Construction Company. This is for the construction of paved shoulders along Taxiway A of the airport. This project is necessary to bring Taxiway A into compliance with FAA design standards and in accordance with FAA Advisory Circular TDG 5 taxiways require this 30-foot wide paved shoulder. So in accordance with the requirements needed, the city's purchasing department issued an invitation to bid in May of this year for construction services. The city only received one bid, which was from Hubbard Construction Company based in Winter Park, Florida. The airport's engineer of record, Atkins Realis, along with airport staff, evaluated Hubbard Construction Company's bid and determined that it met all of the city's requirements in the bid and selected Hubbard Construction Company to do the construction services and are recommending that. The company's scope of work will include the installation of a 30-foot wide paved shoulder along Taxiway A from runway 523 to Taxiway A1. In addition to that work, the project will also include installation of new LED taxiway, edge lighting, airfield directional signage, stormwater drainage conveyances, pavement markings, and also grading of airfield, infield areas, as well as installation of sod. The term of the agreement would be effective upon City Commission approval. We anticipate construction taking approximately 165 days. The total cost for the construction services is $6,825,967.25. That funding, however, for the project will be provided through FAA grants, an FDOT grant, as well as through airport surplus funds and are allocated as follows. The FAA Airport Improvement Program grant will provide for $3,761,107.95 of funding. An FAA program grant will provide for $2,723,560.93 of funding. The FDOT Aviation Work Program grant will provide for $170,649, and then Airport surplus will provide for $170,649.37. The City Commission previously approved and accepted the FAA Airport Improvement Program and IJA program grants in September of this year, and then the FDOT Aviation Work Program grant was also previously approved by the Commission back in April, so no additional appropriations are being requested at this time. We are recommending approval of the agreement with Hubbard Construction Company for the construction of the paved shoulders along Taxiway A, as well as the additional work mentioned, and we're asking that they authorize the appropriate city officials to execute all documents in accordance with the agreement.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners. Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. So I don't know if this is for Chris or Ramona, but when you first say FAA grants, I wasn't cluing in on Friday, but just because it's the IIJA, I felt like there are kind of some restrictions or strings attached with regard to when, you're shovel ready or when the project starts. It's not in what is it, the Infrastructure and Investments Job Act? So how is that different? I know that was a big Biden administration, allocation. Was that given to FAA? And once it's in FAA's hands, we don't have any jeopardy of losing the grant because it's, or just, it made me a little reticent right there with the,
Okay, Chris Hallstrand, Airport Director. I'm happy my legs worked to get up here this afternoon.
Yes.
they're not numb.
So, yes, there was 2 different grants that were given by the FAA, one with the jobs grant, which was part of the Biden administration grants that were done quite some time ago. So we had to break that up, which is why you saw the funding issues with the design on the previous one that we approved for Atkins to do the oversight, is because it was 2 different grants instead of just one. Well, this was the same. We just used different pots of money, but this money once it's been allocated, all the FAA projects didn't really get cut when there was some of the discussion of some of these projects that were getting removed from the CIPs or from the grant process. The FAAs didn't. It really doesn't put any other changes on us. It's money coming in, no different. We didn't have to change the way we bid or anything. It's normal FAA money to us. It's just out of that bucket from the federal government.
Well, that is fantastic news because, I think that there still is emphasis in this administration on the airports and air traffic control and, getting us all up to speed from analog to and
Yes.
coax. But I did want to just ask you about that. Like if it had a threshold, we have to start here, and if we don't finish by then, like some of the other grants that we received.
No, and it's just another bucket. Just like the other day, we were informed that now we have commercial passenger service bucket of about $1 million a year that we get too. So that's just another bucket that we take money out of when we're doing these projects.
Wonderful, thank you.
And while you're up there, Chris, I just want to compliment you and your team. Chris has led so well in terms of this. You look at, we're getting $6,825,000 and we have a $170,000 investment in that. And the need and the security to be able to do these things, even though it doesn't maybe sound like it's a big deal on Taxiway A, it is a big deal for visibility so this is so important. So I just thank you for that leadership and keep up the great work.
And thank you. And it's more than just the airport, with finance and Deidre. Deidre gets tired of hearing from us at the airport. So
we want you to call her often.
Everybody's involved. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by commissioners? Anybody, any members of the audience? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, unanimously passes. We had an appropriation decision done for the finance directors as a part of the consent.
We have number 7.
Whoops. Thank you very much. Am I marked wrong? We now have recyclable materials, which is why Gene Ginn's in the room. Okay, I got it, yes.
All right, just briefly, the city's contract with Republic Services of Florida for recycling processing is about to expire at the end of this year. So in October of this year, Solid Waste issued an RFP for recycling processing services and received 4 responses. City staff and the city's consultant reviewed those responses and is making a recommendation that, unlike previous years, that we split recycling processing among 2 different vendors, Recycling Services of Florida for commercial recycling and Republic Service of Florida as for residential recycling. Under these contracts, the city's recycling trucks will continue to pick up the recycling from customers, both residential and commercial, so our customers will not see a change. It's just a question of where we take the materials once we collect them. We'll take them to Recycling Services of Florida for commercial and Republic Services for residential. They're responsible for cleaning, sorting, and then marketing those recycling products on the secondary market. We pay a fee to those vendors. They in turn pay us what they are able to get on the secondary recycling market for those materials. Both of the agreements are for an initial 5-year term, beginning December 19th of 2025 and ending December 18th of 2030, and may be extended upon mutual written agreement of the parties for 2 periods of 1 year each. Importantly, each agreement allows the city to terminate without cause upon 90 days written notice. So for whatever reason, the recycling market implodes and it's no longer financially feasible to be in that market, we do have a fairly short termination without notice, without cause provision in both contracts. As you heard on Friday, right for the current fiscal year, it is estimated that we're going to pay Republic around $360,000 when you consider the processing fee versus what the products procure on the secondary market, and a net of $60,000 to Recycling Services of Florida for that same time period. You have to compare that against what it would cost to take those materials to the Polk County landfill. The cost to do that is estimated at around $276,000 for that time period. So really the net cost is around $79,000 to recycle. And as Mr. Brozar pointed out on Friday, that amount is covered by the recycling fees that we charge customers. Funding for these services are provided in the FY26 solid waste annual budget. Will be subject to annual appropriation in future annual budgets. So that is recommended for your approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, and a second, as Commissioner Lalonde. And discussion by commissioners. Anybody, any members of the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. And that brings us to utilities. And thank you, Ramona. We have the last two items from you.
Ramona Suriani from the City Attorney's Office. The first utility item we have is a task authorization with Geosyntec Consultants. This is for the groundwater monitoring support in accordance with the residual rule for the byproduct storage area out at the McIntosh Power Plant. Geosyntec will be providing sample collection from the groundwatering monitoring wells, semi-annual detection and assessment monitoring support. They'll prepare an annual groundwater monitoring corrective action report for this byproduct storage area. They'll also provide groundwater elevation contour figures and also conduct a landfill inspection of the byproduct storage area, as well as a corresponding report, and then general support to city staff. Upon approval by the City Commission, Geosyntec will commence work. They anticipate that work being completed in January of 2027. All services pursuant to the task authorization will be done in accordance with the city's continuing contract that the City Commission approved back in November of 2024. The total not to exceed cost for the work is estimated to be $186,200. And there was a point of clarification made at Friday's agenda study as well, that Orlando Utilities Commission will pay $68,480 of that as a 40% owner of the property, with the city paying the remaining amount, which is $111,720 as the 60% owner of the property. And that portion that the city is required to pay is included in Lakeland Electric's FY 2026 budget. We are asking that the City Commission approve the task authorization and authorize the appropriate city's officials to execute any corresponding documents in accordance with this to perform the services.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners. Discussion by any members of the audience. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Unanimously passes. Item 2.
Last item that we have is an agreement with AI-Inc. This is for Intelligent Vegetation Management System for Lakeland Electric. This will employ a software as service platform to support proactive identification, prioritization, and mitigation of vegetation-related risks across Lakeland Electric's transmission and distribution network. Currently, Lakeland Electric has almost 1,500 miles of overhead lines. These are often inspected on 3-year trim cycles, and there are also issues with hypergrowth, trees falling, which are currently, the method employed is to utilize the city's Maximo system for trim work management. However, this IVMS system will enable the vegetation management team at LE to utilize artificial intelligence driven tool for remote sensing and analytics to enhance LE's ability to manage the vegetation impacts on system reliability. This will be done through a comprehensive combination of satellite-based vegetation analytics, multi-year planning and budgeting tools, mobile workforce workflows, and a unified data dashboard. This is considered to be a pilot project, so this is a term for a 1-year agreement for this pilot project, which includes also 4 additional 1-year renewal options upon mutual written agreement of the parties. That 1-year cost is $99,000, including the 4-year renewal options. Should the city determine that it wants to exercise those, the total The total cost, including implementation, configuration, and integration, would be $499,500 for a 5-year period. That first year, $99,000 cost is included in Lakeland Electric's FY26 budget. Remaining costs would be subject to City Commission budget approval in subsequent budget years. And that implementation and configuration is anticipated to be completed in early January of 2026. So we are asking for approval of the agreement with AI-Inc. and to authorize the appropriate city officials to execute all corresponding documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion by commissioners. This is an innovative opportunity, and we love to see those kinds of things happening and look forward to seeing what the results will be like. Any comments from the audience at all? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, unanimously passes, and that opens us up to audience comments. And those of you who are so patient that have been here and want to make comments, just start to make your way forward. Please state your name, and then you're limited to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is definitely afternoon.
My name is Naquasia Coward, and I am submitting this formal complaint on behalf of residents and concerned community members regarding ongoing and serious issues at the Lakeland Housing Authority. Numerous tenants have reported a persistent pattern of neglect, intimidation, unresolved grievances, and retaliation for speaking out. Despite reported attempts by residents to bring these concerns to Executive Director, Mr. Benjamin Stevenson, the Board of Commissioners, and the Housing Authority's attorney, complaints continue to go unanswered. This has created an environment where residents fear retaliation and feel powerless due to the political installation surrounding Housing Authority leadership. And specific resident concerns would include the neglect of maintenance and safety issues, the prolonged delays in addressing hazardous living conditions, retaliation against residents who file complaints or speak in publicly, failure to follow federal grievance procedures under Section 24 CFR Part 966, intimidation of residents exercising under 24 CFR Part 245 to organize or raise concerns, a lack of transparency in board decision-making and communication, failure of the Board of Commissioners to investigate or respond despite fiduciary obligations, and potential misuse or mismanagement of federal resources requiring review. Although the City Commissioners appoint several board members, they have stated that their role is limited to appointing. As a result, local avenues or protection of accountability have been exhausted, leaving residents without an effective remedy. We did do some requests for HUD. And I come today like I have been coming. And it is always a pleasure to come and speak, not just for myself, but for those in my community about just what's continuously going on, which is, it seems to never end. So I don't know what I can say. I can just say that it has definitely been a battle. It's been a battle to get something done, for people to act, and I don't know what to say outside of this. I honestly don't know what to say. It's just disheartening that you have people in seats of power that can do something and they choose not to because of favoritism or because they're friends with others, versus catering to people that actually need. If we needed something, we come to you because we need help. We're not coming to you to be on TV, to impress other people. We're coming because we simply need help. And it's disheartening when you come and you ask for help and help is not being provided. There are a lot of people being affected by this, but instead, nothing's being done. Money's still being provided to an organization that's not even catering to the people. I I wouldn't give any more money until issues are resolved. I wouldn't pass anything. I wouldn't agree to signing off on anything for an organization that's not catering to the residents, to the people in our city. And it's just disheartening. Last month I came in here and y'all signed and y'all passed a bill or passed something for them to start new development. How about having them fix and resolve the issues in the city before signing off on another large lump sum of money when they already have money that is not going to the people? That they have money that is not being used for what it's supposed to be used. So why are you signing off to give them extra money to do who knows what they're doing? We continue to ask for a forensic audit. They continue to go around the question. They continue to ignore what everybody's asking for. And I went to a board meeting last month and simply asked for public records. I asked for if I could please have documentation in regards to false allegations that have been held against me. But yet I haven't received anything. And I haven't received any public records. I haven't received anything. So there's a lot going on. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
First of all, let me get something clear. I didn't come here to disrespect no one here. That's never my intention. And so I don't care how you feel about me, but that's between you and yourself. But what I'm here for is the concern of others. And before I go any further, I want to thank you, Commissioner Guy, for your caring, your compassion about other folks that now you see that is not being treated right. I want to thank you, sir. Not putting you on no spot, but you're the only one that really cared about the people. You're the only one. So we can't even get on an agenda. We have to sit here last because they passed it down and said they don't want to hear this. Said, well, we got to say. The FRS defends Section 8 tenants after false claim threatened family stability. Florida law rise concerns that the landlord action could constitute discrimination. Well, we here today worried about a tree, a golf cart, but not people's lives, living, kids, being homeless. That's sad. Something is just not right when we put our trust in the ones that we have elected. And then I hear the polls have a very low turnout. What do you think? You do not care about those ones. All you care about is what you cannot do. This problem with LHA is not going away. Now here, we go in the year 2026 with the same problem that should have been addressed a long time ago. And we ain't just got here, we've been here with this problem. This great city that we live in, because it's not you. What if it was you living in their condition? How would you feel? What if it was you? What if you and your kids were put out? You don't have no compassion for these children, let alone the adults, when they ain't got nowhere to stay. What if it's you? I know all us on this dais and me, we pretty okay. So we don't have to worry about all of that. I know we can handle ourselves and we can speak for ourselves, but what about the ones that can't? What about them? Do y'all care about that? Do anybody care about them ones that can't? That they're living in a condition that they don't want to live in, but they're living there because they have no choice. And then they get kicked out because of your ego, because of Lakeland Housing Authority is the best housing authority. What? It can't be. This cannot be. This cannot be. When is enough enough? When is it? When is enough? We got new commissions coming on board now. So I'm going to say to this board here, I'm not going to stop coming out because I sat here all day and I got a very bad health condition, but my life don't mean nothing to me no more now because I'm going to fight harder now, even more now because I see where it's going. So I might as well just give up my little life I got to fight for these people. I pledge to refuse to represent special interests, politicians, or to use this commission for personal gain or for gaining of friends or support. I recognize that although I have been appointed by the City Commission, my responsibility is to the entire community. Let me rephrase that again. My responsibility is to the entire community. I think that's where we missed it at. I think we only care about those ones and not about the rest of them that live in this community. They live here too. They live here, so nobody care about them? Why is it I put my life on the line for people that I don't even know nothing about? Don't even know. I mean, we can't even get a fair shake here concerning people's lives, children's life. It's like it's okay, we're gonna walk out of here, all bump what he's talking about. What about the kids? They ain't got nowhere to stay now. This young lady here been evicted for no right reason, for no good reason. Right here.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
My name is Michael. Mayor Mutz, me and you have been going through this for a very long time. You know, with prayer in school, I had to beg you, when is the right time for prayer in school? You said, you know. We fought about that. We fought about RP Funding Center. They don't do nothing for our kids, for our people. You guys said y'all will get rid of them, but y'all end up giving them more money. RP Funding Center don't do nothing but give gun shows. We don't have no concerts. We made the Lakeland Civic Center. I could name all the groups that was there. My mother sold the property in Mohead for them to build the Lakeland Civic Center. You know what I mean? It's just, and then the last time we came down here, I'm gonna keep it short and keep it simple. You told us to have a barnyard meeting. Town hall meeting, sorry about that. What is a town hall meeting? Give me your definition.
Oh, a town hall meeting is an opportunity for...
This ain't the Beverly Hillbillies. We ain't no town hall meetings. I mean, you gotta do something, Mayor. You the mayor. Well, the acting mayor, because you just acting right now. Because Sarah's the mayor now. Okay, but I hope you do better. Okay, I could go on and on, but I'm not gonna waste more time. I've been praying about you not to come up here and say what I want to say to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Amen.
Amen. Any other comments? Come on up, sir. Just state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Hamilton. Before I begin, I would like to state that the views I'm here to express are my own as a City of Lakeland resident and former employee of the City of Lakeland. They are not endorsed, expressed, or implied to be those of the Polk County Board of County Commissioners or Polk County Fire Rescue. I want to make that clear as I'm in uniform as I just left a very 50-hour shift at the fire department. And I rushed over here to get to this meeting.
No problem. These are your own.
Believe me, I would rather be here, be at my house than addressing this commission. I'm here today to hold Lakeland Parks and Recreation leadership, city manager, and the city commissioner's office accountable. I'm not going to go into the laundry list of reasons I resigned my position last December as a lifeguard too, with the city, but trust me, there are a great many of them. I'm here today to address an incident that occurred at Gandy Pool last March, around the time that the renovations were being completed. I was informed by a former colleague of mine that the pool was open to the public with no working pumps, filters, or automated chemical sanitation systems. In this conversation, the employee informed me that the facility had been open to the public the day before that day and would possibly be open for the next few days without those critical functions. These systems are required by Florida Health Code, as an improperly maintained swimming pool, especially a commercial pool, presents a significant public health risk. Due to this, I reached out to the Polk County Health Inspector's office. The inspector seemed to be confused that Gandy Pool was even open, as he was unaware that any reopening inspection had been completed. In fact, he seemed to be under the impression that the renovation was still in progress. He assured me that he would make some phone calls and get to the bottom of the matter. A short time later, I received confirmation from my former colleague that the pool quickly closed for maintenance. I actually went there and took a picture of the sign that was closed for maintenance and spoke with an employee that was left there. After this incident, the aquatic supervisor, Olivia Rourke, sent a staff-wide message threatening employees with retaliation if they did not admit to who notified the health department, and that city leadership would attempt to figure it out. I actually have that text message from Olivia. I'll read it to you now. Hey there, on a very serious note, we got word that someone on staff told their friends to report our pool motor situation to the health inspector. Please be aware that my supervisors will be coming the next few days to ask some questions, but they need someone to come clean about it. If no one comes forward, they will pull public records requests to find out who it was that reported us, and that she didn't want anyone to get in trouble. This is a blatant violation of the Florida Whistleblowers Act. I have sent numerous emails about this to HR, city management, to this commission, and have received no reply. Open records requests are unresponsive and often go ignored. So I'm here today to ask this commission and the city management why nothing has been done to correct this behavior and hold those in charge accountable. My qualifications to question Ms. Rourke and her supervisors are beyond reproach. I have certifications as a lifeguard instructor trainer, something that no one else on that staff held. That is the highest within the Red Cross. I'm a water safety instructor, aquatic facility operator, certified pool operator. I'm also a licensed EMT, so I think I might know what I'm doing. I also worked in pools for 23 years, sorry. Most of that in supervisory positions, usually being the one responsible to comply with health code. So, to reiterate, this is a blatant violation of health code and public health policy. It was grossly incompetent and needlessly reckless. I have seen the harm caused by recreational waterborne illnesses, especially to young children, the immunocompromised, and the elderly, the most vulnerable sections of our society, and quite often the ones that use public pools the most. To emphasize this, just 4 years ago, a child died from a brain-eating amoeba contracted by contaminated recreational water at a poorly owned and operated municipal facility in Arlington, Texas. Their chemical sanitation systems were improperly maintained, but at least they had circulating water and working filters. Gandy Pool had nothing for potentially 5 days. Where was I at? The health codes in Texas are almost identical to those here in Florida. These codes are written for a reason, and they're written in blood. My final point, and to add insult to injury, the adult supervisors threatened city employees, many of whom are minors, with punishment and illegal retaliation. These young professionals are charged with a very serious role, which is to provide a safe and secure environment to their patrons and respond to emergencies. Because they are so young, many of them do not know health code, the risk presented to themselves and the public, or that retaliation for reporting violations is illegal. These young rescuers often express their concerns to me that if they said anything, they'd get in trouble. I do not share such compunctions with my young colleagues. I will be the voice for them and for the public, as this body and the city management have done nothing to address it. I will continue to demand answers until the events that happened in March, along with the many other failures and shortcomings within the aquatics program and Parks and Recreation leadership, are explained and addressed accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Has any comments? All right, we will flip then to Commissioner Lalonde. Anything to share for the good of the whole?
At 4:15 p.m. I can say it's been an honor to have worked with you for the last 2 years. I'm going to miss your guidance. I mean, I know I'm going to see you again on the 5th, but as in your acting role, you know, you've always challenged me to do better, be better, You help open my eyes to different things. And for that, I'm very grateful to Bill Reed, for your guidance and your steadfast. I think I get a little bit of your argumentative. I mean, I got a compliment, I guess, the other day. They said I'm the new Bill Reed, so I don't know how to take that, right? I don't know how to take that one.
It's a compliment.
But to both of you, I'm going to miss you both very, very deeply. And to all of my colleagues here, I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and spend much love and great time with your family.
Ditto.
Thank you. Well, it has been quite a day, and this is just something I love every year, is the Army-Navy game that was on this weekend.
Go Navy.
I know, and good for y'all that you won. But my son is Army, and so I do like to say, go Army, beat Navy. But,
Go Navy.
of course, the great thing about the game is, how can you not be a fan for both sides?
Right.
And I love when they say, it's the only game that they're fighting, they're willing to die for the people watching that game. And so it was special for me, and, just taking a moment of privilege to say that George, I know most of you know that he was in the Best Sapper competition back in the spring. And so he was invited to be honored after the third quarter on the field and called out in the game. So that was really special. Of course, they didn't have it on the show. So we're like, George, where were you? We didn't see you. And so he had to have a friend who had videoed him out there send it to us. And, our commissioner colleague, Commissioner Franklin, now Congressman Franklin, we kind of have a little thing every Army-Navy game, I have to say, go Army, beat Navy, because he's a Naval Academy grad. And he was able to bump into George and send me a picture with Amy and his daughter Sarah, with George. His daughter Sarah and George were friends in high school. So anyway, that is not necessarily city related, but it is our country related. And I know I've got our city manager and Commissioner Lalonde and so many in our city team who have, fought to preserve the freedoms that we have to sit here all day in this chamber and to listen to people and to do the best we can in government. We couldn't do it without
All the alignments.
without our military fighting to preserve, what we have here. And I want to be grateful for that. And I do think we kind of had a Christmas miracle in a meeting today. I didn't think that was going to happen. But I hope everyone, whether it's Happy Hanukkah today, or whether it's just gathering with your friends or having a little time off, I hope you have a wonderful and Merry Christmas holiday season.
Commissioner Reed.
Listen, excuse me. Having a hard time speaking today for some reason. I just want to say I thank you guys. I've really enjoyed my time up here. I love all of you, and I think y'all did a great job. And I think you'll have a great marriage. She's not here today, and I know Bill, you've done a great job. And I really appreciate my time up here, and I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to spend some time with you guys. I love you all, and hope I get to see you again soon.
We look forward to the future that you have going forward as well. He's moving in slowly.
Well, I got my better half out there somewhere.
Yes, she is.
She is your better half. She is.
I'm going to go to his house and take his blends.
Well, I want to then close with just wishing all a very, very Merry Christmas. Looking forward to the time that you have ahead with your families. And I'm looking forward to our January 5th meeting, which will be our final meeting. And I just want you to know what a privilege it is in this last full business meeting for me to be able to have the opportunity to serve this city. It's a privilege to work with the staff at levels it's hard for me to express, and sometimes I can get very emotional about, but we have a fabulous city and a fabulous city staff. And so I know for all of us as commissioners, we end the year in 2025 thrilled to have been able to work with people of such professional competency. Thank you. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas. We are adjourned.